Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Future Vision Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya, age 14, a student at Aldra Junior High, is currently laid on the floor unconscious, as a tall buff man hits his cheek repeatedly in an attempt to wake him up. Hey hey hey. Repeating the same word over and over, the man calls to the boy, a certain amount of dramatic flair in his voice. Izuku begins to stir, opening his emerald eyes to see a familiar man standing over him. Thank goodness, thought we lost you there. He cheers before striking a dynamic pose. Wah! Izuku frantically crawls away from the man. Standing in front of the shrimpy fanboy is the #1 hero, All Might. As the student begins examining the man, fact-checking and cross-referencing everything he knows about the hero, his eyes begin to glow a light blue. Izuku's vision is limited as his peripheral vision is wavy, but the boy can make out All Might, but the right side of his body seems to be deflated, steam emitting from his body. Young man, today you have saved me, thank you. A flash and the scenery changes. Please don't let go. A young girl with a small horn sticking out of her head whispers, clinging onto Izuku as he moves to leave a dark room. Flash, he hears a scream as a large beam of fire shoots into the sky. Plus ultra. Prominence burn. Flash, a skinny man stands in the middle of a large pile of rubble, his body shaking, hollow cheeks and shrunken eyes. What a pathetic top hero. An unfamiliar voice taunts. Flash, a blonde boy with a cartoonish face, seemingly injured, is charging forward. I am still Lemillion. Izuku returns to reality, his mouth aghast at what his quirk just showed him. Sorry, I try my best to keep civilians out of my Justice NG, but it turns out this city's sewer system is pretty hard to navigate, boasts the pro, unaffected and unaware of what the boy has just seen. All Might begins to laugh, reaching towards his pants pocket. But thanks to you I caught the villain. He cheers, pulling out a liter bottle of soda, a green mass of sludge trapped inside. Looking at the bottle, Izuku begins to remember he was attacked by a villain and All Might intervened. That's when it hit the boy. All Might is here, he's in front of me. At that moment the boy briefly forgot what he had just seen and began fanboying again. Please, you have to sign my notebook. Stuttering, the boy scrambles to get his hero notes for the future, before frantically flipping through the pages before stopping a page that reads, All Might, with a small doodle in the top right-hand corner. He already did. The fanboy screeches, thank you, this will be a family treasure, an heirloom passed down for generations. He gushes, bowing frantically. Well, I'd better get this guy to the authorities, he says, putting the villain back into his pocket, patting the side of his pants for confirmation. So until next time. All Might crouches down ready to take off. Izuku begins to panic, moving towards the hero. Wait, I need to ask you something, he pleads, reaching towards his idols. No, a pro's battle never ends, he states, unable to notice that his fan getting closer and closer to him. Thank you for your continued support. He shouts as he jumps, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. As All Might flies through the sky, he feels an extra weight on his legs. Looking down, he sees the scrawny kid he just met cling to his leg for dear life. What do you think you're doing? The hero says, a hint of anger beginning to build in his voice. I'm sorry, I need to ask you something, All Might. The boy screams, the air past him causing his eyes and mouth to flap in the wind. Get off me, you stalker, All Might says as he uses a hand to try and pry the boy from his legs. Izuku's grip holds strong, holding onto the symbol of peace's legs like it's life or death, because in this situation it literally is. No way. If I do, I'll die, the boy shouts, reaching up in an attempt to grab higher up on All Might's pants. Hearing this, the pro hero realizes the obvious danger the kid has put himself in. Oh right. The hero then lands on the top of a nearby building. Scary, Izuku sighs, his face as pale as a ghost, currently keeping himself as close to the ground as possible. That was very reckless, young man, the pro scolds, walking towards the edge of the building and readying himself for a second takeoff. Wait, I have a question. The boy gets to his feet once again, reaching towards the hero. No, I will not wait, you've wasted enough of my time. All Might continue his preparations for takeoff. Seeing no choice, Izuku resolves to ask his question, "I want to be like Sir Nighteye." The student blurts out. The mention of his old sidekick's name seemingly causes All Might to stop. "I'm not physically strong but," pausing for a second, Izuku clenches his fist as he continues. "My quirk, vision, it lets me see into the future, but I can't control when I receive a vision. Some people think I can't be a hero since Sir Nighteye never attended a hero school and only got his license because of his connections to you." Izuku takes a moment to think about Katsuki Bakugo, his childhood friend, who started this chain of self-doubt and started the trend of people underselling the worth of his quirk. He is so distracted by this line of thought that he fails to notice that All Might became to cough and emit steam. "But I think Sir Nighteye does great work as a hero, so do you think with an unreliable quirk I can be a hero like him?" Finishing his speech, he looks up to see a cloud of steam where All Might was. The steam clears up, leaving a slim man wearing the same clothes All Might was, but due to the obvious difference in physique, the imposter's clothes are obviously oversized. "What?" the fanboy shouts in disbelief. "You can't be All Might, right?" "I am All Might," the husk-like body responds, blood spewing out his mouth as he talks. Izuku was ready to fire back with another question, but he can't help but flash back to his vision, hollow cheeks and shrunken eyes. He mutters to himself, "So it is you," the boy sighs. All Might sighs, a drop of blood falling from his mouth. The man lifts his oversized shirt, revealing a large wound on the right side of his body. "5 years ago, a villain did this to me." He pauses, watching as his fan covers their mouth in disgust. "My respiratory system was destroyed and my stomach was removed. The intensive surgery has left me looking like this. As of right now, I can do hero work for about 3 hours a day." "5 years ago," the fanboy says quizzically, placing his thumb and index finger to his chin. "Could it have been the fight with Toxic Chainsaw?" "You really know your stuff," the man chuckles, acknowledging the knowledge of this superfan. "But, no, this was an entirely different fight, one that I tried my best to cover up." The tone of the man's voice lowers considerably. "You can't tell anyone about this. No one online, not even your friends," the hero states as he walks towards a door. "All right," a stunned Izuku answers, bowing to the hero. As All Might reaches to open the door, he pauses. "About your question." Hearing this, Izuku stands up straight, awaiting his answer. The power to see into the future is a rare and strong one, no matter how irregular it is, and you're right, Nighteye does good work even though he may not be physically the strongest, so yes, I believe you can be a hero. Izuku's eyes widen, a tear welling up in the corner of one. "Thank you, sir." The boy bows once again. Smiling, All Might reaches for the door. A loud explosion rings out. Izuku stands straight, looking over the edge of the building, seeing a large cloud of smoke blowing in the wind. Another vision triggered. He can see a crowd of people wading his way through to the front. He sees a street in chaos, rubble and fire covering the floor. He looks to the one causing the damage, a frightfully familiar figure of green sludge twisting around someone. "The sludge villain!" Izuku shouts, his blue eyes returning to their regular green. The boy looks over to All Might's pants, seeing that the bottle he had shown off earlier was gone. Hearing the boy shout this, the hero pats his pants. Feeling nothing, his eyes move over to see that he has misplaced the bottle. "Ah crap, don't tell me." The man panics, thinking back to how his fan had been clutching at his pants while they were flying through the air. All Might grabs the handle of the door, throwing it open, before pursuing the villain. "Wait, All Might!" Izuku shouts, running after the man. The duo rushes through the streets to the site of the attack, the same crowd of people that Izuku had seen in his vision. Heroes who had been seen fighting a giant villain earlier in the day all made it to the scene, but all seemed to be outmatched. So pathetic. All Might clenched his fist, watching the mass of sludge swirl around, emitting explosions, causing more damage. Excuse me." Izuku begins wading through the crowd like in his vision. He makes it to the front of the crowd, watching as the heroes bide their time. As the sludge villain continues to swirl, the boy gets a chance to see who the villain has captured. Izuku can make out the face of his bully Katsuki Bakugo. Earlier that day. "Hey, Deku." A student calls, walking up to Izuku, playfully hitting him on the back playfully. He then takes notice of the book Izuku is writing, picking it up and reading the title, Don't tell me you're making notes on how to be a hero. Laughing, he shows it to his friend before calling Katsuki over. Katsuki walks over, his face already painted with anger. He walks up to his lackey, snatching the notebook from him. Without warning, the boy hits the book against his open hand, releasing a small explosion, scorching the book. Kaken! Izuku, using his childhood nickname, shouts at his friend frantically, standing from his seat. You think you can get into UA with an unreliable quirk like yours, even when you can see something it could be completely useless? Mocking the boy's quirk, Katsuki walks further away from the group, towards an open window. I've told you, Kaken, Sir Nighteye does great hero work and his quirk. Izuku begins to explain but is interrupted by Katsuki throwing his book out of the window. A maniacal grin on his face, Katsuki walks past his victim. Nighteye got to where he is because of All Might, and you best effing believe that when I'm number one, I won't be helping you in any way. The boy's lackeys follow him as he slams the door to the classroom shut. Izuku covers his mouth looking at his bully. This was his fault. I mean, he can't just let him die, could he? Before the boy could finish his thought, his body had already ducked under the police tape and he is now running at full throttle towards the villain. Crap, crap, crap. Izuku shouts, adjusting to the situation he's now in. What do I do? He wonders before his mind flashes to Page. You're dead. The villain shouts, seeming to wind up ready for an attack. Take this. Izuku winds up, throwing his bag at the villain before he gets a chance to attack. The contents of the bag hits the villain, a certain object hitting the villain's eye, causing him to call out in pain. Izuku reaches the villain as he starts desperately clawing at the slim holding his classmate. Deku, what the hell do you think you're doing? Katsuki shouts, the sludge around his mouth loosening. Izuku's eyes begin to well up with tears as he continues to try and free his friend. I don't know, my legs moved on their own. I couldn't just watch you die. During this, the villain seems to have regained his control of himself, winding himself for an attack. Die! Izuku sees the villain's intention to attack him. The villain lifts his arm up, striking the image of the boy with a great amount of force, killing the boy. As seen, the villain raises his hand shouting, Die! Before slamming his hand to the ground. Izuku, knowing the villain's attack pattern, he does not hesitate to jump to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. The villain grunts before screaming, Got lucky, kid. He moves his other arm, readying it for an attack. Try dodge this. Crap, Izuku hadn't seen another attack coming. He didn't have time to dodge. The attack hit. Izuku had braced himself, but he didn't feel pain. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing All Might in his buff form, emitting steam, stood over him holding the attack back. All Might, the boy says in disbelief. Pathetic, the man mutters. I said you could be a hero, then stopped showing you a good example. Pulling his arm out of the entangling sludge, he pulls his arm back and speaks as blood spews from his mouth. A pro should always be willing to risk their life. All Might uses his other arm to grab Izuku and Katsuki. Detroit smash! He shouts, punching the villain, the punch pulling the villain apart and creating a large amount of wide pressure, so much so that it begins to rain. The sun setting on an unusual day. Izuku is walking home after being scolded by the heroes at the scene. Deku! A familiar voice call from behind him, causing Izuku to turn around to see Katsuki, quite visibly angry as he plods over to the boy. I didn't ask for your help, so don't take pity on me, you dim nerd. Not given Izuku the chance to respond to the sandy blonde walkway. Izuku sighs. What was he expecting? Although he is right, he didn't ask for help. The boy couldn't help but smile as he continues to walk home. I am here. All Might shouts as he appears dashing out from a nearby alleyway. All Might, why are you here? Weren't you swarmed by reporters? The boy questions. Shaking off reporters if nothing because I am all me, he boasts as he begins flexing but transforms back into his slim form as he spits blood. All Might shake it off as he faces his fan. I came to thank you. If you hadn't acted to save that boy, then I wouldn't have jumped in. Earlier I told you it was a possibility, but after watching that I'm certain you can become a hero. Tears begin to well up in the boy's eyes. Thank you. He begins to sheepishly rub the back of his head as smiles, tears streaming down his face. I was lucky. If I hadn't seen my death, I could have actually died. He laughs, trying to lighten the mood. All Might pause, listening intently to what the boy had just said. You saw your death? Izuku nods, slightly confused at the question. Yes? I see. The pro takes a moment to think, placing his thumb and index finger to his strangely pointed chin. And you changed this future? The fanboy nods at this question, as he wipes his tears away. All Might seemingly distressed by the answer, and the fact that this quirk seemed to work differently than his former sidekicks. Well then, All Might says in a much cheerer attitude as he transforms, I know I'll see you again, young Midoriya, so. Until next time. The symbol of peace shouts, dashing away. Izuku resolves to just smirk and continue on with his day. Stood in a nearby alleyway, All Might in his skinny form is currently hovering over the call button on his phone. DMN, the man grunts. As he presses the button, he watches it ring for a few seconds before someone picks it up. Hi Nighteye, yes, I intend to meet Mirio Togata. Yes, I'm out of time to just listen. I met a boy. No, I'm not giving him one for all, although I may have thought about it. The pro sighs. Look, the boy has a power that allows him to see the future, but he says he can change the future he sees. A loud shouting comes from the phone, so loud that random passersby can hear it. His name is Izuku Midoriya. I think you should meet him, Nighteye. It's the day after the sludge villain attack. Izuku's sat at his desk scrolling through the news of the day prior. Unable to hold back his smile, as he reads through messages congratulating the mysterious kid who ran in to try and help. Knock knock. Come in, Izuku calls out, turning to face the door. The door opens slightly, revealing the boy's mother Inko, looking nervous, but that isn't too unusual. Izuku, you have visitors. Confused, the boy shuts down his computer before following his mother into the living area. Standing there are two people. One a boy taller and much more defined than Izuku. His blonde hair is arranged into a cowlick at the front while the rest is swept back. The other is a tall, lanky man, with unusual green hair with 3 yellow streaks. Thought it. Being a hero nerd, Izuku instantly recognized the taller man as Sir Nighteye. The boy shouts as his mother nervously slinks into the background. Izuku Midoriya, I presume, the man states, in a cold and stiff tone, causing the boy to stand up straight as he nods, wiping away a few drops of sweat. I'd like to discuss something in private. May we talk in your room? Oh, of course, all right, this way. Stuttering, the boy extends his arm, motioning in the direction of his room. The duo begins walking in the given direction as Izuku looks to his mother. Inko and Izuku exchange a glance, exchanging no words. Inko's face says, what is going on? Izuku's response is to shrug and pull his own face that says, I don't know. Izuku opens the door to his room, allowing his guests to enter first. Sir Nighteye scans the room, noticing and recognizing almost every piece of All Might memorabilia, but the pro is caught off guard when he notices that a corner in this boy's room is dedicated to his own merchandise. There wasn't much, since this hero merchandise never sold particularly well, but there was enough to be considered impressive. Whoa, this is so cool, the blonde chirps, a large amount of energy in his voice as he goes to reach for one of the figures. Both the owner of the figure and the pro look to the blonde, shouting, don't touch that. The blonde's hand jumps back in shock. Whoa, sorry, he says sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. As you should be, Mirio, the man snaps, looking back to the figure. This is a limited edition figure for All Might's 10th anniversary. It features him in his Bronze Age outfit. Since this particular outfit was not as popular as his others, it had a low print run of a few hundred at most. I don't even have one in my collection. That's exactly right. Izuku cheers as he begins entering his fanboy mode. I've had the rest of the set for a while now, but it was hard to track down a Bronze Age figure. I had to. And the cross-reference. But then sales charts. The boy enters his signature muttering. Ahem. The pro clears his throat, snapping the fanboy out his muttering. Alright, sorry, he screeches, going to pull out the chair from under his desk. Please sit here, sir. He watches as the hero nods, sitting, then turning to the other boy. Feel free to sit on my bed. The boy pauses, waiting for the blonde to introduce himself. The blonde goes to flex, showing a bright smile. Togata, Mirio Togata. A pleasure to meet ya. He cheers, reaching out his hand. Izuku takes the offer for a handshake, but he wasn't expecting Mirio's handshake. He shakes the boy's hand up and down, over and over, to the point where it is hurting Izuku's wrist. He eventually breaks the handshake before sitting down, a smile on his face. So, you're the kid who tried to beat the sludge villain. I must admit that was pretty stupid of ya. Playfully punching Izuku's arm, Mirio begins laughing eccentrically. Mirio, Nighteye calls out sternly. The blonde stops laughing before apologizing. Sorry, sir. Midoriya, I've come today to talk about the logistics of your quirk, the man explains, as Izuku takes a seat next to Mirio. Could you explain your quirk to me? Izuku nods as he pulls out one of his notebooks and turns it to a page containing all the note on, my quirk, vision, shows me visions of the future. It shows me them from a first-person perspective, but my peripheral vision is blurred out. But when I get my visions is seemingly random at times. I've got one every day at times, but then sometimes I can go months without getting one. Nighteye listens intently, nodding along as the boy reads through his notes. And is it true that you changed the future you saw? Nervously the boy nods. Yes, vision showed me that I'd die by the sludge villain's attack, but I was able to dodge. The boy then takes a moment to think. I've done it before too. A few days ago I stopped a lady from falling over, he explains. The hero seems to zone out of the situation as he thinks about the implications of being able to change the future. Does that mean Nighteye's assumptions about his own quirk are wrong? In that case, All Might's death could be completely avoidable. Both boys sat on the bed seem to notice that something is off with Night. Sir. Mirio calls for his mentor, as he waves his hand in front of the hero's eyes. Sorry, Mirio. Snapping back into reality, the hero looks to Izuku sighing, young man, I didn't just come to ask about your quirk. The truth is, All Might seems very fond of you. I'm willing to take you under my wing and train you to use your visions to help people. The man explains, watching as the boy's facial expression changes from one of confusion to one of childlike glee, almost reminding him of how he felt when All Might first agreed to take him on as a sidekick. Izuku looks to the hero, seeing signs of a slight smile, then to Mirio, who's still beaming ear to ear as he gives the boy a thumbs up. In one swift movement, Izuku smacks his cheeks with his hands, leaving a slight red mark on both cheeks. Sorry, I just can't believe this. I mean, you're my idol, sir. I mean, of course I idolized All Might as a kid like anyone, and I still do, but since I found out we had similar quirks, I couldn't help but idolize you, the boy gushes. Mirio begins to laugh, patting the boy on the back. I told you, sir, you have more dedicated fans than you think. I take it you accept then, the hero chuckles. Yes, I'd be honored to train under you, Izuku says, stumbling to his feet and bowing to the hero. Nighteye then looks to the notebook that has been discarded and left on his new apprentice's bed. Do you have more of those? He asks, pointing a thin finger towards the notebook. Yes, the boy answers as he kneels down, pulling out a box filled with 12 more hero notes for the future. Would you mind if I took them and had a look inside? I asks. Of course, shouts the boy. His posture seems stiff as picks up the box and hands it to the hero. Please look after them, the boy bows. Looking through the box, Nighteye picks out hero notes for the future, what he pressured to be the first issue since every other book was assigned a number. He flicks through the book, noticing the large paragraphs, written in clearly childish handwriting. Tomorrow, meet Mirio in the location of his choice. He shall be in charge of your physical training. After you've finished that, I expect to see you at my agency in the afternoon. There you'll get your books back. Izuku nods, looking to Mirio, who's swapping contact information between their phones. How did you get that? The gasps, frantically patting his pant pockets, confirming that Mirio had got his phone. Mirio places his index finger to his lips. Don't worry about that now, Midoriya. He chuckles as he finishes up handing the boy his phone. Izuku then puts the phone into his pocket, looking suspiciously to the pocket, then to Mirio. Nighteye then stands up, holding the box of notebooks. Come on, Mirio, we still have to patrol, commands the hero before looking to Izuku. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Midoriya, he states, turning to open the door. Yes, sir, Izuku bows, watching the hero leave as Mirio turns, giving him a thumbs up. See ya tomorrow, Midoriya. I tell you I'm a tough teacher, he warns before walking out of the room. The duo thanks Inko for hosting them before walking out of the home. Izuku sighs, flopping onto his bed. He was going to be trained by his idol, trained by a hero with a similar quirk that made it. And just like that, the 10 months of hell before the UA entrance exam began. Saturday, a day notorious for being the beacon of teenagers sleeping past noon, But Izuku isn't one of those teenagers. It's currently 6 a.m. and Izuku is standing by Dagoba Beach looking over the mountain of trash that had washed ashore waiting for Mirio to meet him to begin his training. "I am here!" Mirio shouts, as his naked form shoots out of the ground in the middle of flexing. Out of instinct, Izuku turns away, covering his eyes. "Togata! What are you doing where in public?" The boy shouts frantically as his instructor continued flexing. Mirio starts to laugh. "Sorry about that, I just had to see your reaction." He sheepishly rubs the back of his head. "The whole naked thing is a side effect of my quirk," he explains, reaching into a bag he placed nearby and pulling out a t-shirt and some sweatpants. "You can turn around now." Izuku then slowly turns around, peeking through a gap in his hand before sighing, dropping his hand. "See, Midoriya, our quirks are similar in a way," the boy exclaims, grabbing the attention of Izuku. "My quirk permeation allows me to slip through anything, even solid ground." Tapping the ground as an example, he continues. "That means my power comes from my physical strength and my permeation simply assists me in fighting villains." "So, you're saying I have to get stronger in order to fight villains?" Izuku says, examining the situation. Hitting his fist against his other open hand, Mirio cheers. "Bingo, you need to bulk up." "So," he says, hitting the railing as a kind of drum roll, "we're going to clean the entire beach." Mirio cheers, gesturing to the pile of trash. Izuku gasps, looking to the boy in disbelief. "The whole beach? That's impossible." "It will be if we don't get started." Punching the air, Mirio grabs Izuku's arm, pulling him down onto the beach. The two begin shifting the trash. For now, Izuku was focusing on moving smaller trash as fast as possible. Things like tires and microwaves, will every now and then helping Mirio move some of the bigger objects like washing machines and fridges. "Togata!" Izuku shouts while slinging some tires over his shoulders. "Yes, my student," Mirio says, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, sitting in a meditating pose, the tone of his voice making him sound like a wise sensei. Izuku begins running away from his trainer. As sweat falls from his face, he calls out, "Why are we even doing this?" "A good question, my sweaty friend." The boy cheers, springing to his feet, seemingly ditching his wise sensei persona. "It's to do with something Sir told me. He said that pre-quirk heroes were people who did services for the community, so here we are clearing the beach so that the average person can use it." He explains as Izuku runs back after dropping the tires in the skip they are using. "Oh, okay," the boy says, tiredly flopping onto the floor. "Maybe we should take a break," Mirio says, watching Izuku try and make himself comfortable in the sand. Izuku then took as long a nap as Mirio would allow, which ended up being half an hour. "Midoriya, wake up, you'll get sand in your ears, my friends," the boy calls to his student as he pokes his cheek. Slowly, the boy opens his eye, using his hand to block the light of the sun, and lets out a yawn. "Oh, sorry Togata," the boy says drowsily. "Don't worry, Midoriya, thanks to you we have about 15 minutes to make it to the station to see Sir." Mirio gives the boy a thumbs up, leaving the boy to process what he just said. Izuku looks up to Mirio, what he said running through his tired mind. 15 minutes, he takes a second to think. "Wait, 15? He shouts, jumping to his feet. "We have to go, we'll miss the train." The boy turns to leave the beach but is held back by Mirio grabbing the collar of his tracksuit. "Not so fast, my friend," Mirio says energetically, turning Izuku around, pointing to a cabinet and washing machine set aside from the rest of the trash. "We are going to carry one of those each to the trash disposals by the train station," he says, pointing over to the two pieces of trash. Mirio then picks up the washing machine, slinging it onto his shoulder and using his right arm to keep it in place. Izuku, not wanting to be late to meeting his idol again, reluctantly grabs the cabinet. The two then run through the streets of Mizudafu, receiving strange looks from the people they pass, some seemingly proud that kids were training so hard to be their future protectors. Some found it strange to see two boys in workout clothes carrying junk through the streets, and others chose to ignore the two, looking away. Wait! Izuku shouts as he and Mirio just make it through the train's closing doors. "Phew," the blonde sighs, him and Izuku sitting down leaning against the window. "Man, only just made it. Good thing that worker took our trash when he did, we could have missed it." The two spend the train ride getting to know each other. Well, that is until Izuku falls asleep again. "Welcome to Nighteye Agency," Mirio shouts, gesturing to the 5-story building. He smiles looking to Izuku, who's looking at the building with childlike glee, a glint in his eye. Patting the boy on the back and knocking him back into reality, Mirio smiles at the boy. Are we going in or what? All right, Izuku stutters, his embarrassment made clear by the slight blush on his face. The duo walks into the building and up to the 5th floor. They took the stairs because, according to Mirio, any exercise helps the two make it to Nighteye's office, Izuku's nerves causing him to shake slightly while his friend continues to chuckle at him. Come on, you've already met Sir before, so what's the big deal? Well, I Sir came tea to meet me last tea time instead of tea the another way around. The boy places a hand on his chest, beginning to exaggerate, breathing in and out in an attempt to calm himself down. Mirio put his thumb and index finger to his chin before gasping and raising his index finger in the air. I know, the perfect icebreaker. Sir may not seem like it, he's a big fan of humor, you just have to crack a joke and make him laugh. He informs the boy, which seems to only back him more nervous. Alright, humor. Izuku nervously raises his shaking fist and knocks on the door. You may enter, the hero's cold and stern voice calls from inside the room, Izuku and Mirio sharing a glance before the green-haired boy reaches for the handle. Throwing the door open, Izuku shouts, I am here. His face somehow changing to look like All Might. Not hearing the man laugh, the boy looks around, seeing All Might merch around the room, particularly focusing on the 10th anniversary poster that was never released to the public. He then sees Nighteye sat at his desk, glaring at the boy. An unimpressed Nighteye stands from his chair, marching over to his apprentice. He reaches his hands forward, grabbing the boy's right cheek with one and his left eye with the other. Are you mocking All Might with your cheap imitation? He says, continuing to pull and thug at the boy's face. His crow's feet were originally 0.6 centimeters and grew to 0.8 centimeters during the Silver Age. Nowadays, even unlicensed goods are able to get this detail right. The constant pulling had forced Izuku's face to morph back to normal. He glares at the boy again before walking away. As someone who claims to be All Might's and even my fan, as well as someone who owns such a marvelous collection of merchandise, I expect you to know these details. We may have to work on this knowledge. The hero scolds. Izuku looks to his mentor, horrified. He's losing face with one of the men he looks up to the most, the Vinegar River incident. He shouts desperately, seemingly getting the man's attention. All Might rescued a drowning boy who could change the properties of water, but in a panic, the boy changed the water to vinegar. During the interview immediately afterward, All Might looked a little bit different afterward. The boy explains, hoping to impress the man. Of course, I'm aware of it, although it took place before we started working together, the hero states. Well, it was pretty plain and there was no villain, so it isn't mentioned very often, and only one rare figure was made with this specific face shape, but I love the story, especially his witty line after the teen apologizes. The fanboy gushes, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. It's I who should be thanking you. My skin feels 10 years younger. Quoting the number 1 hero, Nighteye turns to face the boy, seeing the smile of admiration on his face. In the middle of their conversation, Mirio sneaks up on the two, revealing himself before ruffling Izuku's hair. Well, you totally failed at making him laugh, but you did something else, I guess. The boy laughs. Midoriya, take a seat. Mirio, I believe Bubble Girl would like you to fill out some paperwork linked to continuing your internship through your 3rd year, the man explains, to receive a salute from Mirio. Wait, Togata, you're not a sidekick here, the boy asks, looking in disbelief, turning to the boy. Oh wow, you thought that? Mirio grins. Nope, I'm just a 2nd year at you. For now, he explains before walking out of the room to find Bubble Girl. Izuku follows Nighteye to his desk, sitting opposite to the pro. Noticing the box of his notebooks on the desk, a few of them even begin open to pages, specifically his page on All Might Quirk theories and Nighteye's page. Nighteye sits down, looking to Izuku. Your notes are impressive. I think your ideas and usages for quirks are interesting. He then looks to the page on All Might. Some of your suggestions on All Might's quirk are interesting, like the idea that his quirk amplifies the results of his training, or that he becomes stronger than the strongest villain he's thought. He calls them out, closing the book and placing it in the box. Thank you, sir, although I just thought people were a little closed-minded about All Might's quirk being a simple strength enhancement quirk. He explains, looking away from the hero in embarrassment. After calling All Might and confirming the events of the sludge villain attack, I have a few theories on your quirk, the man states, gaining more interest from Izuku. According to All Might, you had a vision of the villain when you saw an explosion he had created, correct? Izuku nods before allowing the hero to continue. My hypothesis is that certain sights may be able to trigger your visions. That sounds reasonable, Izuku mutters. However, I still think some of your visions may be random as you believed, the hero interjects. Now I'm sure you know this, but even after your training with Mirio there will be situations where you want to keep your distance, so I will teach you to use these. He then pulls out a seemingly regular stamp, putting it on the desk. A glint appears in Izuku's eyes. He reaches his arms out, picking the stamp up. Your trademark high-density seals, each one weighs 5 kilograms, they're your weapon of choice. The nerd gushes, inspecting every inch of the small seal. Without a word, Nighteye pulls a second seal from under the desk. He quickly throws it past Izuku's head, hitting a target hung up on the opposite side of the room. Shocked, Izuku turns to see the seal drop to the floor, leaving a black mark on the center of the target. Throw yours, the hero commands. Izuku takes the seal in between his thumb and index finger, taking a second to aim before flicking his wrist. The seal barely makes it to the wall, hitting the point where the floor and the wall meet before bouncing back slightly. I didn't even hit the target, the boy is hanging his head. Not to worry, while you're here you'll work on throwing them faster and with more precision, not just that. We'll work on refining your intellect and your predictions for when you don't receive a vision, and of course Mirio will continue training you physically, Nighteye explains, using his middle finger to push up his glasses. Having experienced Mirio's training and knowing what's in store, will you still accept my help? The hero asks, holding his hand out in front of the boy. Izuku looks to the man. The training with Mirio was hard and he's sure that Nighteye intends to push him just as hard mentally, but this is all he's ever wanted. Sir, nothing would make me happier, Izuku says, staring at the man directly in the eyes as he shakes the man's hand. This signifies the true beginning of Izuku's journey to being a hero. A bell rings through the hallways of UA High, signifying the end of the school day for each of its students. As the sound of the bell fades, it's replaced with the chatter of the students as they swarm the hallways walking towards the school gate. Standing in the crowd of these prestigious students is an odd one out, a green-haired middle school student waiting at the side of the entrance. Izuku watches as each student passing by gives him a strange look. Some even started spreading rumors about the boy. Come on, Togata, the boy mutters, purposely looking away from the passers-by. Yesterday, Mirio had specifically requested that Izuku meet him at UA since the boys' middle school let out half an hour earlier than the high school. Hey, who are you? A curious girl asks, as she seemingly hovers over to the boy. Are you someone's brother, sister? Nope, definitely not sister, cousin, weird uncle with a complicated family situation? The girl's face seems to lift slightly as she hits her fist against her open palm in realization. I know, you're a stalker, right? She asks, her face seemingly moving closer to his as the girl asks her questions. This gives Izuku a chance to finally get a proper look at the girl. Her eyes are a beautiful blue, matching her long hair that seems to twist around her as it reaches her waist. She's wearing a waistcoat instead of the usual jacket, which seems to only draw more attention to her larger-than-average assets. Hey, are you okay? The girl asks as she lightly knocks on the side of the boy's head. This seems to only increase Izuku's blush as he turns his back to the girl, covering his bright red face. Yes, I'm fine. The middle schooler shouts, drawing the attention of other students nearby, although they seem to shrug and continue on with their day. You must be scared since you've been caught stalking, am I right? She asks, still having the wrong idea. No, the boy shouts, frantically moving his hands in front of his face. Tilting her head in confusion, the girl smiles, looking at the younger boy. I know, you can take a picture of me, the girl suggests as she poses, putting her left hand behind her head and placing her right hand on her hip. Go on, take a picture. Are you nervous or something? She urges the boy as she holds the pose. No, I'm not that kind of Pierre's dash, he begins to explain. Midoriya. Mirio's voice shouts, his face phasing through the wall. He pauses, looking to Izuku and then to the girl. Wow, never expected you to be so confident, and you got Hado to pose for you. Nice. He congratulates his friend, phasing a thumbs up through the wall. Midoriya jumps back in slight shock when Mirio first revealed himself but quickly adjusts to his friend talking through a wall. Togata, it's not like that. Izuku pleads, looking to the brunette desperately trying to explain the situation to both of them. Oh, Togata, if you're here, Amajiki is to right? Amajiki, come take a picture of me for this kid. She shouts, while not breaking her pose. On it, a nervous voice mumbles. Izuku jumps in shock again, looking to his side, seeing a boy with messy indigo hair, pointing a phone towards the girl. Izuku looks to the phone, then pats his pocket. How did you get my phone? Mirio taught me, the boy mutters as he takes a picture of the still posing girl. He then proceeds to tap the phone a few more times. I made it your screensaver, you're welcome. The boy says bluntly, handing the phone back to its owner. Well, that was fun. Mirio laughs, marching through the entrance and over to the group. When he reaches, then he puts his arms over Izuku and the indigo-haired boy, pulling them closer together. The brunette moves closer to the three bros, reaching for Izuku's head, ruffling his hair, causing Izuku's blush to intensify to a deadly level, a cartoonish puff of smoke emitting from the boy's head. Hey, Togata, who is this guy? She beams as she continues ruffling the green mop of hair. Hado, this is Izuku Midoriya, the newest apprentice of Sir Nighteye. We are going to train, the boy explains, releasing his two captives as he begins to flex. Izuku is left confused, looking between the three UA students, as the blue-haired girl continues to run her hand through his hair. He reaches forward, tugging on the blonde's sleeve. Togata, who are to these people? Hearing this, the blue-haired girl seems to jump, removing her hand from the green mass of hair, raising it into the air. I'll go, she repeats excitedly, looking to Mirio, who nods. I'm Nejire Hado, second year at UA High, but you could probably tell, the brunette explains excitedly, the three then looking to the indigo-haired boy. I'm Taiki, the boy stutters. He looks to Mirio, who motions for him to go on. I'm also in a second year. He finishes, receiving a thumbs up from Mirio, applause from Nejire, and a slightly confused look from Izuku. Well, it's nice to meet you too, Izuku stutters, bowing to the UA students. Togata, repeating the blonde's name. Nejire's cheerful voice seems to begin nag slightly. The three boys turn to the blue-haired girl, allowing her to talk. What training are you doing? Can I come? It sounds like fun. Wanna come to Amajiki? She begins to ask a flurry of questions that Mirio seems to be following. Mirio takes a moment to think before turning to Izuku, grinning. He gives Izuku a slight nod before facing the girl again. Of course you can come. Let's head to the beach. Mirio cheers, pumping his fist into the air as he leads the group to Dagoba Beach. The four stands on the beach moving the trash. Izuku and Mirio now changed into tracksuits, while Nejire and Tamaki have changed into the UA sports uniform as a substitute. Mirio and Izuku are moving the bigger pieces of trash in an attempt to intensify their training. Nejire picks up the smaller pieces of trash while Tamaki stands off to the side facing the wall. Come on, Midoriya. Power! Mirio shouts as he and the green-haired boy stand at either end of a small truck, bent down, the two desperately trying to lift it. Alright, Powder, the boy says meekly as he tries and fails to lift the truck even an inch off the ground. Nejire floats over to the two, landing on the ground and inspecting the two for a second. I wanna help, she chants, childishly pumping her closed fists in the air. She looks back and forth to each boy, receiving a nod through both of their struggles. She beams, walking to the right side of the vehicle. Squatting down and begging to try and lift the vehicle, she realizes almost instantly that lifting it would be harder than she thought it would be. Why do they make trucks so heavy? Nejire emnus. If they're too light, the truck could get knocked around if hit by a car. It could also affect how much cargo the truck could carry, Izuku explains. Well, maybe they should pay more attention to the Good Samaritans, who are just trying to clean up a beach. Nejire shouts, her arms beginning to turn to jelly, pain running through them. Hey, Tamaki, can you come help move the truck? Mirio calls over to his indigo-haired friend. The boy sighs loud enough so that the three could hear him. Why am I here? Tamaki ems as he begins stumbling over to the truck. He reaches his hand towards the truck, his fingers beginning to transform into tentacles. The tentacles move towards the truck but he stops. "You can't do that, Amajiki. Using your quirk is cheating." Nejire shouts in protest, causing the boy to retract his tentacles. "I am sorry," Tamaki stutters, turning his back to the trio as a wave of doubt washes over him. He seems to hit his cheeks before walking over to the side of the truck without a person lifting it. He squats down and helps in lifting it. With all four of the teenagers' strength, they narrowly lift the truck off the ground. "All right." Mirio and Nejire shout in unison, their sudden movement almost causing the four to drop the truck. Izuku and Tamaki opt to stay silent as they begin to move the truck. They seem to be doing well as they get further and further down the beach. "Oh no," Nejire ends as she carefully rests her side of her truck onto the ground, the other three doing the same shortly after. Izuku pants as he crouches, resting his hands on his legs. "What's wrong at Hado?" the boy says between breaths, looking to the distressed girl. "Look," she says in a whiny voice as she points. The boys follow her finger quickly, gaining the same tired and whining expression. "Stairs, goddamn stairs." Nejire ends, an unusual amount of irritation in her voice. "What do we do?" Tamaki says coldly. This is just a suggestion, but we could pack up and come back tomorrow," she suggests, looking to the boys in desperation. Izuku looks to Mirio, who is looking at him. The green-haired boy takes a moment to breathe before looking to the girl. "Grab that side, Hado," both the blonde and green-haired boy say in unison. The four retake their positions by the truck and lift it up again, and for the next half an hour arguing boys and a girl could be heard by Dagoba Beach lines like, "Move it that way, Amajiki," or, "Hado, you almost dropped it on my foot," were common things that passerbys heard during that PRD of time. After half an hour, the quartet drops the truck at the top of the stairs, each one of them drenched in sweat as they pant, unable to say a word to each other. "I not think that we'd conducted training for today," Mirio eventually says between breaths, the other three nodding in agreement. "We should go get a milkshake. There's this really cool place a few minutes walk from here. I doubt it'll ruin your diet too much," she suggests, energetically pointing in the direction of the store. Izuku takes a moment to look at the girl before smiling. "Sure, I could use a milkshake," the boy says, as the other two boys agree, beginning to walk in the direction of the milkshake place. The four are now sat at a table drinking their milkshakes, watching the sunset by the beach. "Phew, man, that hit the spot," a relived Nejire sighs, wiping the remaining sweat from her brow. "Amajiki, I can't believe you got strawberry," she exclaims. "I like strawberry," he says coldly, taking a sip from his cup. Mirio then laughs as he interjects, "You're crazy, banana is clearly the superior milkshake flavor," he exclaims, as he continues his bold laugh. "You," both Izuku and Nejire exclaim as they lean back in their chairs. "You're a disgrace to all milkshake consumers." Nejire shouts, taking a sip from her cup. "You can't beat classic chocolate," she explains. In one swift movement, Mirio jumps from his chair, slamming his hands on the table, the movement causing Tamaki's milkshake to fall on him. "Chocolate is overhyped. Stop being a sheep and think for yourself. Banana is a new and light flavor, unlike the all-too-familiar chocolate," he exclaims, glaring at Nejire. "How dare you!" Nejire shouts as she responds by jumping from her chair and slamming her hands on the table. "Chocolate is the father of all milkshake flavors, while banana is the red-headed stepchild that you hide away in the closet. That's offensive to redheads." Izuku interjects, but receives a serious glare from Mirio and Nejire. "You guys spilled my milkshake," Tamaki says lightly, as he uses some tissues to try and mop up the milkshake stain on his uniform. The two milkshake fanatics switch their focus to Tamaki, shouting, "Shut up, Amajiki Tamaki," in unison. Taki only nods, as stands from his chair, flipping it on its front and crouching behind it, motioning for Izuku to do the same. Chocolate may be the father of milkshakes, but the truth is that far more interesting flavors are out there, Mirio says smugly. Nejire is quick to respond, "While I'm willing to accept that, I refuse to accept that banana is one of them." She shouts, "I like vanilla." Izuku interjects in an attempt to stop his friend's argument. Mirio and Nejire look over to Izuku with their familiar glare, but Nejire's glare seems to soften into a curious look. "Vanilla, huh? Don't think I've tried it. Without asking, she leans towards the boy brushing her bangs to the side as she drinks from the straw. She looks to a blushing Izuku and smiles. Holy wow, that is good, she exclaims, clapping her hands together. Mirio thinks for a second before sighing. I suppose I could concede that vanilla is an enjoyable and underappreciated flavor, he sighs. Nejire smiles, holding out her hand, and with that, the first milkshake wars are over. Mirio smiles, shaking the girl's hand. Wait, first? You plan to do this again? Izuku asks in slight distress. Mirio chuckles before explaining, no, Midoriya, no one plans for war, or at least only one side does. We just agree that at one point in this four-way friendship, this will almost definitely happen again. Try not to spill my milkshake next time. Tamaki is, causing everyone to chuckle. As Mirio and Nejire sit down, Izuku takes a sip of his milkshake, but as he does, he remembers how the older girl had drunk from the straw just moments earlier. He explosions in a bright red blush as he continuously mutters, an indirect kiss, an indirect kiss. Hey, I just figured out why you like vanilla so much, Nejire says to Izuku, because it's kinda plain, just like your face. She chuckles as she pokes the boy's cheek, causing him to face away from the girl, in an attempt to hide his blush. Izuku-en, you're so fun to tease. Izuku-en, Mirio repeats, raising his eyebrow. It's adorable, right? Right. She asks, Tamaki nodding while Mirio gives the girl a thumbs up. A nervous Izuku looks at his bare wrist. Oh, look at the time, my mom's gonna be so mad, he shrieks, getting up from his chair, beginning to walk to his home. But Midoriya, you're not wearing a watch, Tamaki says bluntly. As Midoriya stops walking and begins running instead. Ah, well, I saw it with my quirk. He panics as he continues running. Nejire takes a minute to think before realizing what he's talking about. He can see the future. She exclaims, I have so many questions. Nejire begins to float. She tries to move towards Izuku, but she's pulled back by Mirio, who's currently holding her collar. Togata, let me go, she shouts as she tries to get free. Just leave the kid alone, he's going to die from embarrassment, the boy chuckles. Run, Midoriya. Run, before you die of embarrassment. The blonde shouts, as Izuku continues running into the distance, pulling out his phone and looking at the picture Tamaki took of Nejire, unable to hold back a smile. At the Sir Nighteye agency, the pro-hero and his bushy green-haired apprentice are sat opposite to each other, open notebooks sprawled across the desk. Izuku was excited. Well, he's always excited when he gets to spend time with Sir. Sure, he loves spending time with his three friends from UA, but he does that every day, whether it's because of training or otherwise, but he only sees Sir during the weekends. It's something he looks forward to. Are you ready for a battle scenario? The man asks, looking at the boy sternly. Yes, sir, Izuku answers stiffly, as he flips through his notebooks, scanning every note that he can see. You're alone, you're encircled by 4 thugs, each armed with a knife. What do you do? He explains, pushing his glasses up. Izuku takes a moment, drawing out the very basic battle scene. He puts his thumb and index finger to his chin as he begins muttering. Well, thugs usually don't have training with knives. I could throw a seal to knock one of them down, he mutters, crossing out one circle that represents one of the thugs. The other 3 would most likely begin to charge at me. He says, drawing arrows from each thug. I would have time to take another one out with a seal. The 2 remaining thugs would likely try to stab me, moving the blade straight forward, which I can dodge and knock the 2 out. He explains, showing the sketched scene with each circle crossed out. Not bad. The man stares at the notebook, analyzing his strategy, but it's not good either, he says coldly, leaving the statement to hang over Izuku for a second before explaining. While your battle plan is good based on what I told you, there were details that I left out, that you chose to ignore. Izuku looks to the pro, confused. For instance, you assumed that each thug was quirkless, which statistically is extremely unlikely. You also neglected the possibility that the thugs were carrying other weapons such as a gun. But, based on the information I had, my plan is perfect, the boy defends, looking to his master in desperation. The information you had may not have been credible, you didn't even question the information given, he explains. The pro then walks as Izuku deflates. The boy was still very stiff, but he began to slouch in his chair, clearly going over the situation in his head. before accepting his defeat. Why don't we take a break? The pro suggests, catching Izuku off guard. You're an All Might fan as well, are there any particular moments that you enjoy? Izuku doesn't think for a second, he just blurts out, there's some old disaster footage that I've watched since I was a kid. He pauses for a minute, replaying what he said in his head. Is it weird to like disaster footage? The boy asks, a hint of worry in his voice. Nighteye chuckles as he begins typing on his computer. It depends if you enjoy watching people suffer through a disaster, or if you enjoy watching the hero come to save the day. The man says, sarcastically, however his cold tone of voice seems to mask this. Definitely the latter. Izuku shrieks, not understanding the sarcasm in the statement. The two then sit in silence as Nighteye continues to type. Who is he? The guy's saved 100 people at least, and it hasn't even been 10 minutes. Look, he's got more. A familiar distressed voice calls from the computer. Izuku begins to perk up, showing interest in the computer. Nighteye gives a slight smile, turning the computer monitor so that they could both see. Ha! A bold voice booms as All Might climbs up the pile of rubble, carrying a group of citizens on his back. Never fear, citizens, hope has arrived because I am here. At that moment, a wave of nostalgia hits Izuku's childhood memories, flooding back to him. It's nice to see that you're relaxing, Nighteye states. Izuku looks to him, slightly confused. You're very stiff and robotic when we talk. The pro looks to the boy, his cold stare is gone, replaced by a soft, worried expression. Oh well, Izuku rubs the back of his head sheepishly before looking to his feet. I guess, I just can't always believe that I deserve this, so I don't want to mess up this in case I don't get a chance like this again. He confesses, lightly clenching his fists. What you say may be true. Nighteye reverts back to being cold. You may not deserve my training, but in life, many people get things they don't deserve. For instance, at the age of 4, many children manifest strong or weak quirks before they've had the chance to prove whether they deserve it or not. Izuku takes a moment, thinking about Katsuki's amazing quirk and the bullying he used it for. But even still, the boy looks up to his mentor, still not convinced. Cutting the boy off, Nighteye places a small All Might figure in front of him. We are both All Might fanatics, so from one fan to another, what is the thing that you love about him the most? The boy doesn't even need to think, he just blurts out. He saves everyone with a smile and can always make light out a bad situation. Nighteye nods. I believe that the world needs comedy and laughter as well as cheerful heroes. I see that quality in both All Might and Mirio. Nighteye pauses as he looks into the boy's eyes. As you are right now, I don't believe that you could be a hero like them. He then watches as his student deflates. However, I also believe that in spending time with Mirio, you may gain some of those qualities. When you make it into the pro-hero world, spend time supporting Mirio as a sidekick, then break into your own as a hero that can make everyone smile. The pro explains. Thank you, sir. Izuku nods, looking to the man, his eyes showing his determination. The pro smiles, moving from his seat and crouching in front of Izuku, placing his lanky hand on the boy's shoulder. Listen to me, Midoriya, you may not have deserved my training in the beginning, but the fact is that over the past month you've put in a lot of work. He draws attention to the boy's arms. They're no longer pale thin noodles. Instead they're of more defined, not on the level of Mirio's muscles, but there's a noticeable difference formed the Izuku of last month. Well, Togata's attitude helps me to keep going, and Hado's just as energetic, it's kinda contagious, and Amajiki is always there if I get burned out, he explains, not noticing the huge grin painted on his face. I guess what I'm trying to say is, sir, you and All Might have given me the chance to meet great people, and the chance to be a hero that makes people smile, so thank you. Nighteye stands walking to his desk, looking back at the boy for a second. Just remember to always keep smiling. Suddenly Izuku's eyes begin to glow a familiar light blue as he slips into a vision. It's a hospital. Sir Nighteye is laid out on a hospital bed, needles and other tubes that stuck into a large hole in the center of the man's body. A mask covers the man's mouth, seemingly feeding him oxygen. The man reaches towards a small crowd of witnesses. The crowd is stuck in Izuku's peripheral vision, making them unrecognizable. So, keep smiling, Sir Nighteye mutters as he dyes an eternal smile on his face. Nighteye sits at his desk as Izuku stares, horrified at what he had just seen. His mind is flooded with thoughts. Nighteye's going to die. How do I stop it? Midoriya, are you ready for another scenario? The pro asks, looking at the boy quizzically. Yes, sir. Izuku shouts. He forces the thoughts to the back of his mind. This wasn't the time for him to dwell on them. The two spend the rest of the day training their minds through battle scenarios and puzzles. Afterward, Izuku ran home jotting down notes on what he saw and how to possibly stop it, before passing out, laying on his desk. Izuku sighs, laying on his couch scrolling through his phone. It's been a few months since he started his training to get into UA, and today is his first day off. Any normal person would be relishing in the 24 hours of relaxation, but after spending months with the most eccentric people in the world, the boy finds today almost boring. Knock knock. I'll get it. Izuku shouts to his mom. The boy walks to the door, sighing again before opening it. Standing in the doorway is Mirio, who's wearing a comically bad Hawaiian shirt. We are here to swim. The boy shouts, holding out a bag filled with swimwear and towels. Standing behind him is Tamaki, minding his own business, and Nejire, who's playing with a pair of sunglasses. Cancelled training today since you're supposed to be packing for your training camp today, the boy states, as he looks to the three confused. We got bored, Tamaki says bluntly. Nejire smiles before launching at the green-haired boy, pulling him into a hug. My day is so dull when you're not around to brighten it up, the girl ends. As she begins to squeeze the boy tighter, Izuku begins squealing, slightly reaching his hand towards the boys. Come on Hado, you're going to break Midoriya's back. Mirio laughs, walking up to her and pulling her from the boy. The girl continues miming as she reaches towards the green-haired boy. We have got permission to use UA's pool, we also got you a guest permit. He shouts dramatically, attempting to reach into his pocket, but he can't since he's holding Nejire back. Tamaki, could you grab it for me? The indigo-haired boy sighs, walking towards his friend and grabbing the permit and holding up to Izuku. A guest permit. Mirio reiterates, with this, you can enter the UA campus all day, the blonde explains, a proud smile painted on his cartoonish face. Izuku looks at the permit in disbelief. Taking it in his hand, he begins to examine it, even going as far as trying to snap it in half. No way, they hardly ever give out guest permits, he says, genuine shock in his voice. How did you get this? Mirio and Nejire look at the boy proudly while Tamaki looks the other way. Well, I gave every faculty member a well-laid-out presentation of why you should come, Mirio explains. And once they said no, I asked why you couldn't come, and kept doing it even after they gave me an answer, Nejire says, pumping her fist into the air. Izuku rubs the back of his head. Maybe you went a bit too far, pestering your teachers and all. In response, Tamaki lightly raises his hand, gaining Izuku's attention. I just asked nicely, Tamaki explains. What matters is that we worked hard to get you the permit, so go get your swim stuff, and let's go, Mirio cheers. Izuku nods, running inside gathering his stuff, before the quartet head to UA. Welcome to UA High School. Mirio shouts, standing in front of the group. Izuku looks at the historic building with a glint in his eye. This is what he's training for, this is where he belongs. The boy's thoughts are interrupted by Nejire grabbing Izuku's wrist. Come on Izuku-kun, I'll show you around, she cheers. Without waiting for the boy to answer, she begins dragging him through the entrance and towards the main school building. Izuku is then taken on a full tour of the school, including each classroom, the cafeteria, and any other facility that was a slight walk away. Wow, this place is amazing. Izuku continues to scan the hallways that he had already been through, imagining what it was like when great heroes like All Might attended the school. Togata, Hado, Amiki, a drowsy voice calls from behind. The group turns to see a man with long black hair, a long gray scarf wrapped around his neck. He walks up to the group, glaring at Izuku. So this the kid that will greatly improve UA's prospects, he says, looking to Mirio, clearly referencing the presentation that he had given the teachers. A nervous Izuku reaches his hand towards the man. It's nice to meet you, Eraserhead sir, he says meekly. He then waits in silence as the man's face changes to a look of shock. The man accepts the boy's handshake, the same nonchalant expression on his face. It's impressive that you even know who I am, the man sighs. Just call me Mr. Eiswell when I'm not on duty, okay kid? Sir Nighteye got me to analyze your fighting style, so I'm familiar with you. Erase Mr. Izuku, the boy explains, as the two break the handshake. See, he really is amazing. Nejire cheers, in an attempt to boost Izuku's reputation. Shota sighs. Yeah, whatever, you should get to the pool. It's 11 and you have the pool till 5, the man explains, before sauntering away. To the pool, Mirio and Nejire shout in unison. They each grab the back of the boys, beginning to drag him towards the pool. Tamaki sighs following them. Mirio sighs, walking out in his swim shorts. As he begins to stretch his arms, Izuku and Tamaki walk out behind him. Tamaki goes to sit under an already set-up parasol, while Izuku walks over to Mirio, shrugging before joining in on the stretching. Without warning, Nejire tackles the back of Izuku, wrapping her arms around the boy's neck and locking into the hug. Guess who? She cheers. Hado, WOE doing UI in a swimsuit, the boy shrieks. His face glows a bright red as he begins struggling. He begins trying to remove the girl's hands from his neck. In response, the UA student lifts her legs from the floor and wraps them around Izuku's waist, with a deadly grip. What's it matter, there's only like one less layer of fabric, compared to what I normally wear, the brunette argues, as she continues to cling onto her friend. But I see can feel your biba sets on my back since why you're not wearing a bibiber. Izuku continues to stutter, unable to bring himself to say the word out of pure embarrassment. His already dangerously red face is getting redder by the minute. Hearing this, Nejire smirks, leaning closer to the boy's ear. You know, I've put my melons on your back a lot of times before. I'd be happy to take my bra off if you asked, she says in a soft SSL voice. She finishes by biting the boy's earlobe. Izuku squeals, remembering back to all the times Nejire had hugged him from the back. Okay, that's enough. Mirio, acting as the voice of reason, pulls the two apart, giving Izuku a chance to finally look at Nejire. She's not wearing anything revealing, just a school swimsuit, but that swimsuit is drawing attention to her curves just enough to embarrass Izuku. Mirio notices this and laughs. Good thing I banned you from bringing that bikini. You could have killed Midoriya. Mirio Togata, this is the second time you've interfered with my assassination attempt. The girl pouts, shaking her fist. Oh well. The girl shrugs before running to the pool. Cannonball! Nejire shouts as she jumps into the pool. That feels good, the brunette surfaces, pure joy on her face. Togata, Izuku-kun, get in here, she says, motioning to them. The boys look to each other with a goofy smile on their faces. Hey, Midoriya, I bet I can swim more laps than you, Mirio says, in a cheerful but still dramatic voice. Midoriya looks to the blonde. Oh, you're approaching me. The green-haired boy chuckles tauntingly. Mirio bursts out in laughter. Is that an attempt at comedy? I see. It was pretty abysmal, but still I'm impressed. In an instant, the boy stops laughing, turning back to his friend, glaring at him. But yes, I am approaching you. Without another word, the two position themselves at the end of the pool, driving in. Both of them charge from one end of the pool to another. Nejire, floating on her back, begins to come on guys, I wanted to relax. She stands in the water shouting, you want to do anything, Amajiki? No, the boy says as he lays on a towel getting comfortable. Izuku and Mirio spend the next 2 hours swimming laps. Nejire remains in the middle of the pool relaxing, while Tamaki begins to enter the pool for short PRDS of time. He quickly exits, retreating back to his parasol. Haha, Mirio laughs, standing out of the pool in victory. You're still too young, Midoriya. Your trainer is obviously lackluster. He takes a moment to think about who his trainer is. Actually, you know what? Let's forget I said that last part. The blonde looks to the pool, seeing a tired Izuku, laying face first in the water. Izuku-kun, Nejire shouts, swimming over to him. She wraps her arms around his waist and uses her quirk in her feet, propelling herself through the air and landing out of the pool. She lets go of the boy, giving him time to adjust. Thanks, Hado, I could have He begins screaming as he begins to feel a finger trace around his chest. He looks down to see Nejire looking intently at his abs. I'm surprised, I haven't noticed it before, but you're way buffer than I thought you'd be. She looks up to the boy, her curious eyes piercing his heart. As expected, the boy explodes in a bright red blush. The two are interrupted by Mirio and Tamaki walking up to them. What do you guys want for lunch? The blonde asks. Personally, I need some meat, he adds. I could go for a burger, Tamaki states. Oh, a burger sounds great, Nejire beams. Izuku moves over to the parasol, throwing on his t-shirt that says, "T-shirt, I'll go get some, you guys wait here." No, you're tired, Togata or Amajiki can get it, Nejire interjects. It's fine, you don't want to, if we left Amajiki to get it he'd break down, and I lost a bet to Togata so it's only fair, the boy explains, walking away to get food. The trio watches the boy leaves UA's campus. As soon as he's out of sight, Mirio's head jolts to face Nejire. So, Hado, you've been very, how do I put it, forward today, haven't you? The boy says skeptically. Whatever could you mean? Nejire begins to move back, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. First, you wanted to wear a bikini, second, you were throwing yourself all over Midoriya, and third, you were touching his abs, Mirio says confidently. Almost on cue, Tamaki interjects, but what could that mean, Mirio? He says unenthusiastically. Elementary, my dear Watson, he says, putting on his best British accent. Nejire Hado has a crush on Izuku Midoriya. Okay, fine. The girl shouts, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. But can you blame me? He's adorable, his freckles, fluffy green hair, those adorable eyes, and he is so buff. She gushes, almost forgetting that Mirio and Tamaki are stood in front of her. Izuku and Nejire, sitting in a tree, KICD, Mirio and Tamaki begin to sing, although the indigo-haired boy is clearly just going along with his friend. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes a baby, sitting in a carriage. Nejire folds her arms and pouts, clearly upset at her friends making fun of her crush. Grow up, you guys, she sighs, rolling her eyes, but her face seems to quickly light up again. Oh my, imagine how adorable Izuku's kids are going to be, she gasps. The trio then spends another hour teasing Nejire and playing in the pool while they wait for Izuku to return with food. I'm so hungry, Nejire ems as she floats, and a rubber ring she bought to the pool. I'm back. Almost as if in on cue, Izuku shouts, running up to the group carrying a few plastic bags filled with food. The blueonette jumps out of the pool, floating to the parasol where the green-haired boy is setting out the food. 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 Food, she continues to chant. Sure took you long enough, Midoriya. Mirio chuckles as he helps the boy take the food out of the bag and set it down on a towel. Sorry, I went to get something, he explains, turning back to the food. Here, Togata, I got you some protein burgers, he says, handing Mirio 3 wrapped burgers, some fries, and a drink. Mirio smiles, unwrapping the burger. Ah, Midoriya, you know me too well. What is that? Nejire shouts, pointing at Mirio's burger. It's a protein burger. They replace the bun with 2 big slices of lettuce. It's pretty good. The blonde explains, taking another bite. It's an abomination, the blueonette exclaims. You're eating a burger. Stop pretending to be healthy. Izuku looks to the two. Now, you two, let's calm down. We don't want another milkshake war, the boy says in an attempt to calm them down. Oh, silly Izuku-kun, Nejire sighs as she ruffles the boy's hair. Why would we call it the milkshake wars if we're arguing about burgers? She laughs. Just don't ruin my food again. Tamaki jumps in, navigating through the food to the chicken burger which he assumes to be his. Izuku looks through the food, zoning in on one particular burger. Hey Hado, you know how I just kinda guessed what everyone would like? Nejire nods. Yeah, maybe we should have given you more direction than just, we want burgers. It's kinda impressive how well you know our diets. Well, I kinda had a feeling you'd like this. The boy hands the burger to the blueonette. She grabs it eagerly. She unwrapped it. Ah, she gasps. Double bacon cheese with extra bacon. She beams. She takes a bite, holding her hand to her cheek. Pure bliss painted on her face. I love you, she shouts, pulling the boy into a hug, not thinking about what she's saying. Her face contorts to one of shock as she hears herself back. Wait. Nejire shouts desperately as she looks to a broken and blushing Izuku. She was talking to the burger, Mirio says, which surprisingly seems to convince the dense boy. He looks to Nejire, winking at her. Izuku nods, meekly taking a bite of his own basic cheeseburger as he silently passes Nejire her drink. She takes a sip, her look of shock returns. She looks at the cup, seeing a familiar logo on the side. Izuku-kun, did you run to the beach to get us milkshakes? That's adorable. Why yeah, Izuku says embarrassed as he looks to his own cup. I guess it just felt right. I mean you guys are my first real friends, so the routine of getting a milkshake every day is kinda special to me. He explains. Without a word, Nejire and Mirio jump at Izuku, pulling him into a tight hug. Less energetically, Tamaki walks behind the trio, inserting himself into the hug. The four of them stay that way, locked in a hug. Phew, today is a great day to get in the pool, a new female voice says. The four look to the other side of the pool, seeing the R-rated hero. Midnight stood, not in her usual hero costume but instead in a skimpy white bikini. As expected, Izuku erupts into a blush as Nejire shouts, "That's not fair, Miss Midnight. If I can't wear a bikini, neither can you." She then slaps her hands over Izuku's eyes. "Shouldn't you be working?" the brunette says in a surprisingly cold tone. "What's wrong with a teacher using the pool during her break?" she retorts, placing her hands on her hips. Examining the situation, the woman smirks. My, Hado, you wouldn't happen to have a dash." Izuku's hearing is cut off as Mirio's hands cover his ears. Nejire and Midnight then continue to argue while Tamaki and Mirio sneak out of UA. Izuku regains the ability to see and hear. He stood outside of UA, with Nejire who's looking slightly set off, and Tamaki and Mirio who are both smirking. "What happened?" he asks, looking to the boys who look away. He then looks to Nejire. "Midnight and I just disagreed about whether romantic relationships should be kept private or released to the press," she answers, creating a quick cover story. "Why don't we just look around town for the rest of the day?" the brunette suggests. "But we didn't get to finish our food," Izuku argues, but Nejire seems to ignore him. With a smirk on her face, she begins to walk away. Hey, wait, Hado, come on," he shouts, chasing after her. Mirio looks at the green-haired boy, pleading to the girl. "It's so obvious that Midoriya likes Hado, right?" he asks his indigo-haired friend. The boy nods meekly. "Yeah, this is going to be interesting." The boys look to each other and nod as they follow their friends deeper into town. Today was a special day. Today is Izuku Midoriya's birthday. Well, not really, it's the day of the party. His birthday was a week prior. Since by pure coincidence, Mirio's birthday was on the same day as Izuku's, the two demanded a joint party. They intended to hold the party on their birthdays. However, the UA students had a training camp to attend and then they had to get their provisional licenses, so they were forced to move it back. "Izuku, the Bakugos are here," the boy's other shouts, causing him to tense up slightly. He watches as Mitsuki Bakugo and her son come into view. The Bakugos are consistent guests at Izuku's birthday, the only consistent guests, scratch that, the only guests. Even though Izuku would rather them not come, his mother insisted, so he sat back every year and let Katsuki ruin his birthday, but this day is different. "Hey Izuku, happy birthday," Mitsuki greets the boy, waving to him. "Sorry Masaru couldn't make it, he's been called into work," she apologies. "It's fine," the boy stutters meekly, looking to his feet. He hears Katsuki heavily stomp into the room. "Happy birthday, nerd," Katsuki begrudgingly mumbles. He is quickly slapped by his mother, who glares at him. "What the hell, you hag," he shouts, but he only gets slapped again. "Fine, happy birthday," he grunts, as he stomps off, sitting at the table. Knock knock. Izuku lights up, lifting his head. He stands up shouting, "I'll get it." He then runs to the door. "Oh, we aren't the only guests this year. How unexpected," Mitsuki chuckles, taking an accidental jab at Izuku's social life. Izuku wanks the door open, smiling as he sees three familiar faces. "Happy birthday, Izuku and Midoriya." They cheer as they pull the boy into a hug, which he accepts without any struggle. They break the hug as Izuku invites them inside one by one, stopping Mirio as he walks in first. "Happy birthday, Togata," he greets. "Sorry, we didn't do this at your place," the green-haired boy apologies. "No worries, I'm the one that suggested we do it here. Next year we'll do it at my place and you can meet my parents." The birthday boy grins. As he walks through the door, the rest of the big three follow behind him. "It's been a while, Mrs. Midoriya," the blonde greets the host. Inko's slightly confused for a moment, but upon further inspection does recognize the boy. "Oh, you were here when that lanky businessman visited," she says, showing that she's surprisingly clueless about who Sir Nighteye is. "That's me, the name's Mirio Togata," he says before moving into a dynamic pose. Oh, and I'm Nejire Hado. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya, the brunette beams. She then notices the Bakugos and turns to them. Hey, who are you? Why are you here? Katsuki looks at the three bewildered but quickly begins to ignore them. Mitsuki chuckles saying, we're long-time friends of the Midoriyas. It's nice to meet you, Togata, Hado. Attention is then drawn to Tamaki as people wait for his introduction. The boy predictable begins to break down, hiding in a corner. Mirio and Izuku go and give him a pep talk, which seems to confuse both Inko and the Bakugos. After the pep talk, Tamaki turns to the other guests. I am Tamaki Amajiki, he stutters before retreating back to the corner. Well, it's nice to meet you. Please all of you call me Inko, the woman beams, pure happiness radiating from her body. Now, I understand where all of your pureness comes from, Nejire exclaims as she sits on the couch, Izuku sitting next to her and Mirio on the end with Inko giving Tamaki a chair so he can stay in the corner. Inko only nods, walking into the kitchen area to cook katsudon. So, Hado, I must say you're quite the attractive young woman. How did you meet Izuku? Mitsuki asks, a smirk on her face. Don't be weird, hag. Bakugo shouts. Nejire seems to ignore the loud boy. Well, Izuku and Togata have been cleaning out the beach as training for the UA exam, so Tamaki and I just tagged along. Mitsuki nods before she examines Nejire and Mirio. So I'm just gonna throw this out there, but Togata is quite tall and Hado, you're quite developed. You can't be the same age as Katsuki and Izuku, right? Oh no, we're actually second years at UA, Mirio jumps in. This statement seems to get Katsuki's attention. How is this nerd friends with UA students? Smirking, the older Bakugo shouts, Inko, you might want to watch out. It seems like your kid's into older women. Don't want him getting anyone PR'd. She then proudly looks over to Izuku, who is blushing, trying to hide his face. Then to Nejire, who's trying to look nonchalant, but to anyone who's paying attention she looks uncomfortable. Hey look, provisional license. Nejire shouts. In an attempt to change the subject, she slams her provisional license on the table in front of them. Mirio follows the girl's example, placing his on the table. So cool. Izuku gushes, his inner nerd starting to break out as he looks at the license. Huh, Lemillion, that's your name, Togata, like lemon since your hair's blonde? He questions. The four had talked a lot. They talked about milkshake flavors, Tamaki's anxiety, and how Mirio is clearly wrong when he says that All Might's Silver Age costume is better than the Golden Age. But surprisingly, hero names hadn't been something they had talked about. Lemillion, like million, cause that's how many people I'll save, the boy explains proudly. Izuku smiles at his friend as he looks at Nejire's license. Your hero name is Nejire-chan? He questions. I found it cute. Do you not think it's cute? Nejire asks, moving closer to him, tilting her head. Why you talking about? It's adorable, he stutters. He attempts to back up, but Mirio holds his position on the couch, pushing the green-haired boy closer to the girl. Nejire's face lights up. Really, it's pretty much just my name, she states. Well, in that case, you can just call me Nejire from now on, she exclaims. Beeb. Izuku tries to retort, but the brunette covers his mouth. I will not respond to anything else. She then crosses her arms, turning her back to the boy. Izuku looks to Mirio for help, but the blonde is turning away, whistling as if nothing's happening. Oh, okay, Nejire, he stutters, his face turning red. Nejire perks up, turning back to the boy. Good boy, she says softly as she begins ruffling the boy's hair. Izuku sits clearly embarrassed. He hears Mitsuki and Mirio both laugh. You just got played, Midoriya, the blonde boy chuckles. So, they even give provisionals to weird but extras like you, Katsuki grunts, towards the group. He then picks up Nejire's license, examining it. Hey, Kaken gives it back to her, Izuku says, in a weak attempt to stand up to his bully. Seeing this, Nejire decides to take matters into her own hands. She stands up, staring Katsuki down. Kaken? That's such a cute nickname for someone like you, she exclaims in disbelief. What was that you beach? Katsuki says, glaring back at the girl. He holds out his palm, creating a small explosion. Why don't we take this outside? An angry Mitsuki stands up, raising her hand ready to intervene. I'll fight you. Tamaki interprets, a strange aura of confidence surrounding him. He stares at the sandy blonde exuding a strange pressure. "I'll fight you if you can beat me at that," he states, pointing towards the TV. Everyone looks to see the latest console as well as Clash of Heroes, Rise of Japan. "Fine." Katsuki grunts, grabbing a controller and throwing one at Tamaki. They load Clash of Heroes, a popular competitive 2D fighting game that acts as a crossover between popular heroes. "Huh, you think you can beat me with edge shot?" The sandy blonde mocks Tamaki as he predictably chooses All Might. A worried Izuku turns to Mirio. "Can Amajiki do this? I don't want him to have to fight Kaken. I mean, last I heard edge shot was the worst character in the game." "Oh yeah, Tamaki's always been good at video games," he explains, as Tamaki takes a deep breath, seemingly getting into the zone. "And I wouldn't worry about Tamaki. Even if he loses, he can definitely beat this kid in a real fight," he says, lowering his voice and putting an amount of dramatic flair into his voice. The two start the game. As Katsuki starts mashing buttons, the All Might on screen begins shooting blasts of air before switching to a barrage of punches. Tamaki blocks each attack, noticing a slight opening between All Might's attack animations. Abusing this slight window, Tamaki starts using edge shots fold body to combo All Might to death. "What the hell?" Katsuki shouts, throwing the controller onto the floor. He clenches his fist, looking at the screen displaying bright red text that reads, K. While edge shots attacks are slow and are easily punishable if they miss, if you're good enough with him you can get your opponent into an infinite loop, Tamaki explains. Katsuki looks around him, seeing how the nerd he hates has surrounded himself with 3 cocky UA students. He begins to move over to Izuku, raising his fist up. Mirio seems to notice, standing up, glaring at the boy. There's now a standoff. The 2 blondes of various shades stare each other down. The rest of the room looks at them in silence. "Katsudan's ready," Inko calls out, poking her head into the living area, disturbing the standoff. Izuku sees the opportunity to stop the awkwardness, so he stands up, motioning to the table. "Come on guys, why don't we go eat?" Nejire, seeing how uncomfortable this is making Izuku, stands up. "Yeah, come on, I for one can't wait to taste Inko's cooking." She cheers as she sits down at the table, motioning for everyone to do the same. Mirio shrugs, sitting down. He's followed by Tamaki and Mitsuki, leaving Katsuki to stumble over to the last chair. The group chat and laugh over the Katsudan, mostly Mirio and Nejire talking to Inko and making jokes at Izuku's expense. Of course, Mitsuki then sees the chance to make both Izuku and Nejire uncomfortable by making jokes about them possibly benign together or having a baby or things of that nature. This leaves Katsuki to eat his food, listening to the laughs of his old friend and his 3 new least favorite people. "Wow, Inko, your Katsudan is amazing." Nejire compliments the woman's cooking. She slouches in her chair, patting her stomach in satisfaction. "Well, thank you, Hado. How kind of you to say so." Inko smiles, happily accepting the compliment. "Now I know you and Izuku aren't in a relationship, but I'm just saying that if you did decide to pressure my son, I'd accept you with open arms," she says. She watches as Izuku's face begins to turn red. While Nejire isn't as obvious, she begins to play with her hand and shuffle in her chair. That's good to know," Nejire murmurs as she looks down to her lap. Inko smiles, knowing that her mother's intuition was right. Mirio stands up, smiling. "If we've all finished Katsudan, then I think it's time for presents." The blonde cheers as he brings out a small plastic bag from under the table. Tamaki and Nejire smile as they place some presents on the table. Mitsuki smiles and claps her hands together. "What a good idea." She hands Izuku a box wrapped in red wrapping paper. "Here, open ours first." Izuku nods, taking the box in his hands. He unwrapped it. He's holding a gift set containing different kinds of deodorants and shampoos. "Sorry, it's not very exciting, but I don't see enough of you anymore, and Katsuki refuses to talk about you." The woman apologizes before shooting a glare at her son. "Oh no, it's fine. I don't mind if it's a practical present," Izuku reassures the women. The boy then feels something hit his arm. He looks over to see Tamaki holding a present to his arm. "Open it," the boy mutters, leaving Izuku the present and sitting back in his chair. Smiling, the boy rips the wrapping paper off of the present, seeing a new notebook. The cover is in the style of All Might's Golden Age costume. "Thank you, Tamaki," he cheers, looking down the table at the boy. "I noticed that you were running out of pages in your notebook." the boy says drowsily. Nejire moves closer to Izuku, moving her present closer to him. Mine next, she exclaims energetically. The green-haired boy sighs. A smile on his face, he takes the present and opens it. After removing all of the wrapping paper, he lifts the lid, revealing a new pair of red boots, identical to his old pair. I noticed how worn out those boots are, and I know how much you love them, so I bought some more, the brunette explains. I love them, thank you, Nejire. The boy stutters, still not used to using his friend's first name. You're welcome, she cheers, pulling Izuku into a hug, nuzzling her cheek against his. I'm sorry to beak this adorable scene up, but it's time for the Nighteye Agency presents, Mirio cheers, passing multiple boxes over to Izuku. Izuku looks to each box, each a present from the heroes at Nighteye Agency. He has gotten familiar with them over the past few months, but he wasn't expecting presents from them. Bubble Girl had gotten him a range of surprisingly expensive bubble baths, which he believes she only got for the namesake, but he appreciates it. Centipeder got him a few books on plants and insects that are edible in case of long drawn-out missions in the forest. The guests seem to think of the books as a lackluster gift, but Izuku likes them. Then there's the big present. Izuku takes a moment looking at the box, sweat rolls down his face. Why is he nervous? It's just a present, for him, from his idol. He unwraps the gift, revealing 2 small black boxes. He opens the box. Inside is a total of 6 of Sir Nighteye's high-density seals. He checks the other box to see the same thing. The boy begins to gush. As his nerdy side takes over, he begins a fit of muttering. Katsuki lifts his head, glaring at the boy. He knows what these seals are. He's heard Izuku nerd out about them enough, and did that cartoony kid say they were from Nighteye's agency. Out of nowhere, Mirio begins tapping the table, creating a drum roll. And now it's time for Mirio Togata's birthday present, he exclaims, sliding over the final present. Izuku energetically opens the plain brown box, to see a small piece of paper with a heart crudely drawn on. In front of it, there's bright, bold, yellow writing that reads, "A Mirio Wingman Token." Togata, what is this? The boy says in disbelief. Mirio slings her arm around the boy's neck. Midoriya, you'll understand when you're older, when you start to have an interest in girls. I'll be your wingman completely for free. I'll give you advice. Go on a double date, anything, only once. The blonde explains. Finishing his sales pitch, he reels back his arm, winking at the still confused boy. Thanks, I guess. The boy responds hesitantly. I'll go get your present. Izuku gets up, running to his room. Oh, it's your birthday, Togata. I'm sorry, I had known. I would have gotten you something. Mitsuki apologizes to the blonde. It's fine, Mrs. Bakugo. It's more of just a group thing. The blonde reassures the woman, rubbing his head sheepishly. After a few minutes, Izuku comes running out of his room, carrying a piece of rolled-up paper in his right hand. I present my birthday present to Mirio Togata, he says, with an amount of showmanship in an attempt to copy the blonde. The green-haired boy holds the piece of paper in the air, letting it roll out. The picture depicts Mirio in his hero costume, which Izuku had demanded to see before he started the present. He stood in front of a fully clean version of Dagona Beach in a dynamic pose, holding one arm out in front of him and one arm behind him. On top of the poster, it says, "Le Million." On the bottom, there's an inscription, 10, 100, 1,000, no, he'll save a million with his power. It's beautiful, the boy says, whipping a tear from his eye. I'd hug you right now, but I don't want to jeopardize the poster in any way. Well, you guys always tell me how good the drawings in my notebook are, so I thought to do something like this could be fun, he explains. Oh, and I just did the inscriptions. I think it made it looks a lot better. Nejire stands up, looking at the poster. I want one, she repeats in a nagging manner as she raises her hand. Why, yeah, sure, I'll do one for your birthday, the boy agrees, receiving an excited smile from the girl. Mirio jumps from his chair, running towards Izuku. The green-haired boy places down the poster in anticipation. His friend then pulls him into a hug. Thanks, Midoriya, it means a lot. The blonde's crying has stopped and has been replaced by the usually energetic Mirio. Katsuki stands up, begging to walk towards the door. I've had enough of this bullshit, he grunts, opening and then slamming the door. Katsuki, get back here. The woman shouts, marching after her son, opening the door. I am so sorry about him. I hope you have a fun party. Get back here, you brat. The woman shouts, slamming the door. The remaining partygoers look around the room in silence. Continue the party? Nejire asks. The three boys look at each other again. Continue the party. The boys respond in unison as they begin eating snacks and playing video games well into the night. The UA Culture Festival, an annual festival that's put on as a way to help Hero Course students relax as well as show off what the support and business course students can do, acting as almost the opposite of the sports festival they do on a yearly basis. But there's a difference this year. This year Izuku Midoriya can attend. So, what would you like to see first? Mirio asks, as the usually four walk through the courtyard. Izuku takes a while to answer, looking at the different stalls that are set up, different types of food vendors and carnival games as fair as the eye can see. Why, don't we go see what your class is doing? The boy answers. No. Nejire shouts, gaining the attention of people around them. Sorry, the brunette apologizes, bowing to them. She turns around to face Izuku. We can't go to our class. She seems to back off slightly, looking away. They're doing a maid cafe, and I refuse to take you to it, she explains. Oh, okay, Izuku murmurs. He's not upset, just confused as to why Nejire would forbid something like that, especially since he just wants to see their class again. Mirio puts his thumb and index finger to his chin. After a few seconds, Eureka, he calls out, I hear 3B are doing a haunted house. Why don't we go to that? Then Hado has to go prepare for the beauty pageant, and we can go to the maid cafe. The blonde suggests, although the brunette seems to want to interject. Don't worry, Tamaki and I will make sure Izuku isn't flirting with anyone. I swear on my life, Tamaki chirps in. Nejire is conflicted but ends up agreeing to their proposition. Izuku, however, takes one thing away from this interaction. Wait, a beauty pageant? Why didn't you tell me? Izuku looks to Mirio, assuming he's the one that withheld that information. To the boy's surprise, Nejire answers, I wanted to surprise you. I entered last year and lost, so I'm gonna win while you're watching. The girl cheers, putting a smile on the green-haired boy's face. Come on, gang. Operation Make the Most Out the festival, and this name is way too long, is a go. Mirio cheers as he begins briskly walking to the haunted house, his fist up in the air pointed towards the main building. Izuku and Nejire look to each other, exchanging a laugh as they begin following the blonde, leaving Tamaki behind, who sighs, slowly walking behind them. 3/4 of the gang reach the third floor of the building, seeing two figures dressed in large purple cloaks in front of a big black curtain covering the hallway. Enter if you dare, both figures say in unison, as they pull back the curtain slightly, revealing a dark hallway. Izuku and Nejire step up to enter but look back to Mirio. Oh no, where is Tamaki? He hasn't made it yet. I'll have to go look for him, he says in an almost robotic fake voice. He then winks to Nejire before running down the stairs. Izuku begins to cramp up. He's standing alone with a pretty girl in the most prestigious school in the country. While deep in thought, Nejire slips her arm around the boy's arm, pulling herself closer and linking their arms together. This snaps Izuku out of his thoughts as he looks at Nejire with a confused expression on his face. It's dark, I don't want you getting scared and running away, Nejire explains. She then forces a laugh, using it as a way to hide her embarrassment. Nodding, Izuku mutters, probably a good call. The two walk past the closed figures through the gap in the curtain into the dark hallway. Both of them instantly feel a chill. Loud clicks and clacks could be heard from further down the hallway. Are you okay, Nger? The boy stutters, unable to stop shaking. I'm more worried about you, Nejire gives a nervous laugh. They slowly tiptoe. Further down the hallway, the noises get louder and louder. I think we're being affected by a quirk that makes us feel unnecessary pressure. Izuku hypothesizes. The brunette looks to the boy, a small smile creeping onto her face. Was this boy's nerding out actually making her feel calmer? Bang! A locker unit near the two is pulled down, shocking the two. Nejire pulls back slightly, a small squeal escaping her mouth. Ah! Izuku jumps at the girl next to him, pulling her into an abrupt hug. He looks at the locker connecting the dots. He sighs, but his eyes then wander over to Nejire. His cheek is touching her, and his arm and hand are touching the girl's brs. Ah! He shouts again, A red blush on his face, he pushes himself away from the girl, tripping up and hitting his head against the wall. Ow! The boy whines, holding the back of his head as he slides down the wall into a sitting position. Izuku, are you okay? She calls out using the boy's real name instead of her cute nickname for him. She rushes to him, crouching down in front of him. She looks at the top of his head, removing his hand, inspecting it for any bleeding. Death, death. An ominous voice calls as wooden dolls about the size of regular mannequins wander through the hallway over to them. Nejire, however, continues to inspect the boy's head. Not now. The girl snaps. She holds her hand out towards them, emitting a large shockwave, causing them to fall over and break into pieces. No bleeding. Can you stand up? She asks softly, holding her hand out. Izuku looks up to the older girl, a light almost emanating from her. An angel, the boy mutters to himself. What? Nejire asks, tilting her head, giving him a quizzical look. Breaking out into a bright blush, Izuku frantically says, nothing. He takes the girl's hand, she helps him up, and the two dust themselves off. Thanks, Nejire. The boy looks forward to seeing the broken pieces of the doll, move over them to look at the pieces, seeing a small blue string remaining on certain parts. A quirk that lets you control object through strings. Presumably emitted from the body, that mainly used on humanoid objects, but why would that maybe iron? He continues muttering. Izuku-kun, Izuku-kun. She keeps repeating her nickname for the boy until she gains his attention. You're muttering again, and you don't even have your notebook on you. She laughs. The two looks to the boy's hands. They're pretending to jot down notes in a pretend notebook. Yes, sorry. The boy stands up, offering his arm to the girl. Shall we? I'm sure they're not too happy you broke their dolls, so we should hurry. We shall. Nejire beams, linking their arms together, walking further through the hallway. They make their way through the haunted house, both of them being scared through separate sections. Izuku found his solace in analyzing the quirks used to scare them, like a quirk that allowed the user to fully manipulate paper was used to make creepy messages on walls and fold the pieces up to make weak structures. The two walk through a curtain on the other side of the haunted house, unlinking their arms and letting out a sigh. Thank you for visiting. Two boys cheer, dressed in the same robes as the two at the beginning, but their hood is down, revealing their faces. Although, we would have preferred if you hadn't had destroyed our stuff. One boy and Nejire apologies, bowing to the boys, the two of them walking away, finding Mirio and Tamaki not too far away. How was it? Tamaki asks. Izuku and Nejire look to each other and say, interesting. And now Miss Hado, I believe you need to prepare for the beauty pageant. Mirio jokes as he gestures out of the hallway. Oh right, I'll be going then. Nejire runs forward slightly before turning back and smiling at the trio. You guys better come watch me, wish me luck, she demands, running off energetically. Mirio smiles, and now that the wet blanket is gone to the maid cafe, the blonde cheers as he and Tamaki begin pulling him away. How may I serve you, master? A girl with straight purple hair, slightly taller than Izuku, says, bowing to the three of them. Table for three if you could, Mirio answers. The girl looks up quizzically before looking at the blonde. Her expression changes to a smile. Oh, Togata, Amajiki, hey. She checks her clipboard. Right this way, masters, she says softly, leading the group into the 2A classroom and to a table. Izuku goes to pull out his chair, but the girl stops him. Please allow me, master. She pulls the boy's chair out, allowing him to sit down. She hands the boys a menu. I'll be back in a moment. The girl bows, walking away. So, Midoriya, how do you like the maids here? Mirio asks, a smirk on his face. The question clearly makes Izuku uncomfortable as he begins shifting in his chair. T'they're fine, I guess. Mirio looks straight into his eyes, piercing into his soul. Good answer. He backs off, nodding in a satisfied manner. Their server comes back to their table. Okay, Togata, Amajiki, and Midoriya, I'm guessing the guy that Hado always talks about. She claims. Izuku nods slightly. Nejire talks about him to other people, and a lot apparently. Okay then, so what'll it be? And hurry up, I don't like standing with people in this outfit too long. The girl huffs, clearly uncomfortable with her outfit. Black coffee please, Tamaki says, handing his menu in. I'll take a coffee but with cream, Mirio says, handing in his menu. Izuku looks at the menu frantically, not wanting to keep his server waiting. Hot chocolate, that's fine. Izuku hands his menu in, before scolding himself for being nervous. I mean, even Tamaki isn't nervous. The trio waits patiently, and within a few minutes their drinks arrive. The maid bows and leaves, and Mirio sips his tea. Okay, UBS student, what are your intentions with Hado? Mirio asks as he slams his fist down, causing some of his coffee to splash out onto the table. Izuku, confused, looks to Tamaki, who just nods. What? Don't play dumb with me, you obviously like her. You always blush when you're around her, Mirio retorts. I blush around any girl, he responds, making a good point. He's not wrong. Tamaki jumps in, he then stands from his chair, walking over to Izuku. It's okay, Midoriya, you can talk to your pal Tamaki Amajiki, the boy says in a surprisingly bold manner. Izuku looks between the two of them. Tamaki's being bold and Mirio's has an out-of-character snarl on his face. Wait a minute, is this a good cop, bad cop routine? He asks, seemingly startlingly the boys. I will neither confirm nor deny that. Mirio looks away from the green-haired boy, crossing his arms. Wait, why aren't you good cop Togata? That seems like a shoo-in, the boy observes. Mirio looks back to the boy. I know, right, but Tamaki can't be threatening at all, Mirio explains. Izuku looks in disbelief at the blonde. He thought he wasn't going to admit to the routine. Oh, I know, Mirio interrupts the boy's thoughts, pulling out his phone. Why don't I call Hado? I'm sure she'd be willing to play the role of a CC cop, the older boy taunts, slowly lifting the phone to his ear. He wouldn't, would he? Izuku begins to panic more and more during the small amount of time it takes for the phone to reach the blonde's ear. Fine, I like her, the boy shouts. He looks around the room, seeing that everyone stopped and is looking at him. Sorry, he stutters, as he begins gulping down his drink until people go back to what they were doing. So what are you going to do about it? Tamaki asks before taking a sip of his coffee. Izuku takes a moment to think. Nothing, I don't plan on doing anything. I mean, she's clearly way out of my league, he observes. That's not untrue, Mirio says quizzically, but she'd rather spend time with you than do most other things. All three of you do that, Izuku sighs, not convinced. The difference is there is no chance Tamaki and I would begin to think of you in a romantic way, Mirio explains. Well, there's no way Nejire would either, he sighs, slumping over the table, resting his head on his arms. Mirio laughs loudly, casing the green-haired boy to look up. Are you kidding? She's shown you physical affection almost too many times. She wanted to wear a bikini in front of you, and she's conveniently said I love you near you after you did something nice for her. The blonde explains. Izuku battles himself in his head, one side trying to convince himself that Nejire might actually like him. The other what he considers his logical, the side that's trying to convince him that this is just some coincidence. You know what? Izuku stands up. I'm gonna take a chance, he says with an unexpected burst of confidence. That's my boy, Mirio cheers. Yay, go Midoriya, says unenthusiastically. Mirio stands up, finishing his drink. Come, guys, we have a beauty pageant to go watch, he calls out. Tamaki and Izuku finish their drinks. The blonde slams some money on the table and the boys rush out of the room. Izuku stops as he's about to leave the room, turning to the maid who was serving some. You wouldn't happen to have any? He's cut off by the girl shoving a flask into his hands. Jasmine tea. Togata had me make it when you walked in, the girl explains, giving him a wink. Good luck. Izuku nods, thanks the girl, and runs after his friends. And BGMI Kenranzuki is showing off her beauty from each angle. The announcer shouts. The trio push their way to the front of the roaring crowd. Izuku instantly takes notice of this girl's act. She has 5 small robots painting her, each from a different angle. Each robot finishes their paintings at relatively the same time. The girl BGMI Kenranzuki takes a bow. There, now each of you can appreciate my beauty, she gloats as she walks backstage. Now it's time for another second year, Nejire Hado, to take the stage. The announcer shouts, introducing the girl. Izuku, Mirio, and Tamaki all look over to the stage, intently waiting for their friend to appear. They continue staring until they see a hand grab the curtains, throwing them open as Nejire struts onto the stage. Wah is the only thing that can escape Izuku's mouth as he looks at Nejire, his face redder than usual. She's dressed different, very different. The brunette isn't in a cute dress like you would expect. She stood head to toe in a bikini, but not just a bikini, bright blue, and mint green bikini armor. Nejire smiles, waving to the three before beginning to strike a few poses. Ah! Izuku sighs as he reaches maximum embarrassment. A small amount of blood begins to trickle out of his left nostril, as he feints Mirio catching him and jasmine tea he was holding. Mirio smiles at Tamaki. How do you think Hado would react if she found out that the boy she wanted to impress isn't watching? The blonde asks his friend. Not well. Tamaki sighs as he begins to grab Izuku's legs. Let's get him backstage, he suggests. Mirio nods as they carry Izuku away. Izuku begins to stir, as he feels something pokes and prods his cheek. Not now, he says drowsily. He attempts to waft away the thing prodding him, but it continues. What? The boy is not opening his eyes. Come on, Midoriya, it's already past noon. I mean, it was when you fainted, but hey, who's keeping track? Mirio laughs. Togata? Izuku says. Quizzically, opening his eyes, seeing a smiling Mirio and a silent Tamaki sat next to him. What happened? The boy asks, sitting up rubbing his eyes. No time, Mirio says cheerfully as he grabs his friend's shoulders and begins dragging him towards a nearby door. Tamaki follows suit, grabbing the other shoulder. Before Izuku can struggle or say anything, he's thrown into a room. It's nice, it has a dresser, mirror, and a cloth rack with costumes hung upon it. Oh hey, a new feminine voice calls. Izuku turns to see a girl with short, cropped red hair walking towards him, waving. You must be Midoriya. Nejire loves talking about her little Izukuin. She greets the boy, taking his hand, and shakes it. She does what? Izuku questions, but the girl seems to ignore it. I'm Yuhaya. I'm friends with Nejire. I need your help, she says, her tone of voice to a sadder note. With what? The boy asks, still very confused. Yu points over to a curtain cutting the room in half. You'll see. She steps behind him, nudging him towards the curtain before walking out of the room. Izuku shrugs as he walks over to the curtain, hesitating before opening it. He pulls the curtain open. The boy pauses as he processes what he's seeing, something he'd never thought he'd see. Nejire, still dressed in her bikini armor, covering it up with a purple robe. But she's not the normal happy-go-lucky Nejire. She's leaning over a table crying. Stumbling over to Nejire, Izuku holds his arm out towards the girl. He gets closer until his hand is on the girl's shoulder. Nejire turns to see her crush stood over her, hand on her shoulder. Oh hey, Izukuin. She attempts to greet her friend as she normally would, but her energetic attitude it being blocked by her tears. Hey, you okay? The boy asks, sitting next to her, before blurting out. Sorry, that was dumb. Of course, you're not okay, Izuku says in an attempt to correct his mistake. The brunette looks over to her friend. A small depressing chuckle escapes her lips. So, what did you think about my performance? She asks, biting the bullet. Izuku looks away. Can he tell her that he fainted? He looks back, taking a big breath. I didn't see it. I fainted. He explains. Nejire looks slightly confused as she looks at her friend, focusing in on his emerald eyes. Oh okay, she pauses, but her mind begins to wonder, why would he faint? Did something happen? She then looks down at her costume. She swivels around so her body's facing the boy. In one swift movement she opens her robe, showing her outfit. Be honest, what do you think about my costume? The brunette asks. Izuku seems hesitant to answer, but Nejire adds, Please Izukuin, your input matters a lot to me. Light blue eyes, slightly clouded by tears, pierce through the boy's soul. Why? He manages to squeak out, before continuing, Why does it matter? I'm guessing you'd lost the pageant, but you don't seem like someone who cares about this kind of thing? Izuku says, answering the question with a question. The girl sighs. I entered last year because you said I had a chance of winning, and she said she thought it would be fun, and it was, she begins to explain, looking away from the boy. You've heard of how Togata, Amajiki, and I became the big three, right? Nodding, the body tells the girl everything he knows. Yeah, you guys were apparently really weak, but now you could rival even most pros. Again Nejire sighs. Yep. Mirio Togata, a boy with a great attitude but weak quirk, has become a contender to the spot of #1 hero. Tamaki Amajiki has issues with overwhelming pressure and anxiety, but after he gets past that, he's also stronger than most pros. She explains, sighing again, looking back at Izuku. Do you know what I'm known for? She pauses as the green-haired boy shakes his head. I'm known for being the cute, CC, airhead. That's it, I'm not strong, just CC. Nejire bows her head, another tear falls, adding to the cluster on the table. The older girl turns back to Izuku. If that's what I'm known for among students at one school, what happens when I become a pro? I need to be the best at being CC. She parts her robe again. So I'll ask you again, what do you think of my outfit? Izuku takes a moment scanning the girl. It's definitely CC. A small smile begins to form on her mouth, but the boy isn't done. But it's not you, you're more off a cute CC type, but that's not important. He blushes. You're strong in more ways than just your physical strength. You're constantly energetic and it helps me push myself, and you may be clueless about some things but you're not dumb, Izuku explains, staring into the girl's eyes. Nejire's eyes wander over to her pool of puddles. He closes her eyes, taking a minute to calm herself. She then slams her head against the table. Ow, she ums as she rubs the red mark she made on her head. She turns to Izuku. Sorry for being so down, Izuku-kun. One loss isn't going to keep me down, and next year I'll have to help me pick my dress. She apologizes. The boy can't help but smile at the girl's reckless actions. He leans back, putting his hands into his pocket. He feels something pulling it out. It's the flask the girl at the maid cafe gave him. Here, Nejire. He pulls a cup forward, unscrewing the flask and pouring the contents into the cup. He then slides it to the girl. She picks it up, sniffs it, and then takes a sip. Her face quickly lights up. Jasmine tea. Izuku-kun, you know me so well. The brunette cheers, pulling the boy into a hug but at the same time, splashing some of the hot tea onto his back. Ah! He shrieks in pain, holding the tea stain. Oh no, Izuku, let me clean that. Nejire stands up, frantically looking for a form of tissue or paper towel. Watching the girl, he begins to smile. I'm gonna take a chance. Izuku shakes his head. Not now. He will confess, just not now. Even if she said yes, he wouldn't want it to be because of this talk. Is that better? An unsure Nejire calls to Izuku as she presses wet paper towels on the stain. That's great, thanks, he answers, both him and Nejire smiling. I think I'll be good for a while. The boy lies before suggesting, the festival isn't over yet, you have more time to enjoy everything. You're right. Nejire cheers, screwing on the lid to the flask full of tea. She grabs Izuku's collar and begins dragging him towards out of the door. It's causing Izuku so much pain, but now isn't the time to make a fuss. Come, guys, let's go enjoy the festival. She cheers as she exits the room. Sounds fun, let's go. Mirio cheers, running after them. Wait. Tamaki stutter as he begins chasing after them. As Izuku's dragged away by his crush followed by his two other closest friends, something daws on him. Wait, Nejire, you're still in your costume. He panics. Izuku-kun, calm down. I wore this as in a beauty pageant in front of so many people, it's fine. The brunette reasons with the boy as she continues dragging him towards more fun. Fire! Sir Nighteye shouts at his student. Izuku stands at the end of the hero's office opposite to a target. He's holding two high-density seals in each hand, one in between his index and middle finger and the other in between his middle and ring finger. The boy takes a deep breath. He takes a step forward, raising his arms. With one flick of his wrists, the seals rocket towards the target, hitting it in a perfectly straight line. The pro walks up to the target, inspecting the marks left by each seal. He turns to the boy, seeing the nervous expression on his face. Good, you're showing clear improvement. The man praises the boy. As much as Izuku tries to hide it, he can't help but show his excitement. Thank you, sir. Izuku bows. Nighteye's gaze sharpens as he looks at the boy. That may a problem, the man exclaims. What could be a problem? Did I do something wrong? The boy stops bowing, looking up to his master frantically. The pro sighs. You're timid, especially when it comes to talking to people above you. Hopefully, you should get bolder the further into your hero training you get. He explains, but I suppose we can't change your personality, even if we wanted to. Yes, sir. Sorry for being timid, sir. Izuku apologizes, bowing again. Midoriya, Nighteye says softly, getting the attention of his student. We are 1 month away from UA's entrance exams, and I fully believe you can pass, no matter how timid you are. This heart-to-heart is interrupted by a knock on the door, followed by Bubble Girl opening the door slightly. Sir, you have a guest. the sidekick says nervously, a small drop of sweat falling down her face. It's plain to see she's hiding something. Who is it? He says coldly, staring into his sidekick's eyes. She lets out a nervous laugh. You'll see. She then pushes the door fully open, revealing a familiar thin skeleton-like form standing next to her. All Might is here. Izuku beams, looking at the man, but then he reads the room, the atmospheres. Tense, he looks to Nighteye, then to All Might. Nighteye. All Might greets his sidekick coldly. All Might. Nighteye matches the man's coldness, greeting the man. He hesitates. It's not good to see you. Nodding slightly, the skeleton responds, yes, it has been a while since we've seen each other face to face. So then why are you here now? The lanky man asks. All Might look to Izuku. I came to see young Midoriya. I'm happy you decided to take him under your wing, and, the man pauses, his gaze intensifies. I need to talk to you about it, he says, referencing his secret. I see. We'll have something I'd like to talk about too. Nighteye walks to his desk, sitting down. All Might, Midoriya, please sit, he says, gesturing to two seats opposite to him. The two nod, sitting down. Midoriya, as we've discussed, I believe your visions are triggered by certain things, like people or phrases, so when you met All Might, did you see anything? The man asks his student. Izuku looks to All Might, then to his master. He hasn't told anyone about his more serious visions, like Nighteye dying or the half-deflated All Might. I, he stutters, taking a moment to breathe. I had two visions involving All Might. I've seen him half-deflated with steam emanating from his body. I presume he's at his quirk's limit. The other was him stood in the middle of a wrecked city in his deflated form, his fist stuck out, and I heard a voice, hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. What a pathetic top hero. Finished explaining, Izuku looks up, seeing Nighteye with a look of shock on his face. That could be it, Nighteye says. This is the time Izuku's seen his mentor like this, seemingly afraid of something. It could be, All Might says, baffled. Could be what? What's happening? Asks, a mixture of panic and curiosity painted on his face. The two sit in silence, their heads down. Midoriya, what I'm about to tell you, you can't talk about it with anyone outside of the people in this room, he says, looking to his protege, who nods. I believe All Might has already told you about a large fight that happened 5 years ago. Again the boy nods. After the fight, I used my foresight on him. I saw. He stops, looking to All Might, then back to Izuku. I saw All Might's death, horrible, gruesome death at the hands of a villain. Izuku's face is no longer a mixture of panic and curiosity. Both emotions have been replaced with pure horror. But I can change the future that I see, the boy testifies. Exactly, up until All Might met you, we believed that the future I saw was set in stone, Nighteye explains. In truth, this was a reason I decided to train you. Don't misunderstand me, I believed you had potential, but I may never have decided to meet you if not. All Might turns to Izuku, putting his hands on the boy's shoulders. Now, young man, I hope you don't feel like you have to stop my death. Some things may be set in stone. The man stops as Izuku grabs his hands and removes them from his shoulders. Looking the pro in the eyes, no, if there's something me and my quirk can do to help, then I want to do it. Nighteye looks at the boy. Maybe he can be bolder than he thought he was. See, I believe that my quirk shows me what would happen if I couldn't see the future and gives the chance to change it, so I don't want to ignore that chance. Both pros look to the boy, a smile on their faces. In that case, please report any visions you see about All Might to us, Nighteye says before looking to All Might. Bubble Girl, he shouts. The trio then hears footsteps running up the stairs before seeing a panting Bubble Girl in the doorway. Why not? Yes, sir, she says between breaths. You wouldn't mind taking Midoriya on a small patrol while All Might and I catch up, would you? The pro asks his sidekick. Patrol, but I'm not a sidekick or even an intern, Izuku says, slightly baffled. Nighteye, All Might, and Bubble Girl all chuckle slightly. That's true, but you've been around this agency so much in the past 9 months you might as well be part of it, Bubble Girl testifies. Now come on, we have a city to patrol, she says, gesturing towards him. Without a second thought, Izuku gets up, walking out of the room with Bubble Girl. This leaves the two pros sat opposite from each other, a small amount of tension still left in the air. He's a good kid, All Might says softly. Of course he is. You think I'd agree to train him if he wasn't? Nighteye snaps back. He then leans over the desk slightly, his face is more serious than usual. "Have you given any more thought to your successor?" he says in a deadly serious tone. All Might sigh, he knew this was coming. Young Togata seems worthy, he's strong enough to beat most pros, and he's cheerful. "Great, then let's..." Nighteye begins to speak but is quickly cut off by All Might. But he's too cautious, he would much rather wait to save someone than drive into the situation. All Might explains, getting a slightly dirty but serious look from Nighteye. "And you know someone who would?" Nighteye asks, pushing his glasses up his nose. The symbol of peace nods. "Young Midoriya, I've seen it. When his classmate was in danger, he moved in without even thinking." "But Midoriya doesn't have the same cheer that Mirio has and he can be nervous at times," Nighteye argues. "I agree, but I believe both of them may be the only people worthy of inheriting my quirk," he explains. "So what do you suggest we do?" I asks. "I need more time, see how they grow and I'll decide when the time comes," the number one hero suggests. Nighteye looks at the man quizzically but then seems to be satisfied. "Fine, that seems reasonable, but don't think that just because my protégés could be your successor that I forgive you." All Might nods, standing up, reaching his hand out. "Understood, but I hope we can begin to repair our relationship." Nighteye looks at the hand, he smiles as he stands up and shakes it. "I'd like that." With that, All Might walks out of the building, leaving the two to hope for a better future. 1 week before the entrance exams, 4 voices could be heard shouting from Dagoba Beach. "Ah!" The 4 voices shout from the top of a pile of the last junk that was on the beach. Izuku and Mirio stand at the top shirtless, sweat dripping from every pore of their body. Nejire is slightly further down, shouting louder than the 2 boys. She's shirtless apart from a black sports bra covering her assets. Tamaki stands at the bottom of the pile shirtless like the rest of the group, but he is predictably not as enthusiastic as the other. As Izuku stops shouting, he begins to feel faint. He begins to falls forward. "Whoa," Mirio exclaims, grabbing the boy's arm, pulling him up. "Jesus, Midoriya, we just finished training, don't go dying on us," the blonde chuckles. Izukun, are you okay?" Nejire says, flying up to the boys. She forces the boy out of Mirio's arms, putting one arm under his legs and using the other to support his back. Izuku begins to notice the situation he's in, being carried bridal style by his crush, who's wearing nothing on her top half apart from a sports bra. "Nejire, I don't think W should..." He begins to struggle against the girl, his face getting redder and redder. "Izukun!" Nejire snaps, shouting at him, stopping him from struggling. "Stop! If you keep struggling, I'm going to drop you." Izuku looks away from the girl but gives a slight nod in acknowledgement. After a few more seconds they touch the ground. Izuku jumps out of the girl's arms but trips when he hits the floor. "Be careful, you're obviously tired," Nejire scolds the boy, helping him up. Izuku yawns, using his free hand to cover his mouth. "Sorry, Nejire, I guess putting extra time into finish training a few days early may not have been the best idea," he sighs, rubbing his eyes. "Yeah, probably," Tamaki says bluntly as he walks up to the two. "Like you can say anything, Amajiki, you just stood behind the biggest piece of trash, acting like we couldn't see you," Nejire retorts. The girl then looks to the top of the pile, cupping her hands around her mouth. "Hey, Togata, do you need help getting down?" the brunette shouts. Mirio looks at the trio, giving them a sung grin. "Nah, I'm good," he shouts back before jumping off of the pile. Izuku and Nejire begin panicking, watching their friend fall to his death or at least serious injury. But as the blonde is about to make contact, he activates his quirk, phasing through the ground, leaving only a pile of his clothes where he was. A few seconds later, Mirio comes rocketing out of the ground next to his clothes. "Togata, don't do that, it makes me worry," Nejire stresses to the boy, having already used her hands to cover her eyes. "It's fine really," Mirio laughs it off as he begins to change back into his clothes. Nejire turns to Izuku, lifting her middle and index fingers up, creating a small hole to see through. "Back me up on this," she says, quite sternly. Izuku looks to the laughing Mirio and Nejire. Well," he says, his words trailing off. "I guess I was pretty worried about you, Togata, so please don't do that again." "Got it?" Mirio cheers, giving the boy thumbs up. "You can look now, Hado," he says, having fully changed. Nejire lifts her fingers again, making sure the boy's telling the truth. After seeing that he's fully clothed, she drops her hands. Now that we've finished training, we should go celebrate. The boy shouts, pumping his fist into the air. That's a great idea. Nejire cheers. She begins to bounce up and down in excitement. But what do we do? She stops bouncing as she begins pondering what to do. I guess, she says. Her words begin trailing off. A movie? We've never been to see a movie together, right, Tamaki? The girls ask, turning to her friend. Tamaki seems to step back, slightly overwhelmed by the girl's energy. I don't think so, the boy mutters. Then off we go. Nejire cheers. Without asking the others if they wanted to go or if they had other plans, she begins marching towards the nearest movie theater. The remaining group of boys look at the girl, then at each other, shrug, and begin following her. Hey Nejire, Izuku calls out to the girl in front of him. She stops, turning around to look at her friend. Yes, Izuku-an, she says cheerfully. Izuku looks at the girl, rubbing the back of his head. Don't you think we should maybe shower or something before we go see this movie? The younger boy says, drawing attention to their poor hygiene. Izuku and Mirio are both still dressed in their sweaty workout clothes, and while Nejire isn't as sweaty, she isn't exactly covering up the top half of her body well. Nejire stops to look around, before noticing a small discount cloth store a few buildings down. We'll go buy some new clothes. Izuku wanted to argue. That wasn't what he meant, but Nejire grabs his wrist and begins dragging him to the store, with Mirio and Tamaki once again following. I like this. Mirio calls out, as he slings the changing room curtain to the side, revealing him in a surprisingly smart set of clothes. He's wearing a plain black pair of pants and a white shirt that draws attention to his more impressive upper body. Oh yeah, he calls out as he begins flexing in the shirt. Tamaki waddles up to his friend. Mirio, stop, you're going to rip it, he says, throwing a black shirt jacket over his regular clothes. I'm done, the boy mutters, walking to the counter, paying for the jacket, and walking out of the store, leaning on the doorway waiting for his friends. Meanwhile, Izuku is looking through each rack of clothes, unable to find anything he likes. No. The boy continues to repeat the same word as he gets further through the store's selection of clothes. Out of the corner of his eyes, Izuku notices a familiar color scheme. Turning to his side, he sees what perceives as the Holy Grail. It's an all-might-haired hooded jacket. The glint in his eye, Izuku stumbles over to the jacket, pulling it down from the rack. The certified Golden Age color version. The only jacket rarer than this is the certified Silver Age color version. Izuku gushes as he admires the jacket. Hey, Izuku-an, you find anything? Nejire calls out, walking over to the boy. She's now wearing a blue sundress, only a few shades darker than her hair. The girl reaches her friend, noticing that he hasn't turned around, still admiring the jacket in his hand. Noticing the jacket, Nejire smiles. She pulls her hands out from behind her back, revealing that she had picked out some clothes for the boy. They're simple black shorts and a green t-shirt, plain, just like Izuku's face. I think it'd go with this. She holds the clothes to the boy's body, getting his attention. Izuku looks down, seeing the clothes the girl had picked out for him. He grabs them and the jacket. Thank you, he beams as he walks into the changing area. A moment later, he walks out fully dressed, completing the outfit with his signature red boots. He looks in the mirror, then to Nejire, who gives him a thumbs up. The two pay for their outfits and meets up with the rest of the group outside the store. I can't believe I got this jacket, and for that cheap. It's a miracle, Izuku gushes. What's so special about that jacket? Mirio questions. Izuku, hearing this, stops his fanboying and turns his head to face the blonde. His face is painted with a look of disbelief. This jacket is a part of a special collection made for superfans. A new design was released once a year, and they weren't cheap. The Golden Age edition has been the fan favorite of All Might's designs since it was introduced, so it easily sold out, making it the rarest one. Izuku stops, with Mirio nodding, but the fanboy continues. Well, that is except for the Silver Age design. While it isn't as popular as the Golden Age design, for whatever reason it had a very limited print run. He explains, and the Bronze Age dash. He tries to continue his rant, but Nejire grabs his wrist, pulling him forward. Yeah, you can tell us later, we need to go see a movie. Nejire nags the boy, continuing to pull him forward. Nejire, Izuku stutters, causing the girl to stop, turning to face him. Yes, Izuku-an, she says, slightly irritated. Izuku looks at the girl in the eyes. I guess, I just wanted to say, you look good, he confesses, a small blush appearing on his face. Nejire looks at the nervous boy, zoning in on the blush on his face. She sighs she can't stay even slightly mad at him. Wait, she was mad. Why was she mad? She mentally shrugs. Thank you, the girl giggles. Now come on, to the movies. She begins walking forward. Yes, ma'am. Izuku and Mirio shout while Tamaki gives a slight nod before following the girl. The group makes it to the movie theater and begins scanning their options. How about this one? Izuku suggests, pointing to a poster depicting a slim man in an all-might jacket similar to Izuku's. At the bottom of the poster it reads, The Crawler's Untold Story. The Crawler? Mirio questioned, moving closer to inspect the poster. He's a vigilante that was active a few years ago. Apparently even some pro respected him, a dry voice explains. Mirio and Izuku look behind them to see that Tamaki was the one showing off his knowledge. The two look at their friend in disbelief. What? I'm fine when it comes to interacting with people online, Tamaki shrugs. Mirio then laughs, causing Izuku to look over to him. Look, he's wearing the same jacket as you, Midoriya. It's like you're in crappy cosplay, he says, continuing to laugh. We gotta see this one. It's not that funny, Togata, Izuku says, embarrassed. He pulls the hood of his jacket over the top of his head in a bid to hide his face. Wait, where's Nejire? He asks, receiving a shrug from Togata. He looks around the theater, seeing the brunette staring at a movie poster. He walks over for a closer look. Looking at the poster, he sees presumably the main hero and heroine kissing, both wearing hero costumes. At the bottom of the poster reads, Heroic Love. Let's see that. Nejire shouts, pointing to the poster. Izuku begins to sweat, backing away. He doesn't want to see that movie. He's never enjoyed romantic comedies, but if push comes to shove he doesn't think he can say no when Nejire's this excited. What a rom-com, seriously? Mirio says, mocking the girl's choice in movies. No way, let's watch The Crawler's Untold Story, it seems way funnier. Nejire begins to pout. No way, this is sweet and romantic, besides it's still about heroes just like your movie, she argues. Incorrect. Our movie is about vigilantes, it only features heroes. Tamaki corrects the girl. What happened to him? Nejire questions as she points at the indigo-haired boy, but she realizes that her other two friends are just as confused as her. She begins to argue again. When was the last time you guys watched a rom-com anyway? She questions, instantly noticing that the guys are unable to answer. Izuku looks at the girl quizzically. I wouldn't have guessed you liked this stuff, Nejire, he says sheepishly. Nejire crosses her arms, looking away from Izuku. I'm full of surprises. I like white chocolate more than dark chocolate, she states stoically. That's not really a surprise, Izuku sighs. Mirio looks to the pouting Nejire and then to Izuku, knowing he probably won't argue against her. Fine, we'll watch Heroic Love. Come on, Mirio concedes, gesturing to the ticket booth. Nejire instantly begins smiling again as she begins skipping towards the ticket booth. The group walks up to the booth, grabbing their tickets. They then make their way over to the snack section. The group agrees that they should get popcorn. Okay, and what kind of popcorn can I get for ya? The worker asks, popping open 4 cardboard popcorn boxes and grabbing the scoop. Sweet, salted, Mirio and Nejire say at the same time before looking at each other. Izuku and Tamaki already know what's coming. They then watch as the two begin arguing about the superior kind of popcorn. Leaving the workers stood there wondering what to do. Again, Izuku sighs, a hint of anger in his voice. First it was milkshakes, then burgers, now the popcorn wars have begun. Tamaki pulls on Izuku's jacket, getting his attention. Well, how would you feel if someone told you that All Might's young age design is better than the Golden Age? He asks, expecting the boy to freak out. Izuku looks Tamaki dead in the eyes, causing him to step back slightly. I would tell them they're out of their mind, and someone who's way behind the TIO. He snaps back to normal as he realizes the boy's point. As Izuku hears his friend's arguments, he pulls out his wallet and grabs some yen, walking up to the counter and pushing past his friends. Please, could you get us 2 sweet, 2 salted, and 4 of whatever drink you sell the least of? He asks. The worker is happy to oblige. She fulfills the order and takes Izuku's money. He then shoves the 2 boxes of sweet popcorn into Nejire's arm and a box of salted into Mirio's. Izuku grabs the extra box of popcorn and grabs Nejire's wrist. "Come on, we're going to miss the movie you wanted to see," he stresses as he pulls the girl out of the argument, leaving the brunette bewildered. Leaving Tamaki to grab the tray of drinks and pull Mirio into the movie. Once they got to the screen, they sat down, making sure to put Nejire and Mirio as far away from each other. Why are ads at the start of movies always like the same length as the movie? Nejire complains, while keeping her voice down, being wary of other moviegoers. Izuku can't help but laugh at the girl's complaining. He then watches the girl reach into his salted popcorn, take a handful and eat it. "Wait a minute, I thought you hated salted popcorn," Izuku says, pointing at his box, then to hers. Nejire looks at, smiling. While salted popcorn is clearly inferior to sweet, it isn't bad, it's nice to change it up every now and again, she says, looking quizzically at Izuku with a defeated look on his face. Izuku hears a feminine sigh before feeling a weight on his shoulder. The boy's body instantly begins to tense up, his face turning a deep crimson. He slowly turns his head. Looking down, he sees Nejire asleep, leaning on him. She's anything but graceful. She's snoring, although not loudly, and she has a trail of drool leading from her mouth to the bottom of her chin. But Izuku can't help but find the brunette adorable. He's not comfortable, but he doesn't want to wake the girl up. The boy tries to go back to watching the movie. "She forced us to watch this movie, and then she falls asleep in the middle of it," Izuku mutters, complaining to himself. Looking at the girl, he begins to yawn, stretching his arms out and settling into a new, more comfortable position. I guess training was pretty tiring," he argues to himself as his eyes begin to feel heavy. Leaning back, Izuku closes his eyes as he fades into a deep sleep, his head falling onto Nejire's. Tamaki sees this and pulls Mirio's sleeve and points to the 2 of them. "Adorable," the indigo-haired boy says dryly as his friend nods in agreement. A smug grin appears on Mirio's face as he looks back to the movie. He leans in close to Tamaki's ear. "You know, we could still catch the last half, the crawler," he suggests. "And we'd still have about 10 minutes to sneak back in. They'd never know," the blonde says, trying to convince his friend. Tamaki smiles slightly, giving a thumbs up. The 2 then stand up, sneaking out of the screening. After the screening of Heroic Love ended, a particular blue-haired girl paced quickly out of the theater, her head in her hands, hiding her blush. "Wow, that movie sure was great, right guys?" she exclaims, trying to hide how she had woken up, leaning on her crush. "Why, yeah, it was great," Izuku shouts, walking behind the girl, his face bright red, steam practically emitting from his head. "I don't know, the story was good, but the action scenes were a bit lacking, and from what I gather it wasn't completely accurate." Mirio then pauses, noticing how Izuku and Nejire had stopped walking and were looking back at him in confusion. That's when he realized he's talking about the wrong movie. "HWR, just kidding. Heroic Love was dumb, and the romance was unrealistic." Mirio cheers, bouncing back in his usual fashion. Izuku and Nejire both want to argue with their friend, but they don't exactly know what happened in the latter half of the movie. Tamaki silently walks over to Izuku and begins pushing him away from the group. "Let's walk Midoriya home," he says, dryly, drawing attention to the setting sun. Nejire nods as the 3 walk away. The indigo-haired boy turns around, looking back to his friend, winking at him. The sun sets as the group walk Izuku to his apartment. Waiting outside the door on the balcony, they lean against the railing as they look into the night sky. "I guess, in 1 week's time, we'll see if all that training was a waste," the green-haired boy murmurs to himself as he stares into the moon. A hand hits his back, pushing further against the railing, as he hears a familiar laugh ring through the air. "Come on, man, there's no way you won't pass the exam now," Mirio says, dismissing the boy's negative thoughts. Mirio grins, moving to Izuku and lifting the boy's shirt and jacket sleeve up, revealing his muscular arm. "I mean, look at that," he jokes as he pinches the boy's muscles. Instead of blushing and frantically trying to roll his sleeve back down, Izuku, being used to the blonde's antics, sighs, removing his hand, and rolls the sleeve down. "Yeah, I mean, if you don't pass, that'd be a waste of 10 months of our life," Nejire jokes, playfully punching her friend's arm. Izuku's contorts from a slight smile to a look of worry and nervousness. Seeing this, Nejire begins to panic. She had intended to lighten the mood, but Izuku didn't pick up on the sarcasm. It sounded better in her head. "Hey, She pauses. Even if you do fail, you haven't wasted our time. Meeting you and training every day of the week has been so much fun, so we'll all make time to hang out with you even if you don't pass. Izuku looks at the older girl in bewilderment. Nejire's an interesting girl. At times she seems dumb, what most people would call a total airhead, and she has way too much energy for her own good, but every now and again she slows down and says something that really hits home with Izuku. Alright. The boy nods, a new determined look on his face, but as he looks into the girl's eyes his own begin to glow a familiar blue. Nejire's standing in front of him, in a plain building. It could be an office, a really plain bedroom, a hospital. But Izuku quickly notices that the girl tears in her eyes and clenched fists. You promised you wouldn't come, you could have died. The girl shouts, moving closer to Izuku. She looks away, beginning to walk towards the door, turning back, the tears now flowing down her face. I need time, don't call me. Walking out of the room she slams the door, ending the vision. But he's not going to fail, Tamaki murmurs as Izuku comes back into reality. Nejire looks at the indigo-haired boy, beginning to pout. Of course he isn't. Izuku knows what I mean, right? Why yeah, I do. So, don't worry, I'll be fine, he stutters, walking away from the group, still facing them as he opens the door to his face. Bye guys, I guess, I'll see you in a week. He waves to the group before quickly shutting the door. The remaining 3 members of the group look to each other. What's up with him? Nejire asks. No idea. Mirio shrugs. Maybe he remembered you falling asleep on him. He seems like someone who would think that's a big deal. The blonde laughs. Nejire takes a moment to process the information before breaking out in light blush. Why, who saw that? She shrieks. A nearby door opens, revealing a rouged old man with an unshaven face glaring at her. Sorry sir, we'll keep it down. Panicking, the girl bows as she apologizes. The man sighs, going inside. The brunette turns back to her friends. You saw that, she whispers, dropping her embarrassed demeanor for a more serious one. She watches as the boys nod. Tamaki gives the girl a meek thumbs up. It was cute. Midoriya looked so uncomfortable, he had no idea what to do, well, until he fell asleep. He murmurs as Mirio bursts out laughing. Oh no, she begins, panicking again. What if he thinks I'm a slob? Was I snoring? I was snoring, wasn't I? I've been told I snore. Hado, everything's fine, it's not that big a deal, Mirio tries to reassure the girl. Hearing this, Nejire begins glaring at the blonde. Not a big deal, not a big deal, not a big deal. She keeps repeating, getting progressively louder until she remembers the man from earlier. Not a big deal. Do you think leaning on someone's shoulder and falling asleep isn't a big deal? She argues. Mirio gives her a quizzical look, putting his thumb and index finger to his chin. I guess, but... He wants to continue, but Nejire shoves her hands in his face, pushing him back. Stop, you'll just make it worse, the girl as he crosses her arms and marches away. Hado, come on, Midoriya wouldn't think less of you because of something like that. Mirio reaches towards her, watching her walk down the stairs. Her runs after her, leaving Tamaki to walk slowly behind them. Today is the day the last 10 months had been preparing Izuku for. The UA entrance exams. Okay mom, I'm heading out, Izuku calls to his mother, standing by the door as he lifts his backpack onto his back. He turns around, seeing his mom staring at him, a nervous look in her eyes. She takes a deep breath and walks over to the boy, embracing him in a tight hug. Okay baby, you be careful, I hear the UA exams are dangerous, she warns the boy as she inspects his clothes for dust and food stains. And I know you can do it, so go get your dream, the woman says softly, pushing her nerves to the side, giving her son a bright smile, hoping to lift his spirits. Izuku nods, looking to his mother. I will. He reaches for the door, opening it and stepping out. Well, bye, he waves as he lightly closes the door. Once he closes the door, he takes a moment to compose himself as he begins walking down the stairs to his apartment. Izuku begins running through his plan for the exam. He had been keeping up with his studies so that, and his mental training with Nighteye's means, he should pass the written exam. And he brought the high-density seals, hoping that his quirk and the range the weapons provide will be enough to get him a passing grade. As the boy comes to the bottom of the stairs, he begins to hear the banging of what seems to be cymbals. No, it seems rougher. He turns the corner, seeing a familiar 3 stood in the entrance to his apartment complex, 2 boys holding up a white banner with, our hero Izuku, written crudely in green marker pen. There's also a blue-haired girl hitting two pots together making a weak rhythm. Go, go, Izuku-kun. Go, go, Izuku-kun, she chants. The green-haired boy looks at them, blinking a few times and pinching his arm. Yep, this is real. Guys, what are doing? Izuku sighs walking up to them. Nejire opens her mouth but the boy cuts her off. I understand that you care about me, I care about you too, but other people live here. He explains to them. Miss Haiwa. Izuku waves at an old lady walking by, who smiles nodding at him before walking off. After the lady leaves, Izuku looks to the three seeing that Nejire has deflated. Beep, I just wanted to show our support. She purposely stutters while flashing her puppy dog eyes at the boy. This catches Izuku off guard looking at the girl. He found it hard to be mad at the girl normally, but when she's like this. And now, Izuku stutters. Walking up to the girl and placing his hands on her shoulders. You can show your support for me, it's just you being, what's it called? He questions looking blankly at the sky. A public nuisance. Tamaki pitches in. Right that, the green-haired boy exclaims looking to Nejire. So do less of that, please, he explains to the girl, who seems to cheer up. Right. Nejire shouts bouncing back surprisingly fast. We'll leave you alone now. She gestures to the two boys and then runs off. Mirio laughs. You really shouldn't let her get away with that, I'm sure she's already thinking up what to do next, he says to the boy, as he rolls up the banner, hoists it over his shoulder, and begins walking away. I didn't want to be a part of this, Tamaki explains, walking after Mirio. Izuku takes another moment to compose himself, taking a deep breath. He walks out of his apartment complex and towards UA High School. All might, endeavor, best genist, all of the greatest heroes went to this school and I could be next. Izuku gushes as he walks through the main gate of Japan's most prestigious high school. As he admires the school, he feels someone bump into his right shoulder. He looks to the side of him, seeing a familiar head of sandy blonde hair. He freezes for a moment looking down at the owner of the hair, seeing Katsuki. Kaken, I am so sorry. Izuku apologies, clapping his hands together and closing his eyes, expecting to be berated by the bully. Expecting to hear the boy's explosive voice insult and threaten him, Izuku stands in the middle of the walkway with his eyes closed and his hands together. After a few seconds of nothing, Izuku opens his eyes to see Katsuki having walked away from the boy. That's weird, the boy mumbles but shrugs it off. He begins to set off walking but doesn't pay attention to where he's placing his feet and trips over his own foot. The boy begins plummeting towards the floor but suddenly stops. Are you alright? A voice asks. He blinks twice. Is he floating? The boy begins struggling as he tries to touch solid ground. He feels a hand push his stomach up, leaving him standing up straight. He looks to his side, seeing a girl with brown hair. It's my quirk, sorry for using it without asking, she says, touching her hands together. But it'd bad luck if you fell, she smiles. Izuku looks at the girl as she continues talking. He could do this, he could talk to a girl. All that talking with the wild and impulsive Nejire might actually be worth something. Thank you. He rubs his head sheepishly as he tries to start up a conversation, but he is quickly interrupted. I won't let you have Izuku-kun. That's what the boy hears before he sees a familiar head of blue hair stood in front of him. Izuku-kun's, Nejire, I thought you said you'd leave me alone, the boy says coldly, causing the girl to twitch slightly and turn around. Well yeah, but I just wanted to check on you, Nejire whimpers as she begins using her puppy dog eyes on the boy again. You're not saying you don't want to see me, are you, Izuku-kun? She says in an attempt to manipulate the boy. Seeing the girl's puppy dog eyes, Izuku uses his hand to block his own eyes, allowing him to talk to the girl normally. I never said I don't want to see, I just can't deal with your energy right now, I'm really nervous and the boy begins comforting the girl, while the brunette stands there watching the interaction. We're going to be late, I'll see you later. The girl then runs off into the building. Hearing the girl run off, Izuku removes his hand from his eyes, checking to see if Nejire had let up on the eyes, but it quickly notices that she's still using her irresistible eyes. Look, Nejire, I promised to talk to you later, but I need to go. Okay, Izuku-kun, I'll see you later, make sure to text me when you're done, she says in a chipper tone of voice. Izuku removes his hand, seeing Nejire walking off of school grounds while waving at him. Yeah, I'll text you, Izuku says meekly turning around. He then notices the lack of people around him before he is hit with a sudden realization, I'm gonna be late. He shouts as he runs towards the doors. After taking the written exam, and having Present Mike explain the practical exam, Izuku, along with a group of applicants, are taken to one of the testing centers. While Izuku's preparing himself for the exam, he notices the brunette that helped him outside of the building. She seems to be trying to calm herself down. Izuku begins to approach her, but he feels a hand on his shoulder. He looks back to see a tall, blue-haired boy with glasses. This same boy had asked a question during Present Mix lecture and had called Izuku out on his obsessive muttering. "Why are you here, hoping to interfere?" the boy says in a cold and stern voice. Izuku shrieks slightly at the sight of the boy gaining the attention of the other applicants. Izuku can hear how each of them begin giggling and gossiping about him. "Begin," an eccentric voice shouts out. The group of kids looks up to a central watchtower seeing Present Mike. "What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real battles." Izuku looks from the watchtower to see that everyone else has already run into the fake city. "Crap, I'm already behind," Izuku shouts as he runs into the city, watching as the group of applicants disperses and pick off their own robots. As Izuku continues running through the city, he has a vision. A robot, a one-pointer, comes from around the corner, surprising the boy. The robot's left arm rockets towards Izuku, hitting him in the chest, knocking him down. Once he returns from his vision, Izuku stops and watches as the robot comes around the corner. The robot throws its plated arm at Izuku. He reacts quickly, ducking just under the arm, grabbing the high-density seal between his fingers and throwing it, hitting the joint that connects the robot's head to its body. The robot's head pops off, causing the robot to fall, a mass of sparks and wires erupting out of the top of it. "That's 1 point," Izuku says to himself as he begins running again. Reaching the middle of the city, he sees a cluster of robots, some of them splitting off from the main group to fight some of the applicants. He then notices the brunette girl running around, touching some robots, causing them to float and release. She sighs, tapping her hands together. Each robot then falls to the ground. "That makes 28 points, she calls out, looking for more close-by robots. Izuku's attention is then drawn to the blue-haired boy from earlier as he rockets towards a robot, hitting it, causing it to explode. 45. He shouts. The number of robots is decreasing by the minute. Izuku needs to do something fast. That's when he notices a separate group of robots that seems relatively untouched. Quickly hatching a plan, the boy runs over to the group, throwing a seal at a few visible robots, gaining their attention. He then runs back around, grabbing the seals and attracting more robots. Izuku smirks as he mutters, "One from the right." He looks up, his eyes glowing blue. Izuku dodges the robot's blow, instead of a nearby 2-pointers, which then tries to attack Izuku, but he also dodges that, hitting the other robot, causing the two robots to trade blows. They both fall to the floor, netting the boy 3 points. Other applications look at the green-haired boy in shock. They're speechless. 2, no 3. Izuku mutters as he ducks, getting close to the floor as a 1-pointer and 2-pointers attacks converge, destroying each other. Phew, that was pretty close. Izuku wipes sweat off his forehead before noticing a few more robots casing him. The boy continues using his purposely triggered visions to force more robots to destroy each other. "What's that, 26 or 27? He says to himself, trying to add his points up. Looking around, he's destroyed all of the robots he had angered, and all of the others have been claimed by other applicants. That's not enough," Izuku says, defeated, clenching his fist in anger. Dust surrounds the area, rubbles falling from the buildings, giant robot towers over the applicants. "Ow." A voice, It's the brunette. She's trapped under rubble and her leg seems to be injured. The giant robot begins approaching the girl. "Crap," Izuku exclaims, looking around, searching for the girl. Luckily, it doesn't take long for his eyes to lock onto her. He begins running past applicants and robots, making his way to the girl. "Hey, watch out." At that moment, the ground begins to shake. A giant robot emerges from the ground, demolishing nearby buildings as it moves closer. Hearing a crash, the brunette looks up, seeing rubble fall towards her. She squeals, closing her eyes, but she feels someone push her out of her way. Her butt hits the floor. She opens her eyes, seeing the strange green-haired boy played in front of her, his leg trapped under the rubble meant for her. "It's you, why'd you?" she gasps. "I used my quirk, sorry I didn't ask first, the boy says, chuckling at his slight callback. He tries to move his leg but lets out a small wince. I got it, the brunette says softly. She toshes the rocks, making them float, freeing his leg. As the robot approaches, she goes to leave but notices that this boy is having trouble getting up. She touches his back. He begins floating. She reaches her hand forward. Achiko Uraraka, she introduces herself. Izuku looks at her in confusion. Is now really the best time? Yeah, Izuku Midoriya, he says in response, reaching forward. Achiko grabs his sleeve, pulling him away from the robot and closer to the other applicants, but the longer she holds him, the less hold she has on her lunch. Eventually, the girl keels over. Release. She taps her hands together, causing Izuku to fall to the ground. She covers her mouth with her hands before throwing up. And that's it, the test is over. Present Mike shouts. With the test over, Izuku gets up his feet, walking over to the girl, patting her back in an attempt to help. You okay? He questions the girl. She nods at first. Yeah, this happens a lot, Achiko elaborates, before throwing up again. I think these belong to you, dearie, an older woman says. Izuku looks up to see the woman holding two of his high-density seals that he must have missed while he was leading the robots. Oh, thank you. He stands up, grunting slightly as he shifts his weight to his injured leg. He grabs the seals from the lady. Seeing the boy struggle, the woman examines his leg, and within seconds the woman's lips shoot towards him, kissing his leg. The boy's leg begins contorting as it heals. The pain in Izuku's leg disappears. He taps the front of his foot on the ground, gasping as he feels no pain. Wow, you healed it. You must be the youthful heroine recovery girl, he exclaims. Yes, calm down, young man. I need to help her to a chair, she says, walking over to Achiko, helping her up and walking her out of the arena. Izuku then exits with the rest of the applicants walking home, almost sure that he didn't get enough points to pass. Izuku opens the door to his room, throwing himself onto his bed. He yawns, nuzzling into his All Might-themed pillow. Today has really taken it out of him. Just as he begins to drift off to sleep, he feels his phone vibrate in his pocket. He sighs, pulling it out, seeing 99+ messages. He says out loud. Scrolling through his contacts, he sees that 20 of the messages were from his mom, 5 were from Tamaki, mostly complaining about Mirio and Nejire. 46 messages were from Mirio and the rest came from Nejire. Izuku opens his friend's group chat and begins typing. Izuku, it's okay guys, I'm alive, you can stop messaging me. Tamaki, Mirio and Hado haven't stopped talking about you. Nejire, Izuku, oh, and you said you'd text me when you were done. Izuku, I'm texting you now. Nejire, no you're not, you're typing in the group chat that's completely different. Izuku, no it's not. Mirio, of course it is you and Nejire can't have a private conversation in a group chat. Izuku, you wanted to have a private conversation? Nejire, no just forget it. Mirio, ton. Nejire, I didn't mean you. Mirio, what do you mean, what are you talking about? Seeing where this is going, Izuku turns his phone off and falls asleep. It's been a week since the entrance exam. He's met the big three a few times as a way to calm his nerves. Unsurprisingly, Nejire and Mirio's antics tend to be a bit too much for Izuku to handle, which pushes his anxiety to the back of his mind. Izuku's sat on the couch watching the news, looking out for any up-and-coming pros when he hears the door burst open. He looks over to see his mother in the doorway on her hands and knees. Izuku, they're here. Your results from UA are here. She shouts, holding a letter with the school's insignia stamped on it. Seeing the letter, the boy nods, grabbing the letter from his mother and walks into his room, shutting the door and sitting in his chair. He places the letter down on his desk. The boy looks at the letter, focusing on the insignia. Should he open it? Has he really accepted that after all of that work that there's a possibility that he could still fail? How would his friends take it if he failed? Would they still be his friends? Maybe he should just leave the letter unopened and assume he failed. Izuku slaps his face and shakes his head, leaving 2 bright handprints on his face. The boy grabs both ends of the letter, crudely tearing the envelope open. A few papers fall out, as well as a small cycler object. As the object settles on the desk, it glows and a video begins to play. Booyah, I am here as a projector now. All Might's voice shouts, causing Izuku to fall from his chair in shock. All Might, why are you in here? This is from you, the boy questions. The image of All Might wags his finger in front of the camera. This is a recorded projection. Young Midoriya, I can't hear you, but to answer the question you're probably asking, he says, moving back and striking a pose. When I met you, I was not just in this town to fight crime. You're looking at UA's newest faculty member. He shouts. Wow, so he's going to be working at UA, the boy mutters to himself. But onto your results. The man pulls out a few papers, hitting them playfully. You're scored an impressive 97% on the written exam, and you scored 28 points in the practical exam, which usually wouldn't be enough to pass, the pro says, purposely lowering his tone of voice. While Izuku had just received some bad news, he couldn't get over All Might's choice of words. Usually, he repeats to himself. But All Might says, as a member of the crew wheels in a TV, we have a special guest to explain an extra detail of the exams. The man points a remote to the TV and turns it on. The TV shows a shoot of a plain gray floor. Bubble Girl, is it on? A familiar chipper voice says. The camera's lifted up to show Mirio stood by some of the windows of Nighteye Agency. Bub Girl gives the boy a thumbs up and he begins talking. Hey, Midoriya, how you doing? If I had to guess, you're pretty confused right now, he says, walking to the right of the screen, the camera following the blonde. You see, points from villains aren't the only points you get in the UA exam. They also award rescue points. A panel of judges watch award points for heroic acts, which, based on me doing this, I'm guessing you got quite a few. That's actually how I got into UA. The boy explains. Anyway, back to All Might in the studio, he says, imitating a newscaster. That's right, young Midoriya, for charging into danger and helping someone you didn't know very well, you've been awarded 50 rescue points. The pro shouts, the TV behind him showing the number 50, but that's not all, since you got yourself in quite the pickle. The same girl had to save you, and she was awarded 30 rescue points, therefore you both pass. He shouts. Therefore, you both passed. In fact, you came in first place. You beat out your friend Bakugo by 1 point, the symbol of peace explains. Young Izuku, both Nighteye and I want you to know that we are very proud of you. Welcome to your hero academia, the man says, reaching his hand towards the camera. The projection shuts off, leaving Izuku in the dark, tears running down his face, staining the two half of the envelope left on the desk. He's done it. He's made it into UA. He even came first in the exam. It doesn't even feel real. This is what he's been aiming for his entire life, and this is the first official step to being a hero. Most people are nervous about their first day at high school. It's seen as a transitional period where teens mature and grow into adults. But when you're an overly nervous boy who's attending the most prestigious hero school in all of Japan, you begin overthinking things. Izuku stands at the front gate of UA, dressed in their full uniform, his legs shaking, making him almost unable to walk further into the school. What if the exam was a fluke? What if the people in his class didn't like him? What if he was in the same class as Kaken or that blue-haired boy from the exam? Could he take it? He's going to embarrass himself, isn't he? Izuku-an, I'm so proud of you. Izuku looks to the side to see Nejire running towards him. With no time to move, the girl rushes him, pulling him into a hug. This is gonna be so fun. You can eat lunch with us and come hang out with us. If you need help, you better come ask, the girl says, clearly exited. At that moment, Izuku's thoughts of doubt evaporated, leaving his head never to be heard from again. Nejire's energy always was a good coping mechanism. Why, yeah, I'll do that. Izuku shakily wraps his arms around the girl, tapping her back, trying to appease her need for a hug. She responds by tightening her grip, clearly unhappy. With the amount of effort the new student was putting into the hug, Izuku sighs, his face breaking out in a light red blush as he fully wraps his arms around her, tightening his grip. Nejire hums, releasing her grip on the boy, showing that she's satisfied. Whoa, look at you two lovebirds, Mirio jokes as he and Tamaki walk up to the duo. Nejire turns to face the blonde, crossing her arms, pouting. Haogata, I was just showing Izuku-an that we support him, she says, slightly agitated. Mirio laughs. Of course we support him, he knows that, he says confidently, before turning to the green-haired boy. You know we support you, right? He asks, making sure. Izuku nods. Seeing this, the blonde turns back to the girl. I think you're just getting withdrawals from not seeing Midoriya as much. He smirks as he sees the girl's face gradually turn from its regular tone to a bright red. Am I right, or am I right? He asks, holding his hand up to Tamaki. You're right. Tamaki says dryly, giving his friend a high five. He then walks up to Izuku, placing a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about meeting any new people, Jay, just imagine them as pea potatoes. He advises the mere thought at meeting new people beginning to make him nervous. Alright, Izuku looks to Nejire, her head's lowered almost like she's ashamed or embarrassed by something. Hey, Togata, maybe you should dash. Call me Mirio, my man. The blonde interrupts. Izuku gives him a quizzical look. Call me Mirio, we've come so far, surely you can manage that, plus you call Hado by her first name, and honestly, I'm sick and tired of your blatant favoritism towards her. If you do, I won't tease Hado as much. He adds, knowing full well that Izuku can't refuse that. Tamaki raises his hand. Can we add calling me Tamaki to that? The third year asks. Mirio nods. Well, that okay then, Mirio. Tamaki, you can call me Izuku. The green-haired boy says, agreeing to these terms. Wait. Nejire snaps back into her energetic mood. You struggled way more when you started calling me Nejire, she says in disbelief. Izuku tries to think of a quick defense, but Mirio comes to his rescue. But he's doing it for you, the blonde adds. Those words run through the brunette's head as she ponders the situation. Well, okay then, Togata, Amajiki, you can call me Nejire. I hope I can call you by your first names, she exclaims happily. Yeah, sure, the two boys say in unison. Now that's settled, Izuku, what class are you in? Mirio asks, pointing to the boy. 1, he replies. That's great, that's our old class, Nejire says, running ahead of everyone else, turning to them and motioning towards the school. Come on guys, we don't want Izuku to be late on his first day. Izuku stands in front of a large door with 1A written on it. The big three are stood behind him. Nejire, in particular, has her hands pressed on his back, trying to push him into his new classroom. He grabs the handle and pulls the door open. The first thing he sees are two familiar boys in the middle of an argument. Remove your feet from that desk. Such actions desecrate the achievements of those who came to UA before us, and that's not to mention the craftsman of the desk. The blue-haired boy shouts, frantically waving his hands at the sandy blonde. Like I give a sheet, you got some sort of stick up your butt? Katsuki responds by shouting back at the boy, leaving his legs propped up against the desk. The boy looks horrified. He takes a moment to adjust his glasses and calm down. He then extends a hand to his new classmate. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy. The boy, now known as Ida, introduces himself. Katsuki slaps Ida's hand away. Semi? Man, it's gonna be fun tearing you a new one. The boy laughs to himself. Ida's horrified look returns. What disgraceful actions? Tell me, do you really intend to become a hero? He asks. He then turns his head, seeing Izuku stood in the doorway. He begins walking up to him. Hello, I'm from Semi-Private Academy. Izuku begins to panic. He had already heard him say this, but he didn't want to interrupt. No need, we already heard, Mirio interprets, holding his hand in front of the boy's face. Hey, Bakugo, been a while. He calls over to the boy, but Katsuki just glares at him and looks away. And Ida, right? No need to worry. On behalf of myself and other people who sat at this desk before him, I permit Bakugo to put his feet up, he declares. Nejire pokes her head out of the door, looking around the classroom. She squeals as she runs off. First she stands in front of a boy, but he has a head similar to a bird. Wow, so does your quirk involve birds? She asks. The boy opens his mouth to answer, but Nejire runs over to the next person. She's now in front of a rather buff-looking boy. Why are you wearing that mask? Just trying to look cool? Again the girl runs off, this time to a boy with two-toned hair. Whoa, that's a big scar, how'd you get it? The boy just glares, slamming his hands on his desk, but before he gets up to comfort the girl, she notices a girl with pink skin and goes to talk to her. Tamaki looks at the class and his nerves begin to take over. He turns to Izuku and murmurs, I'm just gonna, he says, pointing towards a corner of the room. Not needing to say any more, Izuku gives him a thumbs up and a nod. The third year then skulks off into the corner of the room. Yeah, sorry about them, you get used to them, Izuku says to Ida, extending his hand to the boy. Izuku Midoriya, he introduces himself. Ida shakes his new classmate's hand. A pleasure, Midoriya. You saw that there was something more to the practice exams. While I did not, you are clearly superior to me. Izuku wants to object but he hears a familiar voice from behind him. I know that head of hair. Am Midoriya right? Izuku turns around to see the brunette he met in the exams standing behind him. Oh hey, he stares at her. Taking a moment to remember her name, Uraraka, your name's Uraraka, he exclaims. Yep, it's great to see you again, looks like we'll be in the same class, isn't that exciting, she says, smiling at the boy. This is it, Izuku's second chance at talking to a girl who isn't Nejire or his mom. Well, they did talk during the exam but that was spur of the moment so it doesn't count. Nejire's currently standing next to the pink-skinned girl, wiggling the horns that sprout from her head. That's when she notices Izuku stood with the girl that she saw at the entrance exam. It's you! She shouts, pointing at the girl and dashing to Izuku's side. My rival! She glares at the brunette. Well, Izuku's chance to talk to a girl has been ruined. Again. A rival? What? I'm not your rival, what did I do? Achiko begins to panic, frantically moving her hands around her face. Hado, I'm going to ask you to leave my class and stop bothering my students, a drowsy voice says from behind Achiko. The students look to see a man with long black hair in a yellow sleeping bag. Recognizing the man, Izuku smiles. Oh, hello Mr. Aizawa, it's nice to see you again. Does this mean you'll be our homeroom teacher? Yes. The man sighs. Unfortunately, it does. Shota stands up and unzips his sleeping bag, revealing his full form to the rest of his students. It took too long for you, quiet down. Although that isn't Hado's specialty, you need to learn how to manage your time. You only have 3 years here until you're out on the streets protecting the average civilian. I'll repeat it for anyone that didn't hear. I'm Shota Aizawa. I'll be your homeroom teacher. Wow, you got Mr. Aizawa. You're in for a hard year, Izuku-in, Nejire declares. Well, Hado, our little meeting during summer vacation, played a very minor role in me being picked as Midoriya's homeroom teacher, the pro explains. Oh, and Hado, I will once again ask you to leave. Shota can already tell the girl's going to be a problem, so he uses his secret weapon. Hado, you do know that Midnight is taking your first class, and I've given her strict instructions to tell the entire class about your incident at the pool if you're late. Hearing this, the girl begins running down the halls. Mr. Aizawa, you villain! How could you do that to me? See you later, Izuku-in. She shouts as she runs off. Shota then looks into the classroom. Togata, Amajiki, I need you two to leave as well, he groans. Mirio comes darting out of the room. I'll be on my way, sir, he exclaims, saluting the teacher. Before running off, Tamaki comes stumbling out, waving at Izuku and walking after his friends. Right? Now that our interruptions are gone, the teacher pulls out a blue gym uniform. I need you to change into this and meet me at the training ground. The class meets up at the grounds, all stood in front of their teacher. Mr. Aizawa, what are we doing here? We're going to miss the entrance ceremony and the guidance sessions? Achiko asks. I told you. Didn't I? You've got a limited amount of time. Formalities like that don't have a place in my program, he says with a slightly intimidating air about him. UA is known for its freestyle education that applies to the teachers too. I have the power to make any decision I want, he explains, but then goes wildly off subject. You all did standard no quirk allowed gym tests, right? The class nods. The government still tries to limit the use of quirks. When looking at it, it's irrational. The Department of Education is just procrastinating. After this strange speech, he points to Izuku and Katsuki. Midoriya, you scored first in the entrance exam, and Bakugo scored second. Come and throw a softball. He invites the two. They both step up, but it's easy to see that there's tension, especially from Katsuki. Midoriya, how far could you throw in middle school? Shota asks. 46 meters, sir, Izuku replies. Very good, now throw it using your quirk. You may do anything you need to just stay inside the circle, the man states, walking away from the boy. Izuku gives the teacher a confused look. But sir, my quirk, it doesn't make a difference in physical tests like this, Izuku states, but Shota responds with a smug grin. Just throw the diamond ball, he mutters. Izuku shrugs, stepping back, pulling his arm back and throwing the ball. As Izuku predicted it, the ball didn't fly off into the distance like any people expected of the best of the non-recommendation students. It simply traveled a respectable distance, then fell. An electronic voice calls out, 70 meters. Most of Class 1A looks at each other slightly confused. WL, 70 meters, is quite an impressive distance for someone without a power-boosting quirk. A girl with black hair tied into a spiky ponytail says, trying to break the silence. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it, but that guy is actually pretty buff. A boy with yellow hair chimed in. No way. That guy. The girl with pink skin from earlier exclaims in disbelief. In a matter of seconds, the conversation shifts to the guys trying to convince the girls that Izuku has muscles underneath his shirt. Can we all stop talking about Midoriya's body? You might summon Hado, and honestly I don't have the energy to deal with all of you and her, Shota says, getting the group to quiet down. He then looks to the sandy blonde. Bakugo, same rules. No moving outside the circle. Quirks are allowed. Katsuki grunts. Izuku walks back to the group, passing the boy on the way, hearing him mutter, "Useless Deku." Katsuki grabs a ball, walking into the circle. He pulls his arm back, launching forward and throwing the ball, boosting it with an explosion as he shouts, "Die!" Everyone looks in shock, both at how far the ball going but also at the fact that Katsuki has just shouted die. Shota shows the group the score. They all gasp as they see 705.2, completely outclassing Izuku's throw. It's important for all of you to know your limits. That's the first step to figuring out what kind of hero you'll be. Awesome, we get to use our quirks all we want. This is gonna be fun, the group shouts. Huh, awesome you say. I'll remind you, you have 3 years here to become heroes and you think it'll all be fun and games. The man pauses, building up suspense. Tell you what, the person with the lowest score after these 8 tests gets expelled. Everyone looks at each other in shock. You can't do that, it's only the first day. That's not fair, Ochiko protests. Fair? Do you think tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanoes, and other natural disasters are fair? Are rampaging villains fair? He questions the girl but gets no response. Life isn't fair, but heroes are expected to fight the unfairness in the world, so use your own power to overcome it all, plus Ultra Style. Izuku spent most of the tests examining quirks. Since this time he was actually kinda confident that he could pass. The boy marveled at the array of quirks on display. Ida's engine was an interesting speed-enhancing quirk. He watched in awe as one girl was able to create a cannon for the softball throw. There was a boy that could create different body parts on his arms, a girl that has earphone jacks for earlobes, a boy who could talk to animals, although he didn't seem to talk much. If it wasn't for his self-restraint, he would have turned into Nejire and begun asking every question he could think of. After each test, the class regrouped where they started. It's time for the results. Shota presses a button, causing a hologram of the results. Izuku scans for his name, finding that he came in 16th. He would have preferred to do better, but he isn't last. So, Mineta, I regret to inform you that you have officially been expelled from Ude, he says, looking to the small boy with purple ball for hair. No! The boy screams, falling to his knees. The curriculum is in the classroom, give it a look over, Shota says coldly before walking away. The class looks awkwardly at their ex-classmate. No, this way, my ticket to the bootylicious babes, he screams. Hearing this, the girls walk away, muttering amongst themselves about how much of a scumbag he is. The rest of the class soon follows. Izuku stands at the front of UA waiting for the big three. Izuku-an. Nejire shouts as she tackles the boy from behind, wrapping him into a hug. How was your first day? It was great, right? Was Mr. Aizawa a big meanie? Today was weird, he answers. Izuku, Mirio cheers, running up to him. Judging by the smile on your face, I'd say you didn't get expelled. That's great. The first day is always the hardest with Mr. Aizawa. The blonde reassures the boy. Hey, Tamaki, remember that time Mr. Aizawa almost expelled me? He laughs. Tamaki nods. Yeah, we weren't even in his class. Really? Izuku gasps. Tell me about. Mirio laughs, wrapping his arm around the boy's neck. He begins telling the story as they walk Izuku home, officially ending Izuku's first day at UA. Of the second day of high school, it's nowhere near as nerve-wracking as the first day, especially if you have somehow convinced your 3 crazy friends to dial down their antics as Izuku has. Because of this, he was able to get through his morning classes with relative ease. He then went to the grand mess hall, meeting up with his third-year friends to eat lunch and talk about their day. Although a lot of the conversation turns into Nejire emphasizing how much she missed her Izuku-an. When that finally ends, Izuku walks back to his class, sitting down ready for his most anticipated class. Hero Basic Training. Here. A deep voice shouts as the door to Class 1A slams open. Coming through the door like a normal person. The voice shouts again. The students look to the door, seeing the number 1 hero hanging from the door frame. As expected, when the most famous person in Japan walks into your class, most kids with the expectation of Izuku, Katsuki, and the boy with the two-toned hair begin freaking out. Wow, it really is All Might. That looks like his Silver Age costume, so he's really going to be teaching us. Were all comments Izuku could hear through all of the noise. All Might slowly marches to the front of the classroom, posing with his hands on his hips, waiting for a few seconds, allowing the kids to quiet down. Obviously you all know me. I'll be your teacher for hero basic training. In this class we'll be giving you all the skills you need to do some basic justice and G, the man exclaims. So let's jump right in with this. He shouts, holding up a white card with the word battle written on it. Fight training, Katsuki mutters to himself, clearly excited for today's lesson. But of course you can't go into battle wearing those boring uniforms. Any great hero must have a fashionable costume. The hero points a remote to the side of the room, pushing a button, revealing briefcases each holding a different student costume. We've had these costumes made based on the forms you sent in before the school year started, All Might explains. Awesome! The class shouts almost in unison. Grab your costume, get changed, and meet me in training ground beta. The hero exclaims, running out of the class. Once the students have changed, they all go to meet their teacher at ground beta. Wow, they say the clothes make the pros, and you all seem to be the living proof. Now don these costumes and remember, from now on you're heroes. The man shouts as his class walks out into the light, revealing their costumes. The hero scans his class, overall impressed by their fashion sense, but he notices that a particular green-haired boy is missing. That's when he hears the sound of footsteps emitting from the dark hallway leading in ground beta. The boy's red boots come into the light, followed by the rest of his costume. A month before school started, a toy mallet hits the Midoriya family dining table. I hereby call the meeting to discuss Midoriya's hero costume is now in session. Mirio exclaims. Did I say that right? He questions, turning to his friend. Tamaki, did I say that right? The boy takes a moment to think it over but just shrugs. Guys, we don't need to do this. I can think of my own costume. Izuku tries to convince his friends. Nonsense, Izuku-an. Nejire shouts. Listen, you may be extremely smart and surprisingly good at art, but you are not creatively gifted. Plus your fashion sense, overall it's well. She hesitates, trying to think of a nice way to put what she's trying to say. It's okay. It's mostly just All Might merch or a t-shirt that says t-shirt on it, which although it is kinda hilarious is also kinda dumb, the brunette says, telling the truth. Hearing this, Izuku slouches back in his chair, crossing his arms and beginning to pout. Harsh. He mutters. Look at this. Nejire calls attention to the center of the table where there's a pile of Izuku's UA admission forms, all filled out and neatly stacked. And next it is the costume form, surrounded by scrunched up pieces of paper, each one being a design Izuku drew up then promptly rejected. Tamaki raises his hand. I think he should go with an eraserhead look, maybe some sweatpants and a t-shirt, green obviously. Preposterous! Nejire shouts, showing she clearly opposes the idea. Of course you think that, Amajiki, you can be kinda boring, no offense. Yeah, sorry Tamaki, I have to agree with Hado. I don't think that plain a look would fit Midoriya, Mirio says, agreeing with the girl at the table. Mirio then takes the opportunity to put his proposal on the table. I think Midoriya should dress like Sir, maybe a green suit with a white shirt. Midoriya looks at the idea but seems to quickly dismiss it. I've thought of that, but wearing a suit while fighting? Especially when I'll be dodging and throwing my seals, just doesn't seem optimal. I don't know how Sir does it, he says, explaining his thought process. Hearing this, Mirio seems to hang his head in shame. Ha ha ha. Nejire laughs, standing over the boys. Don't worry boys, I have the perfect solution. The girl pulls out a piece of paper, showing it to the group. Izuku takes it from her hand, his eyes widening in shock. There was so much color, reds, blues, pinks, the seemingly obligatory green. Izuku couldn't even really make out the costume design. That's when Nejire takes the paper back. Shoot, I forgot to add the... She stops as she tries to scribble on the paper. She sighs. Izuku-an, my pen ran out, she youngs. There should be some in my room, he says, pointing to the door. He then watches as Nejire throws the pen towards the closest bin but completely misses. She gets up from the table, happily skipping into Izuku's room. Seeing that their friend has left the room, the three boys move closer to each other. "What the hell is with that design?" Izuku whispers. "It's like a unicorn threw up on a piece of paper," Tamaki adds. Mirio looks to his green-haired friend. "Midoriya, you gotta tell her how bad it is," he says seriously. Izuku looks at Mirio in disbelief. "You can't be serious, I can't do that, she'll be so upset," the boy argues. "I can't tell you why, but you have to do it. If you tell her how bad it is, then she'll be fine, trust me," Mirio says, giving a thumbs up and winking at Izuku. "When have I ever lied to you?" he says in an attempt to justify his point. However, this only seems to make Izuku more apprehensive as the boy begins digging through his memories. Was that time you told me that some girls were interested in me. You said eating multiple warheads at the same time wouldn't hurt. You've slipped hot sauce onto my food a few times, which while it isn't a lie is not cool," he says, pausing to think of more. Guys! Nejire shouts, running back to the table. "I found it, the perfect design." Nejire puts one of Izuku's old notebooks on the table. In it, there's a sketch of a full-body jumpsuit with the note, "Cool like All Might," written beside it. "I found it laid out on Izuku's desk." "I don't know, I drew it when I was a kid," Izuku comments. Mirio takes a glance at the book. "Yeah, it doesn't look, how do I say it, professional," he says, adding his opinion into the mix. Nejire sighs. "Then why don't we change it a bit?" The girl pulls out a blank piece of paper. She begins tracing a blank outline of a costume. The boys look at the paper curiously. They're each shocked by the girl's drawing ability. "Wait, if you could draw that well, then what the hell was this?" Mirio says, drawing attention to the girl's first design. "That was me putting my heart on a page," the girl says calmly. She then puts the pen down next to the paper. "What do you think? It's just a first draft, but it should fit everyone's preferences." Izuku looks at the improved design, a smile forming on his face, a glint in his eye. He grabs the paper, holding it up above his head. "This is it, my costume." Izuku comes into the light, wearing a dark green full-body jumpsuit with a few black markings around the boy's stomach to complete the look. Around his waist, there's a red utility belt filled with his high-density seals and a few basic medical supplies. The mouthguard that as a kid Izuku had intended to look like smiling teeth has been changed to a metal respirator meant for filtering out poisonous gases. The mask he had designed has been transformed into a hood that the boy currently has pulled over his head, allowing some of his fluffy green hair to escape out of the back. The costume is finished off with a pair of white fingerless gloves that are covering Izuku's hands. "Ah, very cool," All Might says, giving Izuku a thumbs up. That's when he realizes that the rest of the class might see that as favoritism. Ahem. He fake coughs into his hand as he begins to sweat. "All of you look very cool." "Yes, very cool indeed," the man says, trying to cover his tracks. "That's pretty cool, Midoriya," Achiko calls over to her classmate. The boy. Together, "I like the confidence, young Bakugo. However, I can't knowingly let you fight 3 people without a partner. Let's see." He scans his students before pointing at the girl with the black ponytail. "Young Yaoyorozu, I believe you got the top result of Aizawa's quirk test yesterday. Would you be Bakugo's partner?" The girl gives her teacher an apprehensive look before giving in and sighing, "Yes, I'll do it." "Great!" the teacher shouts. "Then we'll draw lots for the rest of the teams." Izuku Midoriya, Achiko Uraraka, Tenya Ida. B. Katsuki Bakugo, Momo Yaoyorozu. C. Shoto Todoroki, Mizo Shoji. D. Mina Ishido, Yuga Aoyama. E. Rikido Sato, Koji Koda. F. Kyoka Jiro, Denki Kaminari. G. Tsuyu Azui, Fumikage Tokoyami. H. Mishiro Ojiro, Toru Hagakure. I. Ejiro Kirishima, Hantasiro. Well then, it looks like our first match is Team A versus Team B, and since one team has 3 people on it, I'll allow Team B to choose whether they're the heroes or the villains, All Might declares. Katsuki stares straight into Izuku's eyes, not consulting his partner before answering. "That's easy, we're the heroes," he says, trying to intimidate Izuku. "All right, Both teams grab a copy of the building's blueprints. You have 5 minutes to prep for the battle. The hero explains, watching as the two teams head to the building where this showdown was to take place. Momo stands outside the building leaning against a nearby fence, sighing as she looks at her partner who's glaring at the building. How did she get roped into this? It wouldn't kill you to smile, the girl remarks, but Katsuki continues to glare, ignoring his partner. Don't ignore me, we need to plan. No matter how good you are, there's 3 of them, and 2 of us, we're at a disadvantage, she snaps. Exib.ist, Katsuki mumbles to himself, saying it just quite enough so that Momo can't hear it. What was that? The girl asks, leaning forward using one hand to cup her right ear. Katsuki turns around to face his partner, a frown on his face. I said, I've nothing to say to an ex-idiocy like you. The boy shouts, pointing to the hole in Momo's costume that exposes the middle of her bust. The girl looks to where Katsuki's pointing. She crosses her arms, covering the hole as a slight blush appears on her cheeks. I'm not an ex-beatenist, she shrieks. Katsuki gives her a skeptical look, while not dropping his furious glare. I'm not. This costume is made to maximize my quirk. In fact, my original design was supposed to show more skin, but it got rejected. Momo boasts, turning around satisfied with her defense. That's not something to boast about. Katsuki shouts. Momo turns back around. Whatever, what's the plan? I bust in there and kill Deku. You follow behind and go wherever you want. One of us finds the bomb, we win, the boy explains. We can't kill anyone. And who is Deku? She asks, already tired of this boy. Meanwhile, Izuku stands on the top floor of the building, Ochako and Ida standing opposite to him. So, you're saying that Bakugo will come straight for you? Ochako asks curiously, a finger on her cheek holding up her tilted head. The boy nods. Yes, Kaken will come straight for me, the boy confirms. I'll draw him down to the lower levels. That way if I get captured it should at least buy you some time, Izuku explains, drawing lines from the top floor to the bottom to help with his explanation. Of course that'll leave you to deal with Yaoyorozu. Hearing this, the brunette pumps her fist into the air. All right, with the 2 of us, we'll take her down no problem, right Ida? Ochako shouts, nudging her blue-haired friend but stopping when she realizes that he doesn't share his same enthusiasm. Ida, now without his helmet, turns to the girl, a stern look on his face. I'm not so sure. Although Yaoyorozu will be alone, she seems to be a versatile fighter. Right? Izuku agrees. Her quirk seems to let her create almost anything, but I guess it's limited to non-living objects. But other than that I have no idea what her limitations could be, he says, informing his teammates. And she was one of the 4 students admitted by recommendation, Ida adds. A now doubtful Ochako slowly lowers her arm. Ida looks to the boy. Midoriya, you do realize that even if we can beat Yaoyorozu, this plan hinges on one important detail. The blue-haired boy looks his classmate dead in the eye. If Bakugo doesn't chase you, we will probably lose. Are you sure he'll attack you? Izuku responds by nodding. How can you be so sure? Izuku stands up, walking to the staircase that leads to the lower floors. Because this isn't a drill for Kaken. To him this is a showdown between someone who wants to be like the greatest hero of all time and a hopeless nerd who clung to a pathetic sidekick. Katsuki mutters to himself, making sure that Momo can't hear him this time. Begin! All Might's voice shouts through the students' earpieces, causing Katsuki to run inside of the building and for Izuku to sprint down the stairs to meet him. The sound of footsteps echoed throughout the hallways of the mock battlefield as Izuku runs towards the stairway connecting the first floor to the ground floor. Era! The boy gasps, stopping in his tracks. He can hear something. The average person would probably be confused, but Izuku knows exactly what it is. Explosions. Realizing this, he moves to the closet wall, flattening himself against it, holding his breath. While the plan is for Izuku to fight his childhood bully, he knows it won't be easy. He needs to catch him off guard. The explosions stop. Izuku takes a breath, beginning to shimmy further down the wall, trying to find his opponent. A loud noise rings out from behind the mock villain. The boy's head jolts, looking behind him, seeing a cloak of dark gray smoke. Deku, Katsuki scowls, walking out of the smoke. You really thought you could get the drop on me? The hero shouts, a malicious grin on his face. How did Kaken get there? where the explosions decoys. Izuku begins to panic. His opponent holds his arms behind his back, igniting explosions propelling him forward. The sandy blonde rockets forward, giving Izuku little time to react. He expects to see the green-haired boy panicking, but instead he's running towards him. Katsuki pulls his open palm back, a few small explosions emitting from it. The hand then launch forward, hitting the boy with an explosion. "Yeah, feel that, Deku," he says confidently. He shakes his hand, wafting away the residual smoke from his palm. He watches the body of smoke disappear, but he's shocked to see that Izuku's disappeared, leaving a black mark on the wall he hit. Katsuki quickly connected the dots. The boy had dropped to the floor, sliding under the attack. The sandy blonde smirks, looking behind him, seeing an end of a green ear run into a separate hallway. Katsuki smirks, using explosions to propel himself again. He reaches the doorway into the hallway. He expects to see a green suit running away, but instead he sees a flash of white as he's knocked back, hitting the wall behind him. It takes a moment for Katsuki to register what had happened, but when he does, he gurns. Izuku had punched him. Rubbing his cheek and spitting on the floor, the sandy blonde begins slowly moving towards his opponent. "You got real lucky with your quirk, Deku." Growling, he stares straight into the green-haired boy's eyes, expecting him to recoil in fear and begin running again, but instead it was Izuku's turn to smirk. His eyes were strang, or at least new to Katsuki. "It's like this nerd is actually confident." "That had nothing to do with my quirk," Izuku declares, catching the sandy blonde slightly off guard. "In fact, Kaken, I haven't had a vision since the entrance exams." Noticing that his old friend has dropped his intimidation tactics, the boy begins slowly walking towards Katsuki. "All I had to do was watch you closely and predict your next move, just like Sir taught me." Scowling, Katsuki charges at the fake villain, winding up for an attack, but his opponent, now focusing on his predictions, knows exactly what he's going to do. "No matter how much training you get, you'll always be a useless nerd with a luck-based quirk," the boy shouts, attempting to hit Izuku with a right hook, but the hit's momentum stops suddenly. Izuku grabbing the boy's with large grenade-like gauntlet between his arms. Wasting no time, the green-haired boy changes his stance and begins shifting his weight, using his new muscles to lift Katsuki over his shoulder, throwing onto the ground, leaving him lying on his back. "You were in the air before, so you didn't get a chance to, but you always start a big fight with a right hook. I've watched you for years, so you're the one I can predict the best." Izuku clenches his fist as he looks at the boy lying on the floor. "As I said, I'll watch my opponent and predict their next move. And that's how I'll beat you," he shouts, reiterating himself. As All Might started the exercise, Momo was forced to watch her partner charge into the battlefield with no real strategy. "Call me an ex-sing," she mumbles to herself. "I'll show him." Scoffing, the girl begins scanning the buildings, her eyes widening as they rest on one spot. "Don't tell me they wouldn't, would they?" she questions. Taking a moment, the girl sighs, the exposed skin on her stomach beginning to glow. "Well, I guess it doesn't hurt to check." "Aw man, it's been like 0.3 minutes and Midoriya hasn't reported in yet. Do you think he's okay?" Achiko asks her partner, as they sit on the roof of the building by the bomb. "I'm sure he's fine. Midoriya is sensible. If he needed our help he'd ask," Ida says, quickly dismissing the possibility of their teammate being in danger. The two paused their conversation as they heard a strange clacking sound coming from in front of them. With each clack, it seems to get closer. They soon see Momo's head behind the guardrails around the edge of the building. Momo quickly notices them. "Oh, so you were here," she says, hoping over the railing. "Maybe I should have made that ladder out of wood. It might have been quicker." Nitpicking her own actions, the girl moves into a loose stance, a patch of skin on her left arm glowing. A metal pole begins to stick out. The girl uses her right hand to grab the pole. "No matter, I just have to grab the bomb. After that, Bakugo will be forced to stop his reckless antics." Achiko begins to panic, looking at the girl who's clearly ready to engage them. "Why Yorozu? You were supposed to look through each floor while Midoriya distracted Bakugo." She gaps. "So that was the plan. I suppose Bakugo does seem to be preoccupied." Momo sighs, asking herself why she had to be the one stuck with Katsuki. "So you're here already. I was expecting a few more minutes to get into character, but..." Taking a deep breath, placing his helmet on his head. "I am Tenya Ida, the ultimate villain. Come and met your doom." The boy shouts in an overly maniacal, high-pitched voice. Hearing this, Achiko begins laughing uncontrollably. "Ida, what are you doing?" she says through her laughter. "I suppose he's trying to take this seriously," Momo shrugs. "I hope you'll do the same," she says in a stern tone of voice, pointing her metal pole at Achiko, causing her to jump back slightly. "Are you threatening my teammate? I thought we were supposed to be the villains here," Ida calls out. He then begins running towards Momo. As he gets closer, he jumps towards the girl. He throws his leg towards the girl, but she uses her left arm to cover her face. Her arm glows, a shield appearing just in time to block the kick. Your skimpy outfit is abusing my male urges," Ida mocks as he runs back around, readying himself for another attack. A now angry Momo clenches her fist, glaring at the blue-haired boy that's currently speeding towards him. "It is not skimpy, and I am not an exit," shouting her. Response: the girl creates a net in the palm of her hand, throwing it and entrapping her male opponent. Izuku continues to duck and weave between all of Katsuki's attacks, eventually finding an opening to break away from him. He runs as far away from the blonde as he can and posts up. From the constant shouting and explosions, it seems like he's completed his mission. Katsuki is completely focused on him. "Midoriya, come in Midoriya," Achiko's voice calls through their linked earpiece. "What is it, Uraraka?" whispers the boy. "We have a situation. Yaoyorozu figured us out sooner than expected, and she's got Ida trapped in a net." Panicking, Achiko looks to the black-haired girl who's about ready to engage. "Crap, if Ida's captured, Izuku doubts that Achiko can take Yaoyorozu out on her own. Just try and buy us some time. I'll try to capture Kaken and come help you out," he replies. "You think you can capture me?" scowls Katsuki. Izuku looks behind him, seeing the boy sauntering up to him. "Seriously, this is the second time that he's snuck up behind me." Izuku begins berating himself in his head but hits his cheeks with his hands. He needs to focus. That's when a strange noise comes from one Katsuki's gauntlets. "I'm all loaded up," Katsuki mumbles as himself. "Since you're such a stalker, I'm sure you already know how my quirk works. My explosions are sparked from the nitroglycerin like sweat on my palms." The boy lifts his arm up, showing off his gauntlet. "Imagine if I was able to store a large amount of that sweat and detonate it all at once." He pulls back the top of the gauntlet, revealing a small metal pin. "Bakugo, stop this. You'll kill him." All Might shouts down the earpiece. "He won't die if he dodges," Katsuki shouts, pulling the pin. Izuku sees a small flash of orange from a small hole in the gauntlet, followed by a large explosion. Izuku gasps after receiving his vision. "I've got to move." Turning his back to his opponent, the boy begins running away. "What the hell?" Katsuki looks at the boy's cowardly running in disbelief. "Come Deku, I thought you'd improved." Taunting Bakugo scraps his planned explanation and simply pulls back the top of his gauntlet, exposing the pin. Knowing what's coming, the boy jumps into a separate hallway. Katsuki pulls the pin, launching a large-scale explosion, bouncing throughout the hallway. The heat of the attack grazes Izuku's legs, slightly damaging his costume. "As much as I hate to admit it, I got lucky that my quirk activated. If it hadn't, I might not have survived." Izuku pokes his head around the corner, seeing that the explosion had created an entirely new path that leads outside of the building. The boy grimaces, picturing him being sent flying through the wall of the building and hitting the ground below. "Pretty cool, right, Deku?" Katsuki's grin only grows bigger as he stands over his old friend. "This is the power you need to be a hero, and a hero doesn't get beaten by his sidekick." The blonde taunts. Quickly getting to his feet, Izuku grabs a seal from his belt, slinging it in Katsuki's direction. This catches the blonde off guard. He's able to dodge it, the side of the seal just grazing his cheek. Seeing a small opening, the green-haired boy pulls back his arm, going to deliver a solid punch to the face. But Katsuki anticipates this, using his right arm to grab the boy's arm, stopping the punches in advance. "You're not the only one who can predict people, bullshit." Without hesitation, Katsuki delivers an explosion to Izuku's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. He then yanks the boy's arm to the side, smacking him against the nearest intact wall. Katsuki lets Izuku's arm go, allowing him to recoil in pain, but without hesitation he winds up for a big hit. "Here it comes, the famous right hook you were talking about," he shouts. Izuku crouches down, holding his side. He smirks as he hears the boy shout, "You idiot, only a fool would telegraphic what they're going to do to someone who thrives off of predictions." Izuku ducks under the right hook, causing Katsuki to trip over himself. Taking the opportunity to strike, Izuku kicks the blonde's shin, causing him to collapse, falling on his stomach just inches away from Izuku. "That isn't enough to beat me," Katsuki grunts, firing off explosions, lifting himself slightly above the ground. Continuing to use the explosion to keep himself in the air, Katsuki fires an explosion at the boy's chest, knocking him down. The blonde then grabs his opponent's mask, using the leverage to drag the boy across the hallway, scraping the green-haired boy's back against the floor, causing him to scream in pain. Seeing that he's getting too close to the hole made in the building, Izuku shoves his knee into Katsuki's stomach, forcing him to let go of the green-haired boy. After the blonde's hand lets go of Izuku, he continues to skid across the floor until he's just at the edge of the building's broken walls. Izuku stumbles back to his as does Katsuki. The two look into each other's eyes, neither ready to back down. "To think, a nerd like you has the ball to challenge me. You got here based on luck. Do you really think some training from a second-rate pro is enough to..." The blonde advances, moving slightly closer. "I know what you really are. You're not some confident but hero. You're a scared little sidekick, hiding behind those DMN third years." He taunts, moving closer. Izuku looks at the floor before letting out a slight chuckle. "That's what you think. Sure, my social skills have improved a bit, but I'm not confident. I have no idea what I'm doing. So I'll beat you, the person I've looked up to my entire life, to prove to myself that I can be a hero." The green-haired boy shouts in response. "Deku Kaken." The boys shout in unison. Katsuki begins charging towards his opponent, both hands raised in his direction, small explosions igniting from them. Izuku takes some seals from his pouches. "Just a bit longer if I can last it." "Bit longer." The boy throws the seals, Katsuki dodging side to side, avoiding each attack. Katsuki's explosive palms get closer to Izuku. His only response is using his own hands, pressing his palms. Ancient Katsuki's locking his fingers around the blonde's hands, taking the brunt of the explosion that destroys his gloves. Both boys, seeing no other obvious method of attack, bash their heads against each other. "I'll kill you, you demon nerd." Katsue scowls, letting off more explosions into Izuku's palms. "I'd like to see you try." Izuku shouts back, some of his inner Katsuki showing. The boy plants his feet, trying his best to push against the blonde. "Time's up." The villain team wins. All Might shouts, causing Katsuki to loosen his grip, looking at the boy dumbfounded. "Minutes ago on the roof." "Come on, Uraraka, you know you can't hold it forever," Momo taunts as she trickles the currently nauseous Achiko. The brunette's currently using her quirk on the bomb, floating it upward in an attempt to buy time. She's currently holding her hands over her mouth, trying not to barf. A loud explosion rings out, as a large chunk of the side of the building is destroyed. The impact caused the top of the building to shake slightly, knocking the two girls off balance, also making Achiko throw up, spewing all over the floor. "My costume!" Momo shrieks as Achiko's vomit begins to taint the red fabric of her costume. Within seconds, the girl feels something wrap around her arms, constricting her. She looks down, seeing a coil of the white capture tape wrapped around her. "A very strange strategy, Uraraka, but I suppose it worked," Ida comments, dusting his hands off. The explosion must have knocked him out of the net, and since Momo had never wrapped capture tape around him, he was still in the game. He must have then taken the chance to use his speed to wrap the girl up in tape. Achiko crawls over to Ida, grabbing his leg. "Help me," she ends. Uraraka, are you okay? Wait, my villainous persona. Uraraka, let's get you to the shady back alley hospital, since we recognized criminals would never be found out in a licensed hospital. Katsuki stutters. "Why you can't beat me?" The boy angrily grabs the boy's collar, lifting him up. "You can't, I'm better than you, I'll always be better than you," he shouts, beginning a small mental breakdown. "Young Bakugo, unhand him at once or face serious punishment." All Might shouts down the microphone. "Tisich," the blonde throws the boy down and turns his back to him. "Just know that this wasn't a real fight, but when we do, I'll kill you." The boy walks off to join his class, leaving Izuku to meet up with his teammates. A very impressive display from both teams. All Might boom, energetically clapping his hands together. Although, young Bakugo may have gone overboard in some places, hearing this Katsuki scoffs, turning his head away from the audience. So let's review, who was this match's MVP? The teacher expects his students to raise their hands, but instead, people just seem to speak. It's obviously Midoriya. He spent the entire game fighting Bakugo and came out on top. Shouts the girl with pink skin, excitedly pumping her fist into the air. I'm Mina Ishido, by the way. I had the pleased experience of meeting your girlfriend yesterday. She introduces herself. Izuku's confused for a moment but blushes as he remembers the time Nejire spent wiggling her horns. Denki Kaminari, a boy with yellow hair with a black streak, calls out, raising his hand. Did Midoriya really win? Sure, on paper he won, but look at his neck. The boy points. Izuku pulls his respirator back, revealing a red line the Katsuki had caused. Bakugo definitely beat Midoriya up more, Denki argues. A pair of gloves begins flailing around. Well, I think Midoriya looked cooler. A female voice shouts. Toru Hagakure, she introduces herself. Oh, come on, guys. Izuku rubs the back of his head sheepishly. I wasn't that cool, I was mostly just running away. DMN right. Katsuki scoffs. I think Yaoyorozu was the MVP, the boy stutters. Each of the students looks at the boy in confusion. Even All Might is slightly surprised by the boy's omission. Do explain, young Midoriya, the hero says, slightly intrigued. I guess, she was easily able to figure out where we hid the bomb. She made her way up there without drawing any attention to herself. She was then able to handle two opponents relatively well. Really, she only lost because of, well, Izuku pauses, looking to the sandy blonde boy to his side. He takes a big gulp as he continues what he was saying. She only lost because Kaken let off that big explosion. Katsuki clenches his fist and grits his teeth but stays silent. All Might twitch slightly. He hadn't expected the boy to analyze that well, this quickly. Honestly, the hero was playing to name the green-haired boy the MVP, but he made too compelling of an argument. Why, yes. Exactly right, young Midoriya. Young Yaoyorozu may have lost, but she herself had almost no faults in her personal strategy. Oh well, I'm not sure if I agree, but I'll accept the praise either way. Momo bows. Right. On to the next match. All Might shouts. Izuku spent the rest of the lesson in awe. He got a rare chance to observe the same batch of quirks in actual combat training. Mina's acid and how she could alter certain aspects of it, Toru's invisibility and how it only affected her, the son of Endeavor, Shoto how his quirk seemingly had certain aspect tied to certain parts of his body, how many applications there are for a certain girl's earphone jacks. Well, okay, there aren't that many, but there's still quite a few. The group eventually got to the end of the lesson, standing at the exit to ground beta. Now what? How a true hero exits, like he's got somewhere to be. All Might strikes a pose, before running down the hallway, leaving a thick cloud of dust behind. After the other students gush about the number one hero, they get changed ready to head home. Izuku-in, Nejire shouts, waving as she runs over to the boy. So how was it? Today was your first day of hero basic training? It was, right? So how was it? The brunette begins bombarding her friend with questions. It was fine, Nejire, the boy assures the girl. Oh, just fine, she signs, a weird note at the end of her voice. Crap, Izuku thinks to himself. Her usually sweet smile changed, not by much, but Izuku noticed it's slightly more maniacal than normal. You know, Izuku-in, I had a small headache during class today. While Izuku has no idea what she's talking about, but the strange pressure emitting off of her is enough to make the boy sweat. What that mean? Are you okay, Nejire? Yes, I'm perfectly fine, she says, returning back to her sweat self, finding the boy's concern sweet, but she quickly snaps back to her other persona. It means that you were spending a bit too much time with a cute girl, the girl reveals, causing Izuku to tilt his head in slight confusion. Tell me, Izuku-in, and don't lie to Nejire, do any of the girls in your class wear cute or, dare I say, CC costumes? She says, her intimidation hitting its peak. The boy begins to blush, thinking about Achiko's skin-tight suit or the window into Momo's chest. I will neither confirm nor deny that, Izuku deflects, beginning to back away from the brunette. Izuku-in, she sings, the threatening undertone in her voice only growing stronger. Seeing where this is going, Izuku turns his back to the girl, screaming, "No comment." He begins running out of UA. "Izuku-an, come back, you're just making it worse for yourself," Nejire calls out as she runs after him. Mirio and Tamaki walk out just in time to see them leave. "Oh no, we just missed them, come on Tamaki," Mirio shouts, running after his friends. Tamaki stands there for a moment watching the commotion unfold. "No, I'm good," he mumbles before making his own way home. After pushing past the press in front of UA, Izuku groggily walks to his class. Izuku yawns as he stumbles over to his desk, throwing his bag under the desk and sitting in his seat. He hunches over the desk, resting his head on his arms. He tries to resist, but his eyes slowly shut as he begins to block out the outside world. "Are you okay, Midoriya?" a female voice calls out, as a hand touches the boy's shoulder. After waiting a few seconds for a response, the girl begins shaking the boy's shoulder. "Come on, Midoriya, class is about to start." Please. After waiting again, she sighs, beginning to shake him vigorously. "What?" the boy shouts, jumping up. He looks around, seeing that head gain the entire class's attention with that shout. Looking to his side, he sees Achiko, slightly bewildered by what just happened. "Sorry, Uraraka," he apologizes, rubbing the back of his head. The brunette, seeing the boy's clearly sleep-deprived face, moves slightly closer, inspecting the black rings around his eyes. What happened?" Izuku yawns again. "Nothing serious, Nejire just kept me up all night," he explains. Achiko and everyone else in class who's still listening to the conversation take the sentence at face value. "Why shouldn't be doing that," the brunette says through her blush. "Way to go, Midoriya," Mina shouts. "Never would have pegged Midoriya to be that kinda guy," a frog-like girl says in slight disbelief. "Honestly, it's kinda manly," Ejiro Kirishima, a boy with red spiky hair, declares. Ida, predictable, comes marching over to his green-haired friend. "Midoriya, I believed you to be one of pure intentions. I cannot condone XL relations if it will distract you from your education. Is it possible that the third-year girl we met isn't as pure as she seems?" "What are they talking about? All we did was..." Izuku wonders. After a few seconds, his tired brain eventually catches up with the conversation. He begins to blush, his face as red as Achiko's. "No, no, no," he shouts, frantically waving his hands in front of his face. "We didn't have C." Hearing this, the rest of the class begin to giggle. "You sure about that?" Mina taunts. "I mean, if a girl kept her boyfriend up all night, that seems pretty cut and dry." "No," the boy protests. "She kept me up over the phone. She made me keep complimenting her since I've been spending time with other girls. But after the first hour I ran out of compliments, so I just kept recycling the same ones." As he keeps explaining the situation, he slowly slips into his muttering habit. The class look at each other, all of them with a smug grin on their face. "Man, I wish I had a girlfriend who got that jealous of me." Hantasiro, a boy with black hair and very strange elbows, sighs. "She's not my girlfriend." Izuku snaps. "You're not serious, right?" a girl with earphones for earlobes asks. When Izuku nods, each of the students begins to either laugh or look at the boy in confusion. "So, you have a girl, a very attractive girl at that, who gets jealous when you spend time with other girls, and you don't think she's into you at all?" Jiro smirks as the boy begins processing what she just said. "So dense," she sighs. "No, we're just close." Izuku tries to defend himself but stops. "Does she think of me like that? Of course I like her. Who wouldn't, right?" The boy's thought is cut off as Aizawa walks in to start homeroom. Aizawa walks into the room, each of the students taking their seats when they see him being forced to tease Izuku about his not-girlfriend later. The hero walks over to the front of the class, placing some papers onto the desk. "I hope you've rested from yesterday's battles. I took the liberty of looking at your marks and evaluations," he says, seemingly almost as drowsy as Izuku is. "Bakugo, stop acting like a child, you're wasting your talents, and Midoriya, well done, I'm impressed," he says, looking to the two Katsukis, mad as expected, while Izuku's once again struggling to stay awake. "Now, with that out of the way, we have some business to attend to. I'm sorry to spring this on you, but..." Aizawa pauses as if he's purposely trying to frighten his students with the threat of a pop quiz. "We need a class president." As those words escape from his mouth, each student jumps from their seat, their hands raised explaining why they should be considered for the role, well except a certain green-haired boy who has almost found the exact right position to fall asleep. Please wait. Ida shouts over the top of everyone else. Once they've all quieted down, the boy marches to the front of the class. This is a lot of responsibility. This person must have the trust of their peers as well as be someone we want to represent us, he explains, which is why we must put it to a vote. But we've just met, and we don't really know each other too well. Ribbit, Tsuyu the frog-like girl interjects. And won't most people vote for themselves anyway? Kirishima asks. Ida nods, having already anticipated the questions. Of course, doesn't that mean the person to receive multiple votes will be the truly appropriate person? He says, answering the question with a question. He then turns to the teacher. Of course, this is only if it's okay with you, Mr. Aizawa. The boy, shocked to see the teacher, is already zipping his sleeping bag up. Yes, sure, as long as you decide, I don't care how. Being a bit too honest, the man begins to doze off. Mr. Aizawa, that you wouldn't happen to have another sleeping bag, would you? Izuku asks. There's a spare blanket under the desk at the front, Aizawa revealed, pointing to the desk. I'll take it, the boy shrugs. Who the hell voted for him? Katsuki shouts, glaring at some of his classmates. Many of the students simply told their eyes, while some question why the boy ever thought he'd be chosen. So, with 3 votes Midoriya will be the class president, and with 2 votes Yaoyorozu will be the vice president, Aizawa declares, gesturing to the black-haired girl standing tall, accepting her new position. Standing next to her is Izuku, hunched over and wrapped in the blanket Shota had told him about. Momo sighs, giving her new superior the side eye. He seemed a lot more capable yesterday, the girl mumbles. Hearing that, Shota glares at Ida. Ida, I need you to talk to Hado for me. Tell her that if she interferes with Midoriya's sleep again, she'll be in detention for the next few weeks. Hado, the boy repeats, before hitting his fist onto his open palm. Ah, the third-year girl, but how did you dash? He begins to ask, but the man begins walking away. Call it a hunch, he answers, walking up to the doorway, or an educated guess. And with that, the man walks out, leaving the class to wait for their next teacher. After that very loud morning, Izuku makes his way to the lunch hall. With limp arms and while dragging his feet, he makes his way to where his third-year friends are sat. He takes a seat that was already pulled out, slamming his head on the table. What's wrong, Izuku-an? Nejire sings. Clearly the fatigue from an all-nighter has hit her yet. The boy pulls his head off of the table, his face painted with disbelief. How are you okay? We stayed up all night, he whines, putting his face back down on the table. Hush, Izuku, rest up, Tamaki whispers, patting the boy's mess of green hair. Izuku nuzzles into the table and, still armed with the blanket Aizawa let him borrow, he's finally able to drift off to sleep. How are you still awake? Mirio asks. I mean, I know you're a bundle of energy much like me, but even you can't survive an all-nighter without at least yawning. Nejire grins, tilting her head slightly. How can I be tired when I know how my Izuku-an really feels about me? She beams. Mirio jumps forward. Wait, he confessed seriously, didn't think he'd have it in him. Hearing this, the girl's mood dampens slightly. I made him stay up all night complimenting me, so he'd never forget that I'm the best girl he knows, and after an hour or so, he ran out of compliments and tried to use the same ones, hoping I wouldn't notice, she chuckles. He thinks I'm kind, sweet, my hair looks great, I always smell nice, my eyes sparkle, she continues, but Mirio and Tamaki seem underwhelmed, so she brings out the big guns. And my melons, well, he only said this one once, and he tried his best to hide it in a mountain of text, but he thinks my melons. She begins but is cut off. Ahem. The 3 look up to see Ida and Achiko standing by their table, each with a tray in hand. I'm Tenya Ida. Introducing himself, he gestures to his friend, and this is Achiko Uraraka. Nejire finishes the boy's sentence. The 2 first years, as well as Mirio and Tamaki, look to the girl. What? Much to my dismay, Izuku-an does mention other girls when we talk. The brunette shrugs. Right, well, we're friends of Midoriya's. We were wondering if we could sit here? Ida asks. Mirio gurns, patting the seat next to him. Of course, any friend of Izuku's are friends of ours, welcoming them with open arms. Achiko goes to sit next to the slumbering Izuku but receives a glare from Nejire the brunette, then draws the girl's attention to an open space by her. Achiko nods, sitting in between Mirio and Nejire, leaving Ida to sit between Izuku and Tamaki. So, I understand, you've known Midoriya for a while, Ida says, attempting to break the ice. Yep, Mirio says proudly, hitting his chest with a closed fist. We've known him for almost a year now. And Hado, you you like Midoriya? Achiko asks, nervously awaiting her answer. Nejire looks to Achiko, staring her straight in the eye, exerting a massive amount of pressure. She opens her mouth to speak but, she totally dozes, Mirio whispers. Togata! Nejire shrieks, you're not supposed to tell her, I was building up to it, I was gonna make myself look intimidating, pretend I didn't like him and then switch it up last minute and show my sweet side. She pouts, but yeah, what's it to you? She says, sternly trying to salvage her routine. Oh, nothing really, Achiko assures the brunette. Actually, me and some girls in my class think he likes you. The brunette admits, completely oblivious to what she had just unlocked with the third year. Hearing Achiko's omission, Nejire perks up, completely scrapping her tough and stern character. She grabs the girl's shoulders, beginning to vigorously shake her. Really? Really, really? She shouts, wait, you aren't lying to me, are you? The brunette shakes her head. And you don't like Izuku? Achiko shakes her head again. Maybe, you're not so bad, Nejire gushes, pulling the girl into a hug. Thanks. The first year stutters. Wait, Hado, if I may, Midoriya said that you kept him up all night complimenting you, Ida states, to which the girl nods. And he went through with it. You must realize there is no reason for him to do it, and after all of those compliments, you still doubt whether he likes you. Nejire takes a moment to think about this before releasing Achiko from the hug, crossing her arms, and beginning to pout. You just don't get it. As the students of UA enjoy their lunch, a loud siren sounds. Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please promptly evacuate. A robotic voice alerts the students. Hearing this, many students jump from their tables, beginning to run to the exit. What does that mean? Achiko asks worriedly. It means that villains have entered the campus. Mirio explains, his smiles changing slightly. It's still a smile, but instead of showing joy, his eyes were serious, more serious than normal anyway. Ida stands up, gesturing towards the exit. Then let us go, he declares, the group getting up. Nejire walks to the somehow still asleep Izuku, beginning to lightly shake him. Izuku-kun, 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 she whispers softly, but the boy doesn't stir. Demon, my effective punishment, the brunette scolds herself. She picks the boy up by his collar. Izuku-kun, she says while shaking him. I'm up, the boy says bluntly, grabbing the girl's hand and forcing her to let go, his sleep deprivation overriding his usual manners. What's going on? He asks, not really caring. There's a level 3 security alert, she explains, but the boy doesn't move. The girl sighs, grabbing his sleeve and dragging him along. Yeah, maybe I won't keep him up all night, she mutters to herself. The duo reaches Ida, Achiko, Tamaki, and Mirio, who are trying to look over the crowd of people trying to get out. A slight roadblock, Ida sighs. Hearing mass panic from behind them, the group turns around, seeing another wave of people rushing towards them. I must ask you to halt, Ida commands, but the panicked students don't listen, sandwiching the group in between two waves of students. During the mass panic, Nejire feels a weight on her shoulder. She looks over to see Izuku asleep again. But he's on her shoulder, asleep, still warped in a blanket. Maybe I'm okay with this, she admits. Mirio, Tamaki murmurs, pulling on the blonde's sleeve. It's just the press, he points outside. Mirio begins to hug the window, looking at the entrance to the school, seeing that it is indeed the news reporters who were swarming the school this morning. Well, albeit it is the press, he exclaims. Ah. Izuku wakes up from his vision dream, his eyes flashing from blue to green as he wakes up. Each of his friends sat at the table look at him in surprise. How long have I been out? 5 minutes, Tamaki replies. At that moment Izuku feels all of the drowsiness return, his eyes become heavy again. He is slamming his head on the table. The boy lifts his head. Nejire, I need to get everyone's attention, he says bluntly. Got it, Nejire says cheerfully. She reaches her hands into the air. Ring wave, display output. She calls out as 3 rings of golden energy are released from her hands, floating a few feet upwards before dissipating into thin air. With each student in the lunch hall's attention, Izuku climbs up onto the table. The boy hesitates as he takes in all of the people staring at them. Why did I think this was a good idea? Public speaking isn't my strong suit, the boy berates himself. Seeing the green-haired boy stood motionless on top of the table, Tamaki cups his hands around his mouth and begins whispering, "Imagine them as potatoes." Izuku looks down, glaring at the third year. The advice obviously didn't help. At this point, students are beginning to lose interest, beginning to continue their conversations, that is until they hear a loud bang, their heads jolting back to the table. Seeing Mirio having just jumped onto the table, "Alright, everyone listens up, this kid can see the future." He shouts, gesturing to the boy next to him, "And he has something he needs to tell you." The blonde declares, moving closer to Izuku, cupping a hand over his ear. Understanding the signal, Izuku begins whispering what he had seen to the boy. "Wow, really?" Mirio exclaims. "Okay everyone, in a few seconds the alarm is going to go off, signifying a level 3 threat." The students begin to chatter among themselves, but it will just be the news reporters, they'll just make it in for a second and then the teachers will deal with it. He informs the school. After waiting a few seconds, the alarm goes off. "Security level 3 has been breached, students please promptly evacuate." The robotic voice from Izuku's vision calls out. In response to the warning, students stay in their places. The first years trusted Izuku, and the second and third years, who know better than to trust someone blindly, know of and trust Mirio. Because of that, the mass panic is avoided and the incident is quickly taken care of by the teachers. "Great work, Izuku." Mirio gives the boy a thumbs up. "Thanks, but..." He pauses, grabbing his notebook and a pen. "I always thought when I had a vision that I had to be conscious or at least present in the future I see, and this is the first I've seen a vision in a dream." The boy begins taking notes on the vision, fighting against his heavy eyes, making sure to jot down every detail. After lunch, it's time for hero basic training, and today it's rescue training, and the class is heading to an extra special facility. "Everyone, in order to ensure that everyone's comfortable, I ask that we pick a partner and stand in 2 separate lines," Ida commands. Izuku steps off of the bus in his repaired suit. "It's an open-plan bus, pile on guys." The boy points to the bus, using his other hand to rub his eye. The class cheers as they walk onto the bus, leaving Ida stood outside the vehicle, upset that no one had even taken his suggestion into consideration. After the students find their seats, the bus sets off, allowing for the first real group discussion. "So Midoriya, what you did with your quirk was..." Tfue begins but stops as she feels something on her shoulder. She looks to her side, seeing that Izuku has fallen asleep on her shoulder. His hood has fallen off of his face, rib bit. The girl gasps, looking at her classmates for help. Some of the girls giggle, while some of the boys seem jealous. "Maybe you should leave him be," Momo suggests. "He did seem awfully tired during class this morning. I doubt he can focus properly during training if he's woken up again." "Hado is going to kill you," Achiko murmurs. Back at Nejire's currently getting ready for her training, slipping into her costume. "Oh!" Nejire shouts, clutching her head. "Hado, are you okay?" A classmate asks, rushing over to her. "Why, yeah, I'm fine." The girl reassures her classmates, pulling her costume over the top half of her body. "Izuku-kun, what the hell are you doing?" Having reached their destination, Izuku walks out of the bus, yawning, stretching one arm while using the other to pull his hood back over his face. "Finally, I needed that," the boy says, fully refreshed. Begin the class rep. The boy stands at the side of the doors, watching everyone else exit the bus. Ajui," he says to the frog-like girl as she leaves. "I'm sorry for that while sleeping on you." The boy apologizes, his face heating up. "It's fine, I got used to it," she assures him. The class is then lead into the building in front of them, seeing a large facility with all sorts of environments inside. The class admires the different sceneries when a voice chimes in. "Impressed, this is a practical training area I created to simulate all kinds of accidents and disasters. I call it the Universal Simulation Joint, or the USJ." The group looks over to see a woman in a puffy white spacesuit. "It's the Space Hero 13, she's my favorite," Achiko gushes. While the rest of the class begins to group up, Izuku continues to admire and analyze the different disaster simulations, his eyes eventually landing in the center of the facility, his eyes once again flashing from green to blue. A large purple and black portal open in the center of the facility. A man with shaggy blue hair and hands all over his body steps out, followed by a swarm of other men and women all in menacing costumes. "You will all be scattered," a deep voice rings out, as the same black and purple mass that made the portal from earlier envelopes the students. Aizawa stands, facing off against the blue-haired man. The stranger seemingly grabs the hero's elbow. The clothes and skin covering that elbow begin to disintegrate, leaving the flesh exposed. "Don't move too much, or you'll turn to dust," the stranger laughs sadistically. "Young man, today you've saved me." A familiar vision, one of a half-deflated All Might with steam emitting from his body. Izuku freezes, slowly turning to his class. Mr. Aizawa." The boy gulps, gaining his teacher's attention. "Does this training involve fake villains?" he asks, clearly nervous. "No, why would you?" The man dismisses this, but his eyes widen when he remembers what this boy's quirk is. Right then, the black and purple portal opens up, the man with shaggy blue hair walks through, another larger man with black skin, scars, and a beck walks through next to him. The group of villains walking through soon after. Again Izuku gulps. This is one of the rare times that he wishes that his quirk was wrong. Fighting villains, it's something that every hero, whether they're a battle hero or not, is expected to do. And of course, as Hero Corps students, the kids of Class 1A are expected to do it too, but not yet. No one is expected to fight cold hard criminals at the age of 16, but in this situation, they don't really have a choice. Looking over the facility from the top of the large staircase at the entrance of the USJ, Aizawa, 13, and all of 1A see the villains begin to spread out, some entering nearby zones while most create a tight circle around a man with shaggy blue hair. Standing next to him is a big bulky man, with pitch black skin, scars covering his body, and his brains strangely exposed on the top of his head. "Mississippi 13, are the alarms not working?" Izuku asks, fully aware of the level of security UA should have. "We have some set up, but as you say they're not activating," the hero says, confused. "They must have a quirk that can block the sensors." Izuku hypothesis. He turns to face his classmates. "Kaminari, can you get a signal?" He singles the boy out. Realizing that he could be of some use in this difficult situation, the boy begins tapping on his built-in communicator, quickly sighing. No good, however, blocking the alarms, must be blocking communications too. Is this the only place they're attacking, or have they infiltrated the entire campus? Todoroki chimes in, bringing up the possibility of more villains and more attacks currently going on as they speak. Izuku takes a moment to think, quickly shaking his head as he draws his conclusion. "No, I think this is the only one." He dismisses the idea, but his classmates are confused. There haven't been any recent news stories talking about large groups of villains lately, so this is most likely a new group of thugs formed for this mission. The boy explains, "And it's too convenient. This is an isolated faculty far away from the school building. If they were attacking the entire school, why attack here? If they attacked the school building, we'd have no idea it happened. It's just a hunch, but there's something here, right now, that they want." The boy finishes his long-winded explanation. "Impressive," Aizawa grunts, lifting his goggles over his eyes. 13, evacuate the building and then call the school, he tells his coworker as he walks to the edge of the staircase. "Why, you're not going to try and fight them on your own?" Izuku asks his teacher, clearly distressed. The man doesn't answer. "Your quirk isn't suited for fighting a large group of villains. Your fighting style is more suited for one-on-one encounters." The boy explains, although his teacher already knows this. The man looks back to the group. 13, I'm counting on you. And Midoriya, I'm disappointed, underestimating a hero. The hero then makes his way down the stairs toward the group of villains. His students watch for a moment, mesmerized by how well their teacher is faring against the army. "Wow, he's better at group battles than I thought," Izuku gasps. "Okay everyone, we need to move and quick," the boy calls out, leading his friends towards the exit. "I'm afraid I can't allow that," a deep voice bellows as a block of purple mist rises from the floor, standing over Izuku. The villains' presences leave 13 and the students aghast. "Greetings, We are the League of Villains. I apologize for the intrusion, but we decided to let ourselves in. Izuku puts his hand out as a warning sign to his classmates. Everyone group up, cover each other's backs. Ida, when there's a chance you need to run. The boy shouts. Ida opens his mouth to protest, but anticipating the boy's hesitance, Izuku shouts, "No questions, you need to run." Judging by the similarities and how fast he got here, his quirk lets him warp others and himself, he explains. Very impressive, the mist compliments. Of course, I expect no less from the golden children of the hero world. Now where is All Might? I believe he was supposed to be here today. Izuku's eyes widen. All Might isn't here, but according to his vision he will be, and he looks pretty beat up. We came with the intent to kill him, to end the symbol of peace. Izuku's stomach drops. Was this what Sir Nighteye saw all those years ago? Was this supposed to be his death? Had the future already been changed? The mist's eyes. Unfortunately, it does not seem like Mr. Justice is in attendance. Was something changes? Oh well, I must fulfill my role, he shouts, the man's mist beginning to encircle everyone in a dome. Before the mist can fully cover the class, Katsuki and Kirishima jump towards the villain, both launching attacks towards him. Bet you didn't think we'd be able to attack before you got the chance, Kirishima scoffs. Boys, it's no use, get out of the way. 13 shouts, ready to use her quirk. Ah, that's quite brave of you. While you may still be children, you are heroes in the making, the voice booms. Now, you must all be scattered. The mist shouts, as his body expands, flooding Izuku's vision. Wah! Izuku wails before hitting the ground. Ow! He is standing up and looking around. There's not much, just a brown wasteland and some rocks and some chunks of broken buildings. Judging by the landscape, I guess I'm in the landslide zone, he hypothesis. Just then, Izuku hears something. It's not much. Something caused movement in the nearby rocks. Izuku's head jolts towards a larger rock nearby. I know you're there, he declares. A small crack appears in the larger rock before it breaks completely. A man comes charging through the dust that was kicked up. That won't help you. The man shouts. The dust begins gathering in one place, seemingly because of his quirk. But before he can do anything, Izuku pulls out a seal, sending it flying to the man's chest, leaving him on the floor unconscious. I'll kill you, kid. A new villain shouts from behind the boy. Izuku turns to see a new man jumping towards him, his hands replaced with long metal claws. Villains, they never learn, Izuku jokes to himself. Mirio must be wearing off on him. The boy pivots on his right foot, grabbing the man's wrist and delivering an elbow to the villain's back. After Dovawai knocking the man out, the boy looks around. Wait, that's it, he says in slight disbelief. I thought there'd be more. He rubs the back of his head. It doesn't add up. They can't really have expected this many villains to be enough for Hero Corps students. At that moment, a wave of visible cold mist rushes towards the boy, hitting his face. Todoroki, he gasps, running off to find his classmate. The boy expects it to take a while to find any trace of Todoroki, but he's proven wrong when he finds a clear trail of bodies, some half-frozen and some unconscious. This is where the main force was, the boy mutters, inspecting some of the frozen bodies. He quickly snaps out of it, following the trail to his classmate. Todoroki currently stands in front of two villains that he's frozen. If you stay like this, you'll eventually succumb to necrosis and die, the boy threatens. But I aim to be a hero, so I'd rather avoid that. So tell me, how do you guys plan to kill All Might? He says coldly, reaching his hand towards one of the thugs' face, a cool mist hitting his face. Before the villains can answer, two objects come flying through the sky, one hitting each of the frozen bodies, breaking the ice on impact. As soon as the thugs are free, they apologize before shuttling away. A set-off, Todoroki looks over to see his green-haired classmate walking over to him. Nice aim, Midoriya. But not cool, Izuku scolds, his lack of social skills seemingly not being an issue. Heroes can't kill, you know that. And threatening death isn't any better. What were you thinking? He stresses as he walks over to pick up his loose seals. I was trying to get information, he defends himself. We don't need it, Izuku retorts. Todoroki gives him a quizzical look. They said they came to kill All Might. I'm presuming they have something that they at least think will work. When the villains got here, they were all grouping around a man with blue hair and a bigger guy with his brain exposed. Based on the blue-haired guy's frail frame, he may be the secret weapon. but it's unlikely he has a quirk that can kill All Might. But that other guy, he's big, and there's something off about him. Todoroki looks to the boy, his lips curve forming an almost unnoticeable frown. You really are impressive, he mumbles just loud enough for his classmate to hear. After receiving the compliment, Izuku's wave of strange confidence seems to disappear as he defaults to rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Oh really, I guess Sir wanted to ingrain analytical and tactical thinking into me, he stutters, laughing the compliment off. But really I think you're impressive, a quirk that allows you to freeze and burn things. Not many people are born with something like that, especially when the fire aspect of the quirk comes from the number 2 hero. Izuku tries his best to pay back the compliment, but the mention of the boy's father kills the mood, and Todoroki's face changed from a slight frown to a Katsuki-like scowl. Let's go. If they're here to kill All Might, we should make our way to the center of the building, see if we can help, the boy commands, walking ahead of Izuku. Yeah, okay. The green-haired boy nods, running towards the dual-haired boy, but he doesn't walk next to him, feeling a cold aura emanating from him. Izuku decides to slowly walk behind him. After 10 minutes of silence, the boys eventually reach the center of the faculty, hiding behind a chunk of a nearby building that leads into the landslide zone. Look, Izuku whispers, pointing towards the other side of the battlefield. Todoroki follows, his fingers seeing Tsuyu and a shorted-out Kaminari, presumably having come from the shipwreck zone. Todoroki keeps his eyes locked on the battlefield, watching as their teacher continues to fight the horde of villains, but Izuku falls back to process all of the information he has been given. That guy, with the exposed brain, he's not moving, talking, or doing anything, barely even blinking. He's not normal. Is he an experiment, some kind of scientific breakthrough that can kill All Might? But my vision shows All Might alive, so it should be fine. The boy sighs, everything should be fine. Just as the boy calms his increasing nerves, his eyes widen as another thought pops into his head. But wait, if me simply knowing about the future has changed it, what if I've already taken actions to change the future? The boy begins overthinking the situation. The boy grabs his collar, pulling it away from his neck as his body gets hotter and hotter. The boy's then snapped out of his downward when he hears Shoto gasps. Izuku pokes his head around the chunk of the building, seeing the villain with hands all over his body grabbing hold of his teacher's elbow. He then watches as the fabric of Aizawa's shirt and his skin disintegrates, leaving the flesh exposed. Don't move too much or you'll turn to dust. The hand villain laughs as some leftover flakes of skin fall to the floor, shattering on impact. Izuku and Shoto both put one foot forward, ready to jump out and help their teacher, but they stop as the man uses his free hand to punch the villain, jumping back before fighting off a few villains that try to sneak up behind him. Isn't this out of your comfort one? The villain taunts as he stands. That quirk of yours, it isn't fit for fighting for a long period of time. The man observes a grin appearing on his face. So you must have jumped into the fight to give your students peace of mind. At this point, the man begins scratching her neck. Man, you're just so cool, and cool heroes are the worst. Oh, but just one thing, hero. He pauses as his monster-like henchmen stand over Aizawa. I'm not the final boss, he jokes, referencing something the hero had said earlier. Within seconds, Izuku and Shoto watch as their teacher's face is smashed into the ground and what's left of the man's arm is snapped with ease. What at the F dash? Shoto whispers. Seeing the carnage, the hand villain begins to laugh. This is the artificial anti-symbol of peace, but you can call him Nomu, the man explains. The villain raises his hand to scratch his neck, but he's quickly hit in the chest, causing him to take a knee. The man's head looks around, seeing a boy in a green jumpsuit, with a hood covering his head, running towards him. Todoroki! The boy shouts. Looking past the green-haired boy, the villain can see another boy with two-toned hair nodding. Got it, Todoroki mumbles, although he doesn't want to. The situation calls for him to listen to Izuku. The boy tilts his foot slightly. A wave of ice covers the floor, going under Aizawa and beginning to rise up Nomu's body, halting his movement. As the monster's shoulders are covered, Tsuyu leaps into the air with Kaminari hunched over his back. The girl opens her mouth, her younger rocketing forward, warping around Aizawa. I'll get Mr. Aizawa out of here. Ribbit. She pulls the man away from the villain as she heads towards the exit. You've got some guts, kid. The man laughs, stumbling to his feet. He looks down before picking up the boy's high-density seal. Did you not see what I did to your teacher? The man then crushes the seal in his hand, letting the dusk blow into the air. Or are you just that dumb? He then begins charging towards the boy, his hands reached out ready to grab the boy. As the two meet, Izuku grabs the villain's left wrist, pulling him forward, knocking the man off balance. This allows the boy to narrowly avoid the villain's other hand. Seeing the opening, Izuku pulls his hand back, forming a fist. Well, I spent 10 months moving trash, with the craziest people to build up my strength. It'd be a waste to not use it. The boy thinks to himself as he sends his fist into the villain's chest. Power! He shouts as it connects. As the villain is knocked back, he's able to just grab a hold of Izuku's wrist. With his free hand, the student can pry his arm free, but not before the skin on his wrist is destroyed, exposing the flesh. Izuku stumbles back, using his hand to cover his wrist. It's throbbing in pain, but it's slowly going down. You're one annoying kid, the hand villain mumbles in frustration. Nomu, he calls the monster's eyes to begin to move. The man points to Izuku. Get this brat away from me, he commands. Hearing his master, the monster begins to groan as it tries to stand up, but is stopped by Todoroki's ice. The two-toned boy smirks. He'll be stuck for a while. Shoto scoffs, crossing his arm. But the boy seems to speak too soon. As small cracks begin to appear on the surface of the ice, soon those cracks get bigger and bigger, and after a few seconds, Noma beaks through the ice, letting out a primal screech. Izuku looks to the freed monster in horror, his quirk activating. The monster breaks free, charging towards the boy. Within seconds he's in front of Izuku, and within a few more his fist hits the boy's chest, sending him flying. Seeing the vision, the boy begins to move to the side. I need to dash. Before he can finish that thought, the monster already in front of him. With almost no time to act, Izuku raises his uninjured arm to try and do something. Nomu hits the boy's arm. An audible crack can be heard as the bones inside break, and the boy is sent flying into the middle of the shipwreck zone's lake. Ack, ack. Izuku coughs as he reaches the surface of the water. With an injured wrist and a fully broken arm, it's hard to keep afloat, but he's just able to. I guess vision's no help if I can't react to what I see. The boy thinks to himself he'll have to add that to the notebook when he gets home, if he gets home. Ah, he's still alive. The hand villain sighs. He then looks next to him as a mass of purple mist materializes by his side. Tamura Shigaraki, the mist bellows. Kurogiri, I presume 13 is dead, he declares. I have incapacitated her, but I'm afraid one of the students was able to get away, the man reveals. Huh, the man knows. Kurogiri, you've really effed up, you know that. The man begins viciously scratching his neck. If you weren't our only exited, I'd kill you right here. They'll bring heroes soon, it's game over, the man stresses as his scratches begin to mark his skin. We'll retreat, the man sighs, stopping the constant scratching. Izuku's eyes widen. Did he hear that right? They're leaving. Ida must have gotten out. But you know, Shigaraki continues, that kid, he managed to hit me, it really set me off, he says, shooting a glare towards the boy floating in the water. And it'd be a waste, coming all this way without sending a message, and what's a better message than a corpse? He suggests. Hearing this and watching the Nomu prepare to dash towards him, Izuku begins to panic. With these injuries, he's dead in the water. Midoriya! Shoto shouts from the sidelines as a pillar of ice shoots towards the villains. It's quickly stopped as a warp gate opens, sending it elsewhere. The monster gets a running start, begging to charges towards Izuku, slowing slightly as he hits the water. Crap! Izuku begins to splash, trying to move in any direction. The monster gets closer and closer until... bang! Everyone's attention is diverted to the entrance as the door is busted open. As a tall, muscular man steps out of the dust cloud. It'd all might, and he's not smiling. The man walks forward, a loud clack heard with each step. I got suspicious when Aizawa didn't answer my calls, so I made my way here. Eventually I ran into young Ida. There's no need to fear, the man calls out, reaching for his tie, because I am here. He shouts, ripping his tie from his neck. Looks like our game's getting a continue, Shigaraki says, intrigued by the symbol of peace's appearance. As All Might walks over up to the edge of the large staircase, a small group of villains waits for him at the bottom. Why is that All Might? One villain stutters, his nerves beginning to act up as he sees the man's domineering figure. He's an lot different in person, the man continues. Come on, he's only one guy, we can take him, another villain scoffs. Before anyone's eyes can react, All Might disappears, knocking each of the villains unconscious, retrieving Izuku and Shoto, dropping them behind him. Izuku blinks twice, adjusting to his new surroundings and allowing his body to catch up with being on land. You two, get to the exit, the rest of your class should be leaving soon, All Might demands. Shoto nods, turning around to leave, but Izuku stays. All Might, I had a vision, why you shouldn't die here, but if... The boy stopped as the hero turns to face him. Young Midoriya, your vision is very reassuring, but I don't need it, the man declares, striking a pose. Now please, follow young Todoroki to the exit. The boy nods before reluctantly walking away. Should I be doing this? Judging by my vision, he'll come out of this damaged but not dead. When we came in, I saw Mr. Aizawa talk to 13 and she put 3 fingers up. I read the news. All Right's been doing hero work all day. Has he used all 3 hours of his time? Todoroki! Izuku shouts, running up to his classmate. I don't think we should leave yet, he exclaims. The boy turns, shooting the green-haired boy a confused look, but All Might said. Please trust me, Izuku pleads. Now then, I'll give you villains one chance to surrender peacefully, All Might declares, pointing at the group, but they stay silent, each of them glaring at the man. I see, well then prepare yourself. The man then barrels towards the ringleader of the villains, his hands in a cross position. Before the attack can connect, Shigaraki mutters, Nomu. On command, the monster jumps in front of his master, taking the brunt of the attack. Carolina smash. He shouts, delivering a cross cop to the beast's stomach, the impact causing shockwaves to split apart the large man-made lake they're fighting by. All Might grunt, noticing the lack of damage on the henchman. Well, this may be a problem, the man declares, dogging the Nomu's attempt to grab him. It seems my blows have no effect on you, he shouts, throwing another punch at the man's chest. That's because his quirk is shock absorption. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag that fights back. The only real way to beat him is to slowly gouge out his flesh, but I'm not sure he'll let you do that, Shigaraki laughs. In an instant, the hero disappears, appearing behind Nomu. Thanks for the info, I'll just deal with him, and then it's on to you, he shouts, grabbing his opponent, hitting him with a suplex, causing a large explosion. As the dust clears, it's revealed that a warp gate allowed the Nomu to get the drop on the symbol of peace, grabbing his torso and sinking his fingers into the man's weak spot. Ding, he coughs, a small amount of blood leaving his mouth. That's what you were thinking, the frail man laughs. You wanted to slam him into the concrete and restrict his movements. I hope you're ready for a painful death, Kurojiri bellows. Nomu's job was to withstand your incredible speed and strength and hold you in a vulnerable position. Now that he's got a good grip on you, he'll drag you further into the warp gate, and once you're halfway shut, I'll squeeze it shut, pooping you like a grape. The villain explains. Usually I wouldn't allow blood and viscera flowing through my warp gates, but I'll allow it for a man with your statues. Nomu begins to lower the world's greatest hero further into the warp gate, but before he can get the man far enough, in a familiar wave of ice crawls up half of the monster's body. Seems it was a good idea to stay after all, Shoto remarks as he and still heavily injured Izuku reveal themselves. Seeing the boys, Shigaraki clenches his fist. God damn it, he shouts in frustration. It's those demon kids again. Before either has time to react, the mist villain appears in front of them. You kids are more capable than you seem. Perhaps I should get rid of you. The man moves closer, opening a wrap gate in front of them. Get the F out of my way, Katsuki shouts as he flies towards the villain, letting off a large explosion in his face. The boy then takes the chance to grab the villain's neck armor, using it as leverage to slam him into the ground. Kaken, Izuku stutters. Take this, Kirishima shouts, jumping at Shigaraki, although the villain easily dodges the attack. Ah man, that would have been so cool, the boy yells. Kirishima too? Shoto questions, as All Might takes a chance to grab Nomu's weakened hand, prying himself free. These DMN kids today, they've frozen my Nomu and captured our warp gate, Shigaraki says, getting more irritated by the scene. Kurojiri tries to move back to his leader, but Katsuki stops, placing his open palm on the man's armor, lighting small explosions. If you didn't have a physical body, you wouldn't need this neck armor, right? The boy explains, so I wouldn't move or I'll blow your butt to next week, he threatens. That doesn't sound very heroic, Kirishima quips. Shigaraki sighs. Nomu, go secure the R exit. The beast begins squirming, breaking the ice that covers him. He crawls back through the warp gate as it closes, his left arm and leg falling apart. How is he still alive? Shoto stutters, as he and the rest of the group gasp watching as the monster's flesh pulsates. It then begins forming into a new arm and leg. All Might steps forward holding an arm out in front of his students. Get back everyone. What's going on? I thought his quick was shock absorption. The villain smiles at the hero's confusion. I don't remember saying that's all he can do. He also has hyper-regeneration, he reveals. I told you, didn't I? He's a super-powered living sandbag that has been genetically modified to take you at 100% of your power. The man taunts as the monster charges at Katsuki. He's fast. All Might dash to his student intercepting the attack, the Nomu's punch sending the man flying into a wall. Kaken! Izuku shouts, worried for his classmate. He then looks to his side, seeing the boy sat next to him, a bewildered look on his face. You dodged it how? The boy questions. Of course IFANG didn't, Katsuki scoffs. The dust clears, revealing All Might having blocked the attack. This guy doesn't hold back, he coughs. Anything to save a comrade, right? The blue-haired man questions. He then points to Izuku. That boy with the green hood, he came running at me, punched me in my stomach. So what makes what he did heroic and makes the broken arm we gave him villainous? Realistically, you're just the living embodiment of government-paid violence, and violence only breeds violence. The man rants. What a load of crap, the hero exclaims. Idealistic criminals have a different look in their eyes, but you're just enjoying yourself. Shigaraki smirks. You got me, he mutters. It's 3-on-5, Shoto observes. And Kachaken revealed the mist guy's weakness. Izuku reminds the group. With all of us working together plus All Might, we can do this. No, the hero shouts, holding his arm out. Get out of here, it's too dangerous. You'd have been in trouble if Midoriya hadn't asked me to stay, Shoto says, refusing to leave. All Might clench his hand into a fist. Of course, and I thank the two of you for that, but I can handle myself now. So sit back and watch a pro get serious. This speech seems to convince the group, but there's one boy who still protests. All Might, you can't, you're bleeding and you're almost out. Izuku pleads, stopping himself mid-sentence as to not reveal the hero's secret. All Might doesn't say anything, instead he just gives the boy a thumbs up. Nomo, Kurojiri, take him, I'll kill the kids. Shigaraki explains the plan to his comrades. It's true, I only have a minute left in this form, my powers declining faster than expected, but I won't die here, All Might surmises. Let's clear this level and go home. Shigaraki begins running towards the kids. Looks like we're fighting after all, Kirishima declares, readying himself for battle and alerting his friends of the incoming danger. Why can't I die? Because I am the world symbol of peace and justice. A large amount of pressure begins exuding off of the man, as he rockets towards Nomu, their fist meeting in the middle, the impact creating a shockwave that separates the villains and the students. After the first punch, the two fighters begin trading a barrage of blows. Hey, we've already talked about his shock absorption, Shigaraki scoffs, as the two continue to clash. Yeah, what about it? He exclaims before continuing to punch the villain. Your quirk's shock absorption, not nullification, that means there's a limit to it, right? The man shouts, continuing his assault. So you were made to fight me? Made to withstand me at 100% of my power? Then I'll force to surrender from beyond that. He shouts, begging to fight the monster back, his students left aghast at his raw power. Izuku watches as his hero stands against the villain, finally overpowering him. He's spitting up blood, and those hits aren't random, they're targeted, and each of them is more than 100% of his power. He stares on in disbelief at the display of pure power. After being knocked back, Nomo begins galloping towards the hero on all fours. A real hero will always find a way for justice to be served, All Might preaches, jumping towards the villain, grabbing his arm, and throwing him to the ground. The man lands on the ground, his opponent still in the air. Tell me, villain, have you heard these words? He asks. Well, I'll show you what they really mean, he exclaims, pulling his arm back. Plus Ultra. All Might shout, throwing a punch so strong that it sends Nomu rocketing out of the USJ, splitting a hole in each cloud the monster passes through on his way to the ground. I really am slowing down, All Might laughs. Back in my 5 punches would have been enough, but today it took more than 300 mighty blows. The man admits, hitting his fist against his chest, steam beginning to emanate from his body. All Might steps out of the dust he had kicked up, staring the villain down. Now then, why don't we end this? The man says confidently, seeing his henchman defeat Shigaraki, begins violently scratching at his neck. You cheated, he exclaims. He's not weak at all. They lied to me. So what happened to clearing the game? I'm right here. If you can take me on, then bring it, he says, lowering his tone of voice in an attempt to intimidate them. Right? We are not on that level yet, Shoto mopes, comparing himself to the display of power he had just seen. Hey Midoriya, we should just hang back for a while. It looks like All Might's got this, Kirishima calls out to the boy, reaching towards his shoulder. But Izuku continues to stare at the hero, focusing on the streams of steam coming from his body. No, he's bluffing, it's hard to see, but he's out of time, he can't keep this up. Izuku panics. All Might does his best to stand tall in front of the villains. Can't move, that Nomu did some damage. At this rate, if I take one step I'll revert back to my true form. The man stares at the villains. Well, what's keeping you? He taunts. Just a bit longer, wait for reinforcements, or at least make them retreat. If only we had Nomu, he was taking those hits so well, Shigaraki yells as he scratches at his neck. Tamura, Shigaraki, calm yourself, it's obvious Nomu did some damage. The kids are staying back for some reason and reinforcements will be here soon, but if we attack together we may be able to kill All Might, Kurojiri says, trying to calm the man. Hearing the man's reasoning, Shigaraki stops his scratching. Yes, 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 he repeats. We can do this. The final boss is standing right there. We should go help the others, Kirishima exclaims, turning his back, begging to walk towards the entrance. I'm the only one that knows the trouble he's in. The mist villain's fast, and judging by All Might's shaking he won't be able to dodge. He thinks to himself. That's when he notices the villains seemingly readying themselves to attack. He turns to the group, singling out one boy. Kaken, I need you to throw me. Why the hell did you dash? Katsuki questions. Just do it. Izuku snaps. Katsuki's taken aback, but a scowl appears on his face. He grabs the collar of the boy's costume. This nerd is lucky he can see the future. Katsuki begins lifting the boy over his shoulder. Die! He shouts, lighting off an explosion, lifting the boy into the air. Meanwhile, the villains had already begun charging at All Might. Here they come. All Might brace himself. This is payback for Nomu, the mist villain bellows. Holy crap, I need some backup and quick. The hero panics. That's when he hears Katsuki's explosion and Izuku comes barreling towards the hero. Okay Izuku, you can do this. You're right by them, he reassures himself, the villain's head turning to see the boy. The boy then reaches his weakened wrist towards the mist villain's armor. Just grab the villain's armor, and with the momentum, I slam him to the ground. Get away from All Might. He shouts, his broken arm flapping in the wind. That won't work. Again. Kurojiri shouts as Shigaraki plunges his hand into the mist, with it appearing at the other side of the man's body, the hand getting close to Izuku's face. I know that hand. Izuku thinks back to Aizawa's elbow and how it decayed. The hand begins to obscure the boy's vision, but before it has a chance to grab hold of Izuku's face, a gunshot sounds, and a bullet is buried into the villain's hand. They're here. All Might shouts, a smile on his face, as he looks behind him, seeing UA's teaching staff lined up ready to fight. Sorry we're a little late, it took a while to assemble everyone, Principal Nizu explains. Class 1A, Tenya Ida reporting for duty with reinforcements. The blue-haired boy shouts proudly. The students watch as one by one heroes like Snipe, Present Mike, and Ectoplasm jump into action. Ah, they're here, it's game over, I guess we'll try again next time, let's go Kurojiri. Shigaraki pans, turning his back to walk into the warp gate. But he's quickly stopped as Snipe sends bullets through each of his arms and legs. Snipe continues to shoot, but to no avail. It's no good, we need someone who can capture from a distance, the hero exclaims. I've got it. An injured 13 stumbles over activating her quirk in an attempt to pull in the warp villain. I may have failed here, symbol of peace, Shigaraki howls. But next time we meet, I'll kill you, he threatens as he falls into the warp gate. All Might simply smiles, giving the man a thumbs up, watching as he flees. The warp gate disappears and it's over. Class 1 as first crisis and first encounter with villains is over. I couldn't do anything, Izuku says, defeated, standing to his feet looking to his hero. That's not true, All Might refutes. You bought me very valuable time, I'd be dead if not for you, he explains. A small glint appears in Izuku's eye. This is at the moment he saw All Might stands in front of him, half deflated. Young man, today you saved me. After the villains disappeared, the heroes escorted the students out of the USJ, and after a close call with Kirishima almost finding out All Might's secret, the hero and his green-haired student are taken to Recovery Girl's office to be treated. Izuku is laid in a hospital bed next to All Might, his previously broken arm in a cast, and a bandage on his wrist. I think that I've reduced my time limit again. I'll be lucky if I can hold out for an hour. The man sits up, revealing the bandages covering his body. What gonna do? Bad things happen. All Might, the boy murmurs. Only an hour a day. Izuku couldn't help thinking that the weakening hero's condition will only make his death more likely. The two sit in silence as the nurse tends to them, but then there's a knock at the door. It opens, revealing a man with short black hair wearing a tan overcoat. Behind him is a man that Izuku and All Might immediately recognize. Sir! Izuku shouts, clearly excited at seeing his mentor. Nighteye walks through the door, adjusting his glasses. It's been a while, Midoriya, he greets, having not seen his protege since the entrance exams. Mirio called me, I came as soon as I heard, the man explains. Ahem, the mystery man coughs, making his presence known to the group. It's been a while. Hi All Might, the man waves to the hero. Seeing the man, All Might looks to him in disbelief. They didn't tell me you'd be on the case. He shouts, blood spewing from his mouth. Wait, All Might, can he see you like this? Izuku panics. Yeah, this guy's alright, All Might assures the boy. The man smiles, taking his hat off and bowing. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Enough with the formalities, what about the students, how are they? The distressed hero asks. Tsukachi checks his files, smiling. Well, apart from this young man's broken arm and damaged wrist, the students are unharmed. 13 and Aizawa are expected to make a full recovery. The detective reveals. Recovery Girl glares at Nighteye. You better not be raising this young boy to be reckless, she points to Izuku. I know you helped Togata with his training, but if you encourage this boy to get these kids of injury. She scolds the man. Nighteye shakes his head, and no ma'am. He then looks to his student, Midoriya. I don't have all of the details on what you did today, but judging by your arms it's safe to say you put yourself at risk. I know that you wish to save people, but you also need to understand the value of your own life. He lightly scolds the boy. I understand, Izuku says, defeated as he looks to his bandages. All Might begins to chuckle. Come on, Knight, give the kid a break, he saved my life, the hero says cheerfully. All Might. Recovery Girl says, clearly upset, it's fine if he's being helpful, but you should not be encouraging this. The nurse crosses her arms, turning her back to the man as she begins filling out reports on her patient's injuries. Right? Nighteye sighs. I didn't just come here to check on your health. Midoriya, you didn't happen to see All Might's death, did you? Izuku shakes his head. And no, everything I saw came true. I saw him injured from his fight with the brain villain, but that's it. He says, disappointed that All Might's death is possible. He begins thinking back to a vision he got back when he first met the hero. His frail form stood in a field of debris, with a voice taunting him. But that well that he tries to explain what he had seen before, but he's unable to. Should he? Is it really best for the symbol of peace to know when he could die? Never mind. He dismisses the thought. If you say so, Nighteye sighs. Knock knock. The group freeze as they hear the knock at the door. My true form, All Might panics. Don't worry, I locked the door, Tsukachi whispers. They wait until they hear someone pull at the door. Excuse me. I heard that Izuku Midoriya was in there. Nejire's voice calls from beyond the door. Sheet, Izuku whispers. Just a minute. Recovery Girl shouts, taking matters into her own hands. All Might glares at her confused as to what the nurse thinks she's doing. What? You don't know that girl. The child will tell you she won't go away until she's seen him, she explains, grabbing a few extra bedsheets. The woman throws the sheet over the man, before walking towards the door and allowing the third year in. Seeing that he's no longer needed, Tsukachi takes his chance to leave. Thank you, Midoriya, we'll use your information to the best of our ability. He then walks to the door. Excuse me, he tips his hat to Nejire before walking away. Nejire walks into the room, her eyes instantly locking onto Izuku. Izuku-kun, you're okay. She cheers, running up to him, pulling him into a tight hug. Izuku winces in pain as the girl begins crushing his injuries that she seemingly hasn't noticed, but he chooses not to say anything. Yes, he's fine, but he won't be if you keep forcing yourself onto him, Recovery Girl scolds the brunette. And why are you even here? You're supposed to be attending a workplace safety seminar? Yeah, well, when we heard about the incident at the USJ, I began to panic, so Mirio and Tamaki offered to cover for me, she explains. Once she does, she notices something in the corner of her eye. She turns to see a lanky man sitting in the corner of the room. Wow, Sir Nighteye, remember me? I'm Nejire Hado. We met last year when our agencies worked together on a major drag bust. The girl introduces herself. Yes, it has been a while. I just came to check on Midoriya, but as you can see, he's fine. The man explains, only telling the girl half of the truth. I must thank you. Midoriya talks about you a lot. It seems you were a big inspiration to him during his training, the hero adds. Nejire lights up. What kind of things does he say about me? She asks curiously. The girl then begins snuggling into Izuku's arm. She stops when she finally notices the bandages around his arms. Izuku-kun, what happened? She asks, her voice becoming more serious. Well, I'll get going. I want to catch Mirio before he leaves school. And with that excuse, Nighteye leaves the room, leaving Izuku, Nejire, Recovery Girl, and the hidden symbol of peace in the room. Izuku-kun, what happened? Nejire repeats her question, tilting her head slightly. The boy tries to talk to his friend for the first time since she entered the room, but his tongue trips over itself, as he's unable to explain what happens. The kid ran straight towards the villains, Recovery Girl explains for Izuku. In fact, you might be just the person I need to convince him not to throw his life away when fighting villains. Hearing this, Nejire frowns, but it soon trunks into a smirk. Really? Well, I suppose we could do what we did last night, she threatens, watching as Izuku's face contorts in horror. No! He shouts. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. I'll do anything, just don't keep me up all night. This morning was hell. He pleads. Classes are cancelled tomorrow, right? Nejire asks the nurse, to which she nods. Great. She cheers, clapping her hands together. Then, Izuku Midoriya, as your punishment for making me worry and putting yourself in harm's way, you're going to take me on a date tomorrow, she announces cheerfully. Izuku looks to the girl in disbelief, the most beautiful girl in UA. His crush is forcing him to go on a date with her. But it's not my fault you worried, and I only did what I thought was best, he tries to defend himself. Nejire interrupts, placing a finger to her lips. Sure, no questions. She then turns to the school nurse. I presume he has to come in tomorrow for treatment. Recovery Girl again nods. Great, then I'll pick you up from the main gate at 10. Nejire begins exiting the room. I can't wait, I'll see you tomorrow. The girl calls out, running out of the room. Wait, Nejire. Izuku shouts, but she's already gone. It seems like you have a busy day tomorrow, young Midoriya. All Might shouts, throwing the sheets that were covering to the floor. Wait, how did she not see you? Izuku shouts. Because she was too concerned with the date you're taking her on, Recovery Girl quips. Go on then, you need to go plan tomorrow out if you plan to impress. The nurse laughs as she ushers the boy out of the room. Izuku sighs, heading home to inevitably be berated by his mom for his involvement with the attack. He'd then get a long night's sleep ready for his date tomorrow.